Chapter 1801 Incomparable from others. After obtaining the supreme tier soul crystals, Noah had continued forging forward into the depths of the grotto sanctum, as this action allowed him to meet two more arrogant pure-blooded cardinal royal primordials that were added to his collection on his waist, and he had managed to obtain over 7 incandescent sacred herbs and even clusters of high and medium tier soul crystals on the way here, and from the 3 reality ursity and infinite willow tree he had just obtained. You have extracted the taboo concepts of the endless tree, robust predator, imperial bear emperor, and demolitioner. You have extracted the quasi-taboo concepts of. His soul felt a euphoric feeling even though it had already reached its limits, becoming bathed in the light of taboo as Noah exceeded 5 taboo edicts within his soul. His clone was an extension of his main body that, even though it was slumbering at this moment, another aperture began to buzz above his floating crown, as the exceeding of 5 taboo concepts was considered another shocking achievement at this stage as one's authority was elevated. Noah enjoyed this feeling as his figure continued forward after collecting the sacred herb, plucking the glimmering leaf and the gold light it bore. As just the gains of the grotto sanctum so far were enough for Noah to leave happy, but there seemed to be much more in store as his destiny was buzzing powerfully. A golden book appearing in his hands as he continued forward at a fast speed, sensing something much more significant about to occur apart from just supreme soul crystals and sacred herbs. In the flaming region he flew across, those who didn't have taboo authority and had to walk on the ground couldn't even cross, as they had to take the long way towards other regions to move forward. Noah seeing clear fiery skies and no interruptions below as his body surged with multiple astounding taboo authorities while bearing the weight of the restrictive laws of this unexplored grotto sanctum that seemed to be getting heavier the farther one went. It's actually very unique for the natural laws of reality to meld this well with a domain space. There must be something fundamental that caused this change, Lavalier's voice echoed out as Noah nodded, sensing the changes most closely as his will was still restricted heavily where he could only rely on his eyes. Just how different is this grotto sanctum compared to others? Incomparable. The words of Lavalier were resounding to hear as they further cemented the shocking nature and truth that was waiting within this grotto sanctum. Noah's figure tore across the restrictive skies as he followed the pull of destiny and fortune that he had an overabundance in, and after a few minutes, his eyes brightened up as they stared at a wondrous scene. Up ahead, the stellar flaming earth and skies began to change as Noah's eyes captured taut and thickly coiling rivers of reality that formed into vibrant massive chains. Chains that sunk heavily into the ground and elevated upwards in the skies, continuing on endlessly as they seemed to be connected to shimmering floating landmasses. The very skies where the chains of reality began also underwent a change as from the crimson-red stellar lights, they became gray as they gradually turned to stellar cerulean, the air condemning as a stellar gray-blue sea began to form from this area forward. It was utterly dazzling to look at as it felt like the area Noah was coming from was the earth below and the skies above, and now it would be the earth below and a sea above. The area where this change happened was dreary and filled with clashing essence, but the taut chains of reality kept everything together as they acted like anchors that paved the way forward. The chains of rivers of reality coiled tightly around each other as they surged up the cold stellar sea, connecting to massive landmasses that released a bright allure of destiny that caused Noah's primogenial strata aspects of existence to shudder with shocking fervor. His eyes released beams of lustrous lights as his visage neared the distinction between stellar fiery skies and dreary cold seas that seemed viscous and extremely heavy even before one entered them, but Noah's eyes were only on the extremely far away and indistinct landmasses that released a radiant light as what lay there. Grotto Nakers. Lavalier's voice boomed in Noah's mind as his visage instantly dove forward into this new region. Something that he had to get his hands on had appeared. But would it truly be so easy to grasp it? The moment he stepped onto the dreary cold seas, he felt like he had stepped into an unscalable, viscous, and hard-to-move and swamp, as even with the vibrant taboo essences of the sanguine emperor, the flameborn, the defiler, the endless tree, every concept he was utilizing to freely move at this moment seemed like it wasn't enough. His body actually began to sink down ever so slowly. As it wasn't until he burned more mana and essence of reality to release shocking waves of taboo authority did he stop. But proceeding forward was still hard, as for most people that weren't Noah, they might have to take on their true forms or use other unique means to move forward even by a little. But time was a great factor, as the being who ascended across this new region the fastest would be able to attain most of the shocking treasures, and since the grotto sanctum was so vast, Noah knew there must be many of these floating landmasses in this new region that others might be getting their hands on if they cross fast enough. This caused a stifling feeling in his heart as he felt like things that should be his might to others, so he prepared to unleash his ascendancy halos and anything else it would take to forcefully cross into this region that seemed particularly imposing with the natural laws of reality. Hold on, yet Lavalier's voice came as Noah raised his brows. Allow me to devour a portion of the quintupled supreme tier soul crystals for 0.25 uses. I'll be able to speak more freely on this and be able to show you an even faster method to move across this domain that should you put you ahead of others significantly. WAA, the words of this terrific treasure rang in Noah's mind briefly before he made his mind soon after, his will giving its go-ahead as from the expansive space a portion of the newly attained trench of soul crystals disappeared, and soon after, the chains of reality. Step on them and begin to infuse your dimensional essence and essence of reality into them. Noah stared down at the taut chains of rivers of reality wrapped around each other and sinking into the earth within the dreary blue sea, his body releasing arcs of taboo as he allowed the restrictive force to drag him down and towards these chains that rose up. At the same time, his voice rose to Lavalier. What have you found out? This sanctum seems to carry a connection or source from a dimension. Thus, dimensional essence will be most conducive in traversing it, and these chains of reality will make it even faster when paired with the essence of reality itself. Oh? Noah's bright eyes illuminated the dreary seas as he came to land on one of the thick chains of reality. Placing his hands on it and feeling a unique coursing of dark and violent essence he wasn't familiar to yet. Which dimension is it? He asked lightly as he received a stellar answer. Not quite sure yet. You'll have to reach much deeper for me to be able to discern it better. WAA, his origin surged as his eyes lit up brightly. They pulled from the source's vibrant waves of dream essence, and the essence of reality began to rapidly surge from Noah and into the callous chains of reality. Chapter 1802, Ascending the Chains of Reality. Noah's figure was surrounded by viscous waves of water that seemed to be crashing down all around him with immense pressure. His simple obsidian pants and shirt that hugged his fair body and his billowing dark hair that was gaining a scintillating light of essence as dream essence and the essence of reality erupted around him made him seem like a prince of the deepest parts of the seas. His robust hands grasping onto the chains of reality as his essence began to flow into them. They were unique in a way that even though they seemed like thickly binding rivers of reality, they didn't have any domain within them. Even though they swirled with stellar gray colors, they were callous and hard like cold metal that had been sunk into the deep waters for too long. With their luster bright yet dimmed to what it could be as when Noah began to enter essence into it. The area he was in began to light up. The essence of dimensions is unique as even if they are opposing, one can rouse another as when layered with the essence of reality that is the foundation, this type of effect can be achieved. Lavalier's voice twinked out as the darkly blue seas around Noah began to surge. The thick chains of reality he stood on began to buzz with a metallic sound as if rusted metal was coming to life, the stellar radiance within them beginning to brighten up starting at where Noah was and arching up the chains for a few miles. As Noah counted, placing 300,000 units of the essence of reality and 100,000 units of dream essence, he felt the heavy restriction around him begin to waver as the chains of reality released a glow of authority that pushed off the oppression in the surroundings. He stood on the thick chains as his body steadily released dimensional essence and the essence of reality. Stopping at 30,000 units of the essence of reality and 10,000 units of dream essence every second going into the chains of reality to maintain the authoritative glow being given off close to his body, it showed a wondrous scene as the faraway chains of reality leading up to the barely discernible floating land masses seemed dim. And yet the one Noah stood on had a part of it lighting up brightly as if one focused on it. They would see a devilishly handsome existence begin to walk upwards, up, towards the depths of the unique grotto sanctum as his body received surges of essence from a single visible reality passage of massive size with a speed that even beings with multiple taboo authorities would not be able to achieve. And many prominent beings began to realize this as far away from Noah's position. An olden emperor turned into a Kainos emperor gazed at the gradual change of the surrounding from verdant earth filled with lush vegetation and a blue sky onto dreary and cold bodies of water covering the next section of the skies, glimmering chains of reality leading upwards to floating landmasses as she surged into this area immediately. But Genevieve's expression changed as she felt her body sinking. Right away, the many vibrant taboo authorities that amounted to over 20 after one counted the one she had retrieved from her origin in the royal treasury and those she had attained from the beings she devoured so far in this grotto sanctum. Yes. Devoured. She had taken this action as her visage was currently the form of blue-haired young man, her authority as a queen nowhere to be seen as she moved silently to devour the talents she came across. The chosen emperor that was Alexander was a target. But did this prevent her from devouring the foundations of other geniuses and elevating herself even more? This grotto sanctum was bound to be a land of transformation for her, as the moment she heard the news that Alexander had killed those of the Dragon Phoenix lineage, she knew things were unfolding as she had foreseen, where many enemies would be coming for this prideful being who couldn't handle being suppressed below the feet of others. All she had to do now was move the fastest to attain the most abundant opportunities here, waiting for this being to be receiving attacks from all sides and beings, as when he just finished a heavy battle with much of his resources used up. This was the time that Genevieve would swoop in. By it seemed her path would be filled with difficulty, as even this new region she had entered made it infinitely hard to continue forward, her holy body being pushed down across the dreary cold waters as she could only redirect herself onto the thick chains of reality below, grasping onto them tightly as with heavy steps, and while gritting her teeth, she began to take slow step after slow step forward. Her body burst with taboo authority every now and then to lift and ease the heavy shackles around her, but the pace she moved seemed to be unbearably slow as the golden glimmering landmasses in the distance seemed further and further away. If she happened to see the rapid rate of running that Noah was currently moving up the chains of reality with, well, it was better for the less fortunate to not know just how lavish blessed beings were, otherwise they would think life to be too unfair. Even further away from Genevieve and across the outer perimeters of the grotto sanctum, powerful emperors were arriving at this junction of a new area with increased restrictions. They all surged in only to be dismayed. The adjudicator legions and will-bearers being among those latching onto and fighting for space on the chains of reality to ascend upwards. Fights broke out for those already slowly moving across chains of reality as those behind threw attacks towards those up front, wishing to be the first ones up as they could see the allure of the floating islands in the distance. Chapter 1803, The Tyrannical Emperor's Drastic Plan. The trekking into this new area seemed to be for the talented, as in one region, a party of dragon phoenixes had occupied and began to ascend through one chain of reality. Their bodies gave off a majestic glow of power and grandeur as their eyes reflected the majesty of destiny far above them. But as they were ascending, an explosion akin to a bomb shot out behind them as an existence smashed into the change of skies to water at shocking speeds, causing surging waves of sea storms to surge out and pushing, even shaking the nearby chains of reality as alarm rose in the minds of all those in the surroundings. When they turned their heads to observe who could act so wildly, they saw the visage of an existence clad in gold armament all around, pairs of wings flapping below her feet and behind her back, as unlike all others who sank when entering the dreary seas filled with oppression. She floated calmly as when the wings below her feet buzzed, she even began to fly upwards as her body released a unique authority. The scalps of those watching tingled as the majestic dragon phoenixes on the chain of reality looked with unfathomable gazes and envy as one spoke out, Acarus, the existence that had spoken calmly to even Alpha Strata legends as her word had started the quick entrance into the grotto sanctum. She didn't seem too horribly fazed by the restrictions and oppression around her as her body gave off wave after wave of glowing might, the many pairs of wings on her buzzing with power as she slowly ascended upwards, but at a much faster rate compared to those nearby struggling up the chains of reality. What authority did she have to be able to do this when even taboo authorities were not enough to allow one to move freely? The leading dragon phoenix gritted his crystalline sharp teeth as he continued up with even more vigor, telling himself there were some beings he shouldn't compare himself to, as the identity of Acarus was too special even in the main reality. In another region, the allure of a silver white-haired young woman took light but quick steps up the chains of reality, her body giving off a silvery mirror-like glow that buzzed with the chain below and allowed her a level of freedom, causing her beautiful expression to continue gazing at the chain with surprise as she continued to ascend upwards. Mirror constantly bloomed and shattered to protect her from the heavy restrictions as her speed was no less than that of Acarus. As she went up towards the faraway glowing landmasses, countless geniuses and emperors began to arrive in a new region of the grotto sanctum as they faced a cold and brutal atmosphere, each one using their own means to ascend upwards, as undoubtedly there was one being in the lead that was moving with utmost haste in the infinite reality. Vibrant rivers of realities layered themselves atop the infinite reality and underwent apocalypse and assimilation. Their cosmos fusing into this wondrous domain as incandescent true stars of conquest constantly formed and rushed down towards the slumbering visage of a single being. The veils of the cosmic Holy Land seemingly didn't exist as the milky white stars rushed down with glorious purpose. Noah's slumbering figure having its eyelids constantly vibrating as more and more portions of souls sank back into him. His progress in the third infinite dream could be considered astounding to say the least, as emerging realities took mere seconds for him to reign in the cosmos and then pull the realities towards the infinite reality, and this record pace of progress gave birth to a ridiculous phenomenon. Since over 10,000 portions of souls were sent out, those who were destined to find Emerging realities found them relatively quickly, as with the seconds of domination Noah did for each of these realities. He did it all simultaneously. It also meant that when they were returning back to the infinite reality with their dominated realities in tow, a relatively short period of time would have passed. This created for a situation where hundreds of realities were layering themselves atop Noah's domain and undergoing apocalypse, a true sanguine clone gazing at the destruction and assimilation with immense focus as within Noah's slumbering origin point. Two concepts were bubbling with majestic fervor: the nomological edicts of apocalypse and the tyrannical emperor. Every time a reality perished and was assimilated, the concept of apocalypse buzzed with a light of obsidian glory. Every time that the thousands of cosmos of a reality merged into the infinite reality and its inhabitants came under the will of the tyrannical emperor, this concept also buzzed with a light of glory. These two evolvable concepts were currently buzzing wildly with their authority as from quasi-taboo. They began to make their way towards taboo, and they were forging towards taboo rapidly as within minutes. The third infinite dream had already proceeded to have over 3,000 realities assimilated. The bloodlines of these concepts also burned brightly within Noah's blood as they experienced a qualitative change, beginning to forge upwards in quality as they didn't seem to be staying at the tier of supreme anymore. Under the banner of glorious conquest, thousands of true stars of conquest also rained down as the milky white light of conquest painted everything, making the area around Noah seem like a holy land that others should not even be near at this moment. The more time that passed, the faster the shocking phenomenon of the assimilated realities became as the 4,000th true star of conquest came down. Then the 100th.4, 500th. And within mere minutes that followed, over 5,000 true stars of conquest had accumulated within Noah. An astounding stellar glow also began to bloom at this moment, but it didn't even come from Noah. It came from all areas of the infinite reality. This was because at this same time, the number of fused realities into this fantastical domain had long since exceeded the halfway point of the requirement of 10,000 fused realities before it could proceed forward to an entirely different level. When this time came, Noah's will began to surge. His main body remained slumbering, but a true sanguine clone rose up to take on an astounding task. Noah's body occupied the throne of unnamed tyranny as the true sanguine clone came to occupy the throne of Arcadian tyranny, these two multicolored thrones coming close while facing opposite each other until they came in contact. The connection between Noah and his clones was filled with vibrant clarity as at this moment, the stellar eyes of his clone released beams of light as he spoke out: nomological regime. The regime of the tyrannical emperor was pulled upon. Then, the domineering will spoke out grandly as an illustrious white gold milky light began to spread. Utilize 5,000 true stars of conquest to elevate. The resplendent treasure emperor, incandescent light began to explode out. But Noah's will was still stirring vibrantly as he pulled upon the authority of the infinite reality passages. A wild thought and destiny had bloomed within his mind these past days as he knew the elevation of the infinite reality was coming. And after the things he learned while in the unexplored grotto sanctum, his thoughts and ideas became further solidified. Now that the time was approaching, he got ready for it, as the number of realities would very soon exceed 10,000. When that time came, the blooming thoughts within Noah's mind alone began to cause bursts of destiny, fate, karma, and fortune to bloom, as the actions that followed thereafter would be even more disastrous and unbelievable. Lavalier seemed to have sensed these changes as well, this vibrant treasure becoming roused up as in the next instant. Genuine shock could be heard from her as she voiced out, What are you planning to do? Chapter 18 for the tyrannical emperor's drastic plan. What was Noah trying to do? Even the visage of Lavalier, who could somewhat grasp his thoughts, was shocked when she finally picked up on the idea that had bloomed in his mind. But there were currently so many things buzzing within Noah's aspects of existence currently, as even Lavalier was facing too much noise to fully grasp Noah's intentions. His will had just given the command for 5,000 true stars of conquest to be utilized to elevate resplendent treasure emperor to taboo, the cosmic holy land shining with a milky golden white light as the dazzling stars surged out and broke down before Noah's eyes, gradually pulling in the wisps of natural laws of reality as they gradually transformed a unique seed of taboo that would be the chosen concept. But apart from this, two more seeds of taboo were blooming within Noah's body as the concepts of apocalypse and the tyrannical emperor had taken all their boons from the thousands of destroyed and assimilated realities as they were evolving towards the next stage. Too many things were happening. Wild waves of incandescent essence bellowed about as the throne of Arcadian tyranny and the throne of unnamed tyranny spun tightly while glued unto each other, Noah's slumbering body experiencing the greatest changes as even his liquefied soul that had reached the absolute peak trembled. The feedback of all existences pledging fealty to him and giving up a portion of their souls rushing to him this whole time as he didn't have any place to put it, since the absolute peak was reached in one. Couldn't go any further unless they resonated their aspects of existence and formed a reality. Where would all this vibrant soul force go to? This was yet another factor and process occurring at this moment in time, but even this wasn't the center of Noah's attention. His eyes ignoring the gradual formation of 3 seeds of taboo as he focused on his connection to the infinite reality. Every time that he had to upgrade it, it had taken droves and droves of mana as it perfectly complemented him with the spiritual land able to be raised to this level purely because of Noah's infinite mana. This time would be no different, as even though the multicolored essence of reality would be pulled into it, the connection between Noah and the infinite reality would always supply immense waves of mana. This dot was actually one of the places Noah was targeting with a grand plan. The idea had come as even his destiny was not too clear on what the result would be or whether it was the truest course of action. But his intuition rang out with possibilities as when he thought of the many things he wanted to experience, uncover, and explore. He moved, as he sensed another 1,000 realities assimilate into his connected domain, and the total number near 10,000. The 50 infinite reality passages above him were ready and illuminating everything while showing Noah with immense coiling tendrils and rivers of essence. Droves of essence. With Noah allowing a particular essence coursing down his reality passages to build up around him in abundance. His slumbering main body was sitting on the throne of unnamed tyranny as if he was awake, his whole visage at this moment lighting up fervently as sandy golden glowing runic lines lit up within his body, bringing out the authority of the mythical natural-born infinite dream physique with all its splendor. The essence building up around Noah. Was dimensional essence as his will and authority erupted out to maintain all of it in the surroundings while his infinite reality passages endlessly gushed down even more of this essence. Things finally clicked as Lavalier's voice echoed out grimly. She seemed to have figured out what Noah was trying to do as the first thing she said. Contained a hint of caution. What you saw in the unexplored grotto sanctum is just the influence of dimensional essence permeating into it. It is nothing like what you are trying to do here. There is no guarantee that it is even viable, as you can have a rejection that could cause you a setback. There is no guarantee. Noah's voice boomed out majestically from the true sanguine clone as even his lips opening and speaking gushed out dimensional dream essence. But my destiny shines even brighter when I just think about this path. His luminous eyes released a profound light of tyranny as at that moment, prime realities began to fuse and assimilate from those Noah had called back as the requirement that was set so long ago for the infinite reality to elevate into a gourmandizing reality. Was achieved. Lavalier didn't speak anymore as her will gazed on silently. At times, an existence would see a golden path that others could not, a path that only they could follow as others wouldn't be able to understand it. Even though Lavalier was terrifyingly proficient in destiny, fortune, karma, and fate, there were still things about Noah that she couldn't ascertain, his undefined lifeline for example, and the paths he could see that would have exceedingly heavy effects for his future and the future of many others. She also couldn't see through at this moment. A booming sound reverberated out as the hundreds of thousands of genuine cosmos within the infinite reality gave off a flicker of radiant light. The inhabitants that had been through similar occurrences gazed up in wonder, while those that had just joined the infinite reality gazed up in shock, stupor, and wonder as they couldn't fully understand what was occurring. Master, the voice of the infinite reality reached out to Noah as the river of time seemingly flowed slower, Noah sensing everything extremely well as he tuned everything out until only the beat of his own heart became clear. He could feel the vibrant dimensional dream essence surging within his body through interconnected lines that pulsed with life as if they were veins and arteries. He could feel the profound flow of destiny and fortune that shined brightly all around him. He could feel the countless lines of karma that arose from the countless existences that now resided within his infinite reality. He could feel the dense clusters of dimensional essence he had collected, as well as his clones that he had sent in the dream dimension who paused their search for dream legends and nightmares and became anchors in this dimension, their bodies giving off the glow of the mythical natural-born infinite dream physique as dense clusters of essence had long since surrounded them for light years. He could feel all of this as in the next moment, he spoke out calmly as his will sought out to achieve a terrifying feat. Begin. Chapter 1805. Why only stop there? The vast cosmos within the infinite reality halted their rotation for an instant. The connection between this treasure that used to be a small floating island was the only thing focused on at this moment, as a vast blue cylindrical string of light that connected Noah and the infinite reality was buzzing at this moment. One side was Noah, the other was symbolized by a constantly expanding and contracting prism that changed into pulsing stellar rivers of branching realities that formed into what seemed like an endless tree. the endless stellar rivers pulsed with light as they pulled upon the connection of their master. The 10,000 realities requirement was reached as this domain could elevate once more, and it asked for the mana of its owner like always. As for this instance, Noah actually denied it. If he proceeded forward like normal, the infinite reality that was currently classified as a seed of reality would become a gormandizing reality, but Noah's sight had been expanded as he had experienced too many things. And he had lived millions of years in his dreams, so he had dared to ask himself that when the time came to elevate the infinite reality into a gormandizing reality, why stop there? And after he saw the uniqueness of the unexplored grotto sanctum and lavalier letting him know that it seemed to be influenced by the essence of a dimension, Noah further agreed with his thoughts as he definitely would not just stop here. So when the time came to elevate the infinite reality as it sought essence from its master, it wasn't mana that he sent. The first essence that Noah sent stemmed from the 500 million reserves he held within himself, first as incandescent in pure dimensional essence as the first source of energy for the infinite reality to eat up. Incandescent sandy golden light bloomed as it surged across the massive cylindrical string of connection that was shared between Noah and the infinite reality, bathing it entirely gold as it surged into the transforming seed of reality with fervor. Boundless droves of essence surged in the infinite reality passages as it gushed out even more. Noah directing this essence and the dimensional dream essence and the surroundings to all surge towards the evolving seed of reality, the true sanguine clones within the dream dimension that were pulling in essence for many light years around them also trembled as everything was sucked in by Noah's main body and directed towards the infinite reality. Everything becoming bathed by a sandy golden color as Noah was actually seeking for a shocking result from the elevation of the infinite reality this time around. After the surging sandy gold dimensional essence traveled up the line of connection and bathed the infinite reality, only then did Noah's cerulean blue mana gush out in encompassing waves as it reinforced the dimensional essence and caused it to sink into the evolving seed of reality even faster. Noah will observe this process with immense focus as he only felt the tug of destiny become even more vibrant, but the surging seed of reality that had begun to evolve into an illusion of an endless reality trembled with instability. Dimensional essence was foreign as it was packed into its core, and matter aided in its assimilation as it suffused and made it interconnectedly fuse into the infinite reality even more. But there was still one more thing that had to be used to complete this as vibrantly. The glimmering multicolored essence of reality then left Noah's origin as it surged across the line of connection with fervor. It covered and filled the gaps between the vibrant blue mana and the sandy gold dimensional dream essence, all three types of essence surging into the evolving infinite reality and causing everything to become extremely stable. But Noah didn't stop there, as after that, the allure of destiny, fate, fortune, and karma all came to wrap around this cluster and amalgamation of raging essence as they wrapped over everything like a bow tie. The infinite reality has begun its elevation. The result is currently unknown. A radiant light of glory began to pervade outwards as a shocking transformation began at this moment. Lavalier watched it all silently as her will was currently ready to erupt if anything unfathomable happened, as even though her restrictions would be even tighter, she had to make sure that this being before her wouldn't perish. There were the infinite realities, and then there were the 9 dimensions. Each of these were boundlessly vast and filled with shocking intricacies. This was the state of affairs after the actions of Oppenheimer. Lavalier referred to the infinite realities as barren lands, as what were dimensions considered to be? And what Noah was doing now is he took in dimensional essence to be a source of the elevation of a terrifying treasure. Just what shocking implications would this have? The more that Lavalier looked at it, the more serious her will became, as it wasn't the fact that it was failing, but that it seemed to be proceeding smoothly and with shocking seamlessness. How was the dimensional essence not being rejected? Even with mana and the essence of reality supplementing this process, what was occurring was not something that conformed with nature. How was this treasure under the banner of this being capable of accepting such a change and bringing all of this to fruition? In the cosmic Holy Land, 2 glorious thrones of authority spun as the eyes of Noah's true sanguine clone were opened luminously, gazing at the vast infinite reality as his voice began to echo out tyrannically. Elevate not just to a new form of reality, but attain traces of a dimension at your core. The vast cosmos within the infinite reality buzzed with fervor. Within an extremely small world in a galaxy of the novice universe located in a cluster of universes within a larger cosmos, a young boy was practicing swinging a sword that released arcs of purple lightning in a field of verdant lush greenery as he stared at the occasional bursts of milky white and gold light that he barely grasped where they stemmed from. Amidst his observations, he suddenly focused on the skies as he saw billowing sandy golden clouds beginning to form, these clouds carrying a shocking essence that caused this young boy's heart to tremble and gaze at in shock as it wasn't something he had ever come across before. The sandy golden clouds erupted out and spread with shocking speed, coming to paint everything a hazy gold as even the layers of the verdant lush greenery around this boy began to be covered by a thin layer of golden sand. This process occurred in this small world dot and in over half of the countless worlds across many galaxies within many universes of the hundreds of thousands of cosmos within the infinite reality. Over half of the domains of the infinite reality began to be covered by wisps of dimensional dream essence. All around, the allure and wonders of dimensional essence began to pervade outwards and bloom as Noah's will spread to understand and observe all of these changes while glorious prompts began to rise before his eyes. The infinite reality is undergoing a fundamental change. Dimensional dream essence has begun to proliferate. The gourmandizing dimensional reality is coming to fruition. Chapter 1806, The Gourmandizing Dimensional Reality. The gourmandizing dimensional reality is coming to fruition. Such a prompt rose as incandescent light began to permeate across more than half of the domains of the main reality. Dimensional essence permeated the very foundation of this reality as it was used as one of the core essences to elevate it during an extremely crucial upgrade. The sheer size of the infinite reality was vast as within what could be considered its center close to the veils of reality within the blue planet that used to be Noah's homeworld that was currently a paradisiacal stretch of land. The dimensional essence was the most concentrated here. Waves of billowing sandy gold essence permeated this area the most as its source was stemming from the veils of space, where the only being that could see through it was Noah himself. When he followed his connection with the infinite reality, he could visualize what should have been a starry blank space hidden in the center of this reality, but he currently saw an area shining with a glorious golden color as an octahedron crystalline structure could be seen constantly spinning and pulsing with dimensional essence, and the illusion of thousands of snaking rivers of reality surged within it with utmost wonder and majesty. Noah's very soul felt a surge of profound waves of authority that he couldn't explain from being connected to this crystalline octahedron structure. His mythical natural-born infinite dream physique buzzing with activity and shining with even more splendor as his multicolored crown and its spinning ecratures were covered with an even denser cluster of a sandy golden light, a light that didn't leave the ecratures alone as it forcefully coagulated and gradually formed a golden ecrature that read, D, behind the ecrature of, ethereal. D. Noah's eyes released luminously bursts of light at this progression as at the same time, lavaliers were focused on the pulsing crystalline octahedron that was constantly releasing dimensional essence while also surging with the illusion of thousands of surging rivers of realities, a dimensional core. Her words held a hint of hesitation as she couldn't be sure of what she could see budding where to her. It seemed like a barely countable budding core of a dimension, but at the same time it wasn't. Noah's will wasn't hindered by the specifics as with his connection to the infinite reality. His mind was currently being fed with boundless information and prompts that allowed him to see just what the wondrous changes occurring were. Mind you, at this same period of time, 3 seeds of taboo were still budding within Noah. The infinite reality has been elevated in its classification from a seed of reality to a gourmandizing dimensional reality. The gourmandizing dimensional reality has lost the past ranking as a sui generis enlightened primordial relic, with its new ranking not able to be defined. The infinite reality wasn't able to be classified as quasi-taboo or taboo, or even what lay beyond that as it was actually undefined, and what this glimmering octahedron could do. A mutated dimensional reality core that can produce dimensional essence has formed within the infinite reality, the production and sustenance of dimensional essence. That's it. Noah's will bubbled with a light of power as this was what he sought. The definition had to also be very clear as even though he utilized dream essence to bring about this shocking result, he didn't want this to be the end, because, why stop at a single dimension? Yes. Noah wasn't only planning to have a semblance of the dream dimension in his infinite reality with the path he could visualize in his mind being filled with the connections of multiple dimensions as soon as he was able to attain large reserves of their essence and be connected to them in a way that would allow him to fundamentally connect them to his infinite reality. The dream dimension was merely the first. And the boons of this alone were bound to be ridiculous as the whole infinite reality was fundamentally changed. All features of the infinite reality have undergone extreme qualitative changes as some features have been integrated or entirely elevated. Noah's mind buzzed with information as while sandy golden waves of light began to pump out of the octahedron dimensional reality core. The glorious text box of the infinite reality rose before his eyes, gourmandizing dimensional reality. Management, Gourmandizing Dimensional Reality, Infinite Reality, Beasts, Epic XXX, Legendary XXX, Mythical XXX, Phantasmal XXX, Transcendent XXX, Saint XXX, Void XXX, Soul XXX, Domain XXX. World XXX, Star Forging XXX, Nebula XXX, Black Hole XXXX, Quasar XXXX, Galaxy XXXX, Galactic Filament XXXX, Universe XXXX, Universal Filament XXXX, Cosmic 10,554,584, Cosmic Filament 102,735, Reality 0, Plants Whitefall Trees, Snowvine, Sacred Rye, Pygmy Melon, Icefire Persimmon, Ice Phoenix Fruits, Spirit of the Arctic, Frozen Angelica, Regal Flora, Sheelan's Cold Stone, Resonant Ochre, Arctic Flora, King's Collard, Athermire, Phantom Mulberry, Firestarter, Frigid Apple, Fates. Orchard, Chaotic Amaranth, Ether-Infused Willow, Immemorial Dragon Fruits, Mythical Fruit of Life, Fruit of Destiny, Annihilatory Dorians, Tenebrous Tea Leaves, Seeds of Time, Primordial Apples, Strawberries of Ruination. Loot Cherries, Peach of Fusion, Ginseng of Reality. New Plants, Crystalline Dream Grapes, Liquefied Dimensional Durian, Emperor's Mythical Peach of Dimensional Reality, Features Size Regulation, Unlocked, Dimensional Movement, Unlocked, Architecture, Unlocked, Dimensional Barrier, Unlocked, Offensive Maneuvers, Unlocked, Time Dilation, Unlocked, Treasure Hunter, Unlocked, Domain Space, Unlocked, Dimensional Blacksmith's Forge, Unlocked, Division, Unlocked, Dimensional Alchemy Hall, Unlocked, Library, Unlocked, Integration, Unlocked. Dimensional Gateway, Unlocked, Pocket Dimensional Reality, Unlocked, Assimilation, Unlocked, Trait Blessing, Unlocked, Concept Birth, Unlocked, Dimensional Empowerment, Unlocked. Cosmic Singularity, Unlocked, Dimensional Holy Land, Unlocked, Soul Library, Unlocked, Dimensional Atlatl of Reality, Unlocked, Gourmandizing Dimensional Reality, Unlocked, Infinite Dream Automatons, Unlocked, Aspect Transference, Unlocked, Hashtag $% hashtag, Locked, Upgrade Conditions Unknown. Many changes occurred to the old abilities of the Infinite Reality as a few new features bloomed. The first new feature was named after the Infinite Reality itself, being termed Gourmandizing Dimensional Reality. Another thing to note was the fact that at this moment, the way forward past this stage was unknown, as it would depend on Noah to find out exactly where he would take the Infinite Reality. But in the meanwhile, there were terrifying boons for him to learn of and old features that were entirely modified for him to grasp. Chapter 1807, The Gourmandizing Dimensional Reality. Noah's will covered the incandescent lands of his domain as he saw the proliferation of the Dream Essence, the Cosmic Holy Land that was actually renamed into the Dimensional Holy Land, undergoing the most changes as it was closest to the octahedron dimensional reality core hidden in the folds of space at this moment. Many of the areas of the Infinite Reality were undergoing reconstruction and restructuring at this moment, Noah seeing the will of this dimensional reality moving by itself to organize all the cosmos and even begin enacting fantastical architectures as it allowed his thoughts to focus on other things. At this moment, his attention was on the feature of Gourmandizing Dimensional Reality. Gourmandizing Dimensional Reality. The Infinite Reality has gained the capability of autonomous mobility as it can drift across the boundaries of dimensions and realities. When coming across realities on its path, the Gourmandizing Dimensional Reality will assimilate them unto itself, as when it crosses into the veils of dimensions, it will devour and assimilate the surrounding lands in essence. The act of drifting utilizes pure mana, with 100,000 units of the essence of reality required to assimilate emerging realities, 1 million to assimilate prime realities, and 1,500,000 units to assimilate unique realities. To devour surrounding areas and essence of a dimension, 1 million units of the essence of reality and 50 million units of any dimensional essence per second are required. This ability is a core feature of the Infinite Reality, as it will pave the way for its future pathways and possibilities. A dreadful ability rose as the elevation of the Infinite Reality truly did what it said it would: autonomous mobility. Like a vessel, it could move across the bounds of space like a giant living and breathing beast. Such a phenomenon only required pure mana, as this was something that Noah would have no problems with. Noah could simply allow his Infinite Reality to drift around the vast regions of space as whatever realities it came across, it can just swallow them. The feature was unique as it showed the expenditure for the action of simply devouring the realities to have high essence of reality costs, and this was different in that if Noah utilized Infinite Dream, he had to personally submit the cosmos of the reality to agree with the connection to his Infinite Reality, and he could then bring them to assimilate with the Infinite Reality. The gormandizing dimensional reality bypassed all that work with the usage of essence of reality to simply devour everything it came across instantly, as when it came to dimensions. The cost was even higher, but this ability was something utterly crucial for the future, as it would pave the way for more than just the dream dimensional essence to permeate across the infinite reality. As soon as things settled and its transformation finished, a transformation that was still occurring right now as essence was liquefying into seas all around, while the beautiful allure of the sandy gold light of the dream dimension began to permeate across the domains. While this occurred, Noah's eyes landed on the second new feature to arise: infinite dream automaton, : the autonomous gormandizing dimensional reality can forge infinite dream automatons to defend it, the creatures being generated at the cosmic filament realm, as they can be elevated in power from being granted concepts in the soul library or from being fed the newly unlocked sacred herbs of the gormandizing dimensional reality. Their unique basic dream physiques allow them to undergo 5 cycles of refinements of any high-tier physiques under the unnamed Kainos Emperor, with there lying a possibility to exceed the limits of the firmaments of ascendancy in a single aspect of existence, the body. To generate a dream automaton, the gormandizing dimensional reality has to utilize 1 billion units of dimensional dream essence. To try and exceed the single allowable limit of the body of a dream automaton, 10 billion units of dream dimensional essence are required, along with the usage of sacred herbs and other materials. The realm and aspects of existence of the dream automatons can be raised naturally with dream essence and sacred herbs. But other means of progression can also raise its rate of progress. Noah was utterly silent as his luminous eyes stayed on this feature for a long time. The past spiritual island that was the source of the gormandizing dimensional reality was capable of producing spiritual beasts like the emperor penguin. Now, this elevated treasure had gained the capability to generate infinite dream automatons, as the cost of it alone was entirely too dreadful, but it provided Noah a source where he could mass-produce legends with the problem of foundation solved, so long as these dream automatons were provided 10 billion units of the dream essence. Thereafter, Noah would have them break to the stage of reality, as their realms could be elevated ridiculously fast with sacred herbs or even seeds of reality. The only issue came with the requirements of the large reserves of dream essence, but the gormandizing dimensional reality had already begun producing dream essence by itself, as Noah would have to grasp just how much it could produce every day and what its reserves were, as well as how that complemented his own 500 million reserves of dream essence. But this ability alone was enough for the boons of the gormandizing dimensional reality to show itself, but there was one last ability to put a bow on it all. It was aspect transference, beginning at the primogenial strata, the resonated aspects of existence, realm, reality passages, destiny, fortune. And all of the achievements of a reality realm dream automaton can be stripped off and transferred onto an inhabitant of the gormandizing dimensional reality that is at the 7th firmament of ascendancy or higher. The process only works among those who have pledged fealty to the tyrannical emperor, with 2 million units of the essence of reality and 250 million units of the dimensional dream essence required to conduct the transference. A being can only accept transference thrice in their lifetimes, with any further possibilities lying with the advancement of the gormandizing dimensional reality itself. The path forward, not just for Noah, but also for his people, had opened up in a glorious fashion. Chapter 1808: The Gormandizing Dimensional Reality. The 3 new features of the infinite reality were gormandizing dimensional reality, infinite dream automaton, and aspect transference, as the 3 were of shocking utility. Noah looked over their details multiple times, as aside from gormandizing dimensional reality, he really wanted to take a look at infinite dream automaton and exactly what results he could bring out from this. But before he forged forward too fast, his eyes landed on the old features that were renovated or entirely assimilated into a single feature. His main body still slumbered, as the portions of souls that had arrived within prime realities were just a bit slower to return, and 2 portions of his souls actually entered unique realities that he had begun to explore at this moment. The eyes of the true sanguine clone sitting opposite Noah's main body was the one expressing most of his will currently, as he voiced out with luminous eyes. Summarized the most important changes to the old features. He gave the command as the infinite reality complied soon after. Relics and elixirs forged with the dimensional blacksmith's forge and dimensional alchemy hall carry traces of dimensional essence as relics that can deal or protect from true dimensional damage values can be born, or elixirs capable of carrying profound changes in reality altering effects equivalent to mimic a semblance of the absolute dream authority have a Chance of being born, unique dream cosmos can now be passively forged under cosmic singularity. These cosmos carrying traces of the dream dimension as their proliferation will increase the authority of the gormandizing infinite reality into the stage of dimensions. In the dimensional Holy Land, time can be dilated to a ratio of 20,000 to 1 as it reaches a dangerous level, occasionally capable of causing rift storms of the law of $$ at %% hashtag that could irreparably damage one's aspects of existence if enveloped within. Noah raised his hands as all prompts paused. He had to pause them because a shocking prompt had appeared that had indecipherable words within words that represented a stage he was beginning to touch upon, the natural laws of reality. The time dilation effect had reached such a ridiculous reality-altering level that it could actually cause rift storms of a natural law of reality by chance. But, what is the natural law? Noah voiced out as he asked both the infinite reality and Lavalier. Both were silent briefly before the infinite reality replied, "I cannot decipher it yet, Master." Noah nodded calmly at this as he still remained quiet, waiting for the other treasure that seemed to have all the information to speak, and in time, the unique voice of Lavalier resounded out as it was filled with a trace of seriousness while still gazing at the gormandizing dimensional reality and what its implications would be. "I can let you know if you want to waste 5 uses in an inordinate amount of the treasures you've obtained in the Grotto Sanctum so far. Or you can wait for a little and gradually find out when you become exposed to it. Things like this have costly karma to be paid if you don't know anything about them first. So I suggest for you to just wait. As you get familiar with incorporating the dredges of the natural laws around you to form seeds of taboo, you'll gradually begin to understand and differentiate the different types of natural laws. And when you can isolate and incorporate a single one into a concept, the stage above taboo can be grasped little by little." She spoke a great deal this time around as Noah's eyes shone with a glimmer of destiny. Wisps of the natural laws of reality granted one the authority of taboo. But if one could distinguish the natural laws of reality and incorporate the essence of a single one into a concept, they could go past taboo. We're jumping over many things here. But I don't want us to just move past what you've just done. Do you truly realize how hard you've made things for yourself by bringing about this mutated dimensional core? Lavalier's words carried a trace of seriousness as towards this. Noah only nodded lightly. "I may not know the full implications, but my very being tells me it is the path I must follow." His will was resolute as once he had started with the aim of incorporating dimensions into the infinite reality, he wouldn't just stop midway as he would follow this path all the way. "I need another 0.25 uses to speak freely." The words to be said seemed too abstruse as Noah smiled and gave a nod, a chunk of supreme tier soul crystals disappearing once more as Lavalier sighed and continued. Before the end of Age of Destiny, there was only the single main reality and the 9 dimensions. Each was separate, but they shared distinct interweaving of connections. At the end of the Age of Destiny, as a certain being took power, his actions of bringing about infinite realities didn't just affect the main reality. The impact of this stretched towards the 9 dimensions as well. As for what the impact actually was, I can't speak to that at this moment, but just know that the current infinite realities have their purpose, and the 9 dimensions have their own purpose. Your task of assimilating infinite realities was already hard enough, but incorporating even a single dimension has made it all that much harder as any further progress you make in this. The existences that have capability across the ages on the depths of the dimensions will be alerted as they will come for you before can fully grow. This seemed to be the reason for Lavalier's seriousness. The forceful swallowing of the lands of dimensions he planned to carry out with gormandizing dimensional reality would possibly alert the existences living at the depths of the 9 dimensions that even primordials were still expanding their domains into. There were so many more questions and mysteries surrounding it all, as while the infinite reality underwent changes fundamentally connecting it to a dimension, Noah was beginning to slowly unravel just what lay in wait for him. Chapter 1809 Infinite Dream Automatons. The 9 dimensions have their own restrictions, and it is why you don't see all that many dimensional creatures moving about in the vast realities. But towards an existence who is the same as them, like a certain guy with grandiose distinctions and titles who happens to have a dimensional physique that can rival dimensional royalties at the core dominions of a dimension. They can move against you with an increased level of freedom as the moment that they truly know what you are doing. It won't just be the forces of a single dimension hunting you down, but all 9, HUUM. Terrific words left Lavalier as Noah maintained his calm, watching. From his throne his dream essence began to permeate abundantly in the dimensional Holy Land. Towards Lavalier's shocking words, Noah attained a hint of a smile as he asked lightly, Are you afraid? Is the great lavalier that terms the vast realities to be barren lands and everything beneath her actually afraid of the forces of dimensions? I am not afraid of others. What I am afraid of is an existence that already has an astounding destiny and boundless possibilities at his fingertips, increasing his chances of being cut down too early. Her voice still carried seriousness, but a sense of pride also rose as she spoke the next words. What I don't wish to see is an existence who can help me achieve my own goals, take great risks without knowing everything. I've said it before. But what you and I have is a give and take relationship. What's done is done, in the aspect of the infinite reality is we can only move on from that and how to best face what will come from it. I just want to let you know the sheer gravity of the path forward after this. Even though it is extremely dangerous, I understand the most that therein lies the most fortune and destiny. Which means all the more loot for me to devour as I recover faster. What I wish for is not for you to look at me as a mere tool to utilize, but as someone you can discuss crazy ideas like this with, as I could at least aid you in better preparing for it. Using absolute dream authority to mask you somewhat, increasing the chances of success. Anything, lavalier spoke a great deal as Noah pondered over her words slowly. Eventually giving a light nod. In the end, there is no harm in being more careful. I'll attain more loot soon to increase the number of uses, as whatever absolute dream authority is required to mask my current actions will be utilized. His words were firm as he seemed to assuage lavalier, this terrific existence becoming quiet as Noah saw the prompts of the gormandizing dimensional reality continue once more. The soul library can now hold taboo concepts and up to keystone ascendant skill trees. It also holds the new feature of librarian domain that allows the inhabitants of the gormandizing dimensional reality to comprehend the formation of high-tier edicts. Domain space can now design a dimensional domain with extremely concentrated dream essence that will over time condense into wisps of absolute dream authority. Dimensional Outlotl of reality now grants a base increase of 500 true reality damage values and 500 true dimensional damage values passively when just equipped by the main body of the tyrannical emperor, and it further grants an extra 500 true reality damage values and 500 true dimensional damage values when its own skills or other skills are cast through it. The damage values will rise as major progress is made in the inclusion of more realities and domains of dimensions. The sub-abilities of Dimensional Rupture, Aspect Piercer, and Massive have also been unlocked. Noah glimpsed over the remaining prompts explaining some lesser interesting features as his focus came to land on the newly improved Outlotl of reality. When abilities were cast through it, it ridiculously granted Noah an extra 2,000 damage values that nearly caught up to his actual value of 2,850 that he had garnered after much hard work with multiple physiques. Noah still felt like the potential of this feature could be disastrous as his true sanguine clone raised his hand and beckoned while calling out lightly, "Dimensional Outlotl of reality." BZZZT, boundless splendor rained down as from the skies, a spatial rift bloomed that called out an incandescent spear of light that instantly landed in Noah's hands. It released a shocking light of power as the space around it buzzed terrifically, Noah's eyes locking onto a glorious two-pointed spear that released a radiant light. Its spear shaft swirled with rivers of cosmos that shone a stellar purple, blue, and gold, while the two spear points shone with a deadly stellar light. To top it all off, tendrils of vibrantly gold dimensional essence were snaking over the dimensional Outlotl of reality as they eventually snaked over Noah's hand and went on to surround his entire enthroned body. The weapon gave him a sense of shocking power as with it in hand, Noah's figure rose up from the glimmering throne as he seemed like a mythical emperor from a long-lost age. He floated across the constantly changing dimensional Holy Land as he oversaw the results of his work, appreciating everything that was occurring as he floated towards a section of the Holy Land that had an altar rising up. It seemed like a golden pyramidal mountain that was rising up as it was filled with dense dream essence, its peak showing constantly swirling bursts of sandy gold essence. This is the area where we can generate the infinite dream automatons, Master, the infinite reality replied succinctly as Noah pondered while sensing his own remaining reserves of dream essence. Have you quantified your reserves and rate of generation of dimensional essence? Do we have enough to try a dream automaton right now? Yes. Noah's will was so wild that he wanted to test whether he could elevate an infinite dream automaton to the stage of a legend in a relatively short period of time, since he had all the tools available. Due to the eruption of dimensional essence with the formation of the mutated dimensional core, I currently hold 2,385,529,573 units of the dream dimension. When things stabilize, I'll be able to grasp my rate of generation and maximum reserves. The words of the infinite reality caused a smile to deepen on Noah's face as he commanded calmly, Then let's take a look at an infinite dream automaton, shall we? His will surged out as the infinite reality moved to complete it. Things were moving rapidly as his clone of Alexander neared the vibrantly gold islands amidst the dreary coldness of the seas in the unexplored grotto sanctum, and he had to garner as many possible sources of strength as he could just in case. At the same time, the three seeds of taboo that would elevate Apocalypse, Tyrannical Emperor, and Resplendent Treasure Emperor were slowly forming and automatically incorporating wisps of the surroundings' natural laws of reality being nearly formed as. His strength would explode from these concepts too. While grasping onto a stellar sphere surrounded by arcs of dimensional light, Noah watched the glory he had enacted before his eyes as a pyramidal golden mountain shone with incandescence. Chapter 18:10 Infinite Dream Automatons. The mutated dimensional core pulsed with the sandy gold essence of dreams as it already surged with over 2 billion dream essence. Much of it was being used to alter and change the domains of the infinite reality, but 1 billion essence was used up at this moment as a creature that would come to be a stout defender of the infinite reality for the future to come was called upon. BZZT. The pyramidal golden mountain shone with luster as dense dream essence surged into a fantastical storm at the very peak. An outline of a creature gradually formed as it was titanic in size, being multiple times larger than normal humans as Noah saw a glistening golden form coming to be. It gave off a crystalline metallic sheen as Noah squinted when he observed sharp weaponized hands that looked like sickles, where the shoulders ended in a round oval shape as they floated grandly connected to the main body by a thin golden line, and this main body was simply a vibrant oval structure that had a smaller oval head with two cold golden slits floating above it, and robust golden limbs that were just as sharp as the arms. The crystalline metallic surface of this infinite dream automaton being inscribed by the runic ecritures of dream all over. On the back of the floating oval chest was a radiant pair of white wings that were being paid homage to with glimmering dream ecritures, all of the structures of this automaton seeming capable of separation as they were connected by robust lines of essence. It felt like a creature that could easily pull apart its limbs and body parts or move them to different positions if it wished. This is the creature I can easily raise to a legend. Noah stroked his chin as he saw this automaton forming, the golden slits on its oval head opening and gazing towards him with respectful fervor as this automaton floated off the golden pyramidal structure and came to bow its unique body towards Noah. The tyrannical emperor nodded with appreciation as his will moved out with many commands, waving his hands to call out shards of a seed of reality as he also sought to observe the newly unlocked sacred herbs that would be crucial for the growth of these beings. How could the influence of the infinite reality attaining a mutated dimensional core best be shown throughout the vast lands of this domain? An extremely clear example was something that showed just what fundamental changes would be occurring in the future to come and how it would begin on a small scale and how that could affect everything on a larger scale. Many geniuses rose within the vast realities, and by pure statistics alone, there were bound to be a significant number of geniuses and those loved by destiny rising from Noah's infinite reality itself. One such being was currently changing his gloves as he moved from one room to another in a crystalline skyscraper that held over 500 floors, being one of the largest buildings atop a floating island just above the past lands of the blue planet that Noah stemmed from. This being had golden hair shining gloriously on his head as he was adorned with radiant blue scrubs that had a name tag that listed Dr. Hall, MD, in shining gold letters. With his fair skin, he looked like a devilishly handsome doctor that one could only see in unrealistic TV shows. Before the apocalypse of the blue planet, he had the profession of a doctor that he loved with all his heart, but he nearly discarded it as mana and magical solutions and abilities became more prevalent over the past year, with him even taking on the role of a healer in dungeon teams. This all changed when the concepts of nomological edicts arose as during a time when he was treating heavily injured existences who nearly had their origins irreparably damaged from one of the cosmic dungeons. He came to comprehend a shocking evolvable edict that was termed the origin of nature. With it, he saw profound mysteries of the origins and bodies of the existences he healed, and he even became proficient in seeing injuries of the soul. As after this he decided to go back to the field of medicine he loved and use the edict of the origin of nature to understand mysteries of life and diseases that had eluded him and many others in his profession over the years. He mastered all areas of medicine in a relatively short period of time with his talents and comprehension, as he could treat and take on the role of anything in the field of medicine. For him, dungeon diving and being battle crazy like many wasn't an allure, his heart seeking to understand the mysteries of life itself. His comprehension rose crazily over the past month as this single nomological edict reached peak insuperable, with the gaze of Dr. Hall being able to peer through shocking secrets of the bodies, souls, and origins of different races as he came to understand the three aspects of existence. And in the past hour, He had been doing his job of helping anxious pregnant hunters who still chose to go the traditional route of having a doctor present while giving birth when his edict of the origin of nature actually elevated to quasi-taboo. This didn't happen by itself, it just so happened to coincide with the time that dimensional essence began to proliferate across the infinite reality as the hospital he was in was enveloped by sandy golden waves of essence. When he delivered a baby boy right when these changes began, he nearly sighed in frustration as he wondered what their ridiculous emperor was doing now to cause such crazy changes, but everything changed soon after as he saw the child being born exhibit changes he had never seen before in the past month. All the infants he delivered were unique as they were tainted by mana and other profound essences that were liquefied in the infinite reality, and they carried a level of intelligence even. While bored as they would smile and giggle at Dr. Hall and their parents, but the infant he delivered after the proliferation of dimensional essence had its eyes shining with a golden allure of light. And his edict of the origin of nature had seen shocking changes occurring in its very aspects of existence as traces of the newly proliferating essence could be seen within. Through understanding the mysteries of this new essence, the single edict he focused on seemed to have seen an entirely different field of nature as it was elevated. Dr. Hall measured the soul strength among other things of the newly born infant to be significantly higher than others in the past, and he affirmed this again and again in the next hour as he delivered 3 more infants. He didn't even realize when the nomological edict of the origin of nature had reached quasi-taboo as even now. He walked across the hospital hall to another room to deliver for 1 more family until he was off for the day, plans that he now chose to change as he wanted to experience all the changes brought by the hands of their emperor and whatever crazy things he was doing now. The eyes of Dr. Hall swirled with unknown light while his chest showed the illusory glow of cosmos, seeming entirely absorbed in understanding the aspects of existence of all beings closely, not knowing how rapid the advancement of his single quasi-taboo nomological edict that actually rivaled something a certain tyrannical emperor could make. He wanted to understand the changes of those being born under these constantly changing environments as this unknown being in the infinite reality. Would actually be among the very first apart from the unnamed Kainos Emperor to achieve a stage of taboo based purely from his uniqueness and path that he sought, but his experiences so far showed that those born in the infinite reality had traces of dimensional essence within them as the effect of this was bound to be astronomical for the uncertain future. As he watched the sliding glass doors open into another room where another patient lay waiting, his golden hair weaved silently while his eyes shone with a genius light, speaking out words only he could hear, primum non nocere. And then, uncover the mysteries of whatever the hell our emperor is doing. Geniuses were bound to arise across realities, and it would be especially so in a land full of abundant destiny as those from the infinite reality were bound to show shocking surprises. Chapter 18:11 The Sanctum's Dimensional Connection. In the unexplored grotto sanctum, Noah's figure was ascending the metallic chains of reality with astounding speed as his body surged with essence that entered these chains vibrantly, a single massive reality passage being shown above him even though he was enjoying the boons of all 50. Dimensional essence continued to leave his body and sink into the chains below him along with the essence of reality, his body showing robust essence. Nonetheless, as every part of him seemed full and vibrant with life, this was due to increasing boosts and nourishment from the infinite reality passages and the boons of the countless souls pledging fealty to him and giving up a portion of their souls that seemed to have nowhere to go. His aspects of existence adamant on staying where they were until he resonated them and opened up the pathway to reality. And it seemed only then would these raving waves of essence be consumed. When they were, he had no doubt that the moment he entered the genuine primogenial strata of the realm of reality, he would shoot up straight to its peak. But for now, let's figure out exactly what this grotto sanctum is made of. And why its restrictions are like so. His thoughts were steady as he felt the higher up and further in he went as he ascended the chains of reality. The surroundings only became colder and dreary as even the blue luster of the water began to lose its color, the only thing showing light being the golden glow of the floating landmass that was gradually nearing Noah's vision. The restrictions of his will being restricted to very little area around him and his eyes only being able to see for a small distance with clarity remained, with things only being clearer when he layered his will and vision with taboo authority and dimensional essence. The coldness and increasingly dark atmosphere so far is already causing me to narrow it down to 2 possible dimensions. But again, I'll need another 0.25 uses to speak freely without incurring karma, lavaliers. Voice came at this time as Noah contained his slightly aching heart at the continued devouring of loot that wasn't done by him. 10% of the Supreme Soul Crystal Mountain would fade after this as he had to replenish his reserves of loot very soon. And the figures of multiple geniuses tied on his waist would help with this when he crushed them after the resplendent treasure emperor became taboo. BZZZT, arcs of essence left his body as he neared the very end of the chain of reality, the floating island slowly becoming clear before his eyes as the golden glow faded and Noah saw what was within this land with clarity. And what he saw caused his luminous eyes to tremble and shine with a shocking light as the scene wasn't one that he expected. The golden glow that seemed to have encompassed the whole island from afar was actually concentrated in one central area from afar, where Noah could see an encased golden crystalline dome that caused his heart to feel a shocking feeling of greed. His very origin buzzed when he felt the pull of whatever lay behind that golden crystalline dome, as this structure was the only thing shining with color on the massive floating landmass. Everything else was utterly dreadful to look at as the husks of crystalline trees showing unmoving dead cosmos were stretched throughout. The waters here beginning to freeze over as it was terrifically cold and dreary, with Noah feeling an assimilated law within him buzz with a bit of fear and excitement. The law of death. What was most shocking was that apart from the barren dead reality trees, Noah could see the monstrous skeletal figures of lions, tigers. Noah was surprised to find the bony figures that seemed to resemble mountainous feline creatures, the forms of these existences being entirely made of silver-gray bones as blue flames shone brightly from their empty sockets. Hidden amidst winding bony protections and what seemed like natural bone armor, the dense silver-gray light of a surging origin could be seen within the chest of every one of these monstrous skeletal beings. As this wasn't the most dreadful thing, what was the most dreadful aspect was the fact that Noah felt no auras from these creatures on his way here, and nor did he feel any dense auras from them now, as he felt like if he blinked, they wouldn't be there again when he opened his eyes. It wasn't that their aspects of existence were dead or that they were mere husks, with Noah being able to affirm this as the moment he stepped off from the chains of reality and onto the barren dreary landmass with a golden crystalline dome in the far distance. 3 of these skeletal creatures with blinding blue flames in their eye sockets had locked their gazes into him. From them, he could feel an aura of immense depth. From them, he could feel traces of a foreign dimensional essence. 2 were massive skeleton tigers with bone wings stretching from their wide backs and solidified crowns above their heads, as their deathly bodies gave off a profound sense of dread and power that exceeded even the Ander, who had a few ecrotures on his crown that Noah had defeated with ease multiple times over. Amidst their bone-armored chests, Noah could see the allure of glimmering silver-gray cosmos lying dead and yet surging with light. The 3rd creature was a skeleton lion that showed grandeur and grace even in death. Brilliant silver-gray bone wings also sprouting from its back as it similarly held a solidified crown. But what caused Noah's eyes to constrict was the fact that among the gaps of its bone-armored chest, he could see the dead origin that was made up of half cosmos and half a reality. It seemed like a failed ascendance, as this being's origin had half formed into a reality and then simply didn't go any further. Yet the aura this creature released was dreadful, as it seemed no less than a genuine beginner legend. Thump. Noah's heartbeat could be felt with clarity as his will began to light up with wonder and excitement when he looked at these skeletal monstrosities. This was because their appearance here would confirm what the traces of the 3rd dimension that Noah would come across were. Looking at the scene of skeletal monstrosities with terrific power before his eyes, Noah felt annoyed that he even had to ask when the being in question had already swallowed the supreme soul crystals. Lavalier, yeah, I know. I was lost in thought, as it is wholly unexpected to find traces of this dimension here. But seeing these 3.it confirms that this unexplored grotto sanctum somehow shared a connection with the dimensional of savagery and death. She paused for no reason whatsoever as Noah listened intently. The Nibelheim Dimension, Chapter 18:12. Traces of the Nibelheim Dimension. The Nibelheim Dimension. Somehow, the unexplored grotto sanctum actually had connections leading back to this dimension that Noah was learning about at this moment. It's a unique dimensional filled with coldness and death, where Dracolic dimensional emperors, Chthonian dimensional emperors, abyssal human lich abominations, ice titans, abyssal beasts, and many others lead hordes of legions. Though it is a mystery why traces of this dimension would be present in an unexplored grotto sanctum, a dimension filled with death, as it only caused Noah to look forward to gaining any traces of it at all. Dracolics, Chthonian horrors, ice titans, and many more, these creatures before me, should stem from the abyssal beast lineage of the Nibelheim dimension, but their presence here alone is not something normal. Lavalier seemed to be thinking of many things as Noah's gaze was only on the creatures before him, his feet stepping fully into the dreary floating landmass as the blue flames in the eyes of the skeletal existences lit up. His eyes of the Kainos Emperor shone over these creatures as information rose up. Abyssal undead tigress, #%, $, abyssal undead tigress, $, abyssal undead lioness, $, $. Much of their information was jumbled as Noah got very little info from them, with the cause being attributed to the unique protection of the cold and dark essence from the Niflheim dimension, and they seemingly knew this as the two abyssal undead tigress moved behind the undead lioness, the surroundings of this creature buzzing with arcs of dreadful grey energy as the strongest one stayed at the forefront. They were smarter than many as they had unique senses that told of the dangers that Noah posed somewhat, the most powerful among them coming forward while 29 dazzling golden halos and one black halo fused into it entirely. The surroundings burst with an intense sound as silver-gray ascendancy halos burst from above, showing down with stellar essence while the bodies of the abyssal undead before Noah's eyes enlarged multiple times over, radiant silver aurora pairs of wings wrapping around them as they didn't utter a single word to Noah. They only moved with power and efficiency as Noah heard Lavalier's voice ring out, "You're about to experience the uniqueness of creatures from this dimension. The uniqueness of those from the Niflheim dimension." The first thing Noah had noted was how he didn't sense them when he was coming here, and he couldn't feel them except for his own vision. At this moment, the eyes of the abyssal undead lioness shone with blazing flames of death as its silver and bony wings flashed. It seemed to be moving forward as in the next second, it disappeared. It wasn't the only one as the other two less powerful undead also disappeared. And everything turned silent as only the cold waves of the dreary bodies of water in the surroundings could be felt, glacial clusters of ice that had begun to form cracked in the distance as to his wonder. Noah truly couldn't see or feel where the abyssal undead had disappeared to. Across the 9 dimensions, experts from Niflheim are known as the Emperors of Assassination. When a truly powerful emperor moved against you, you won't even know how you died, dreadful existences that you couldn't even sense until it was too late, and yet, Noah hadn't even fused with his ascendancy halos nor cast any defensive skills. He didn't seem the least bit bothered as he continued walking forward to the only dome of golden light in the distance. He even talked freely with Lavalier in the meanwhile when other beings in his position would be grim and be ready for an attack from any direction at such a time. Then, I need to find a way to attain control over this essence as well. It will essentially be giving me wings to fly even more ridiculous routes. His visage was astounding and carefree as even the abyssal undead hiding in gaps of reality that couldn't be discerned that easily even by legends paused for a second before attacking when they saw his demeanor. Why wasn't he calling out his halos and attaining his most powerful state, or even preparing a little? Why did it seem like this being was walking across this domain so freely like it was his home? BZZT. The blue flames on the most powerful abyssal undead with half of origin that held a dead reality surged as its body focused its unique essence and brutality into a single claw that formed into a bony point that would pierce and eradicate the bodies and souls of any existences that couldn't withstand at least 5 million true reality damage values. And even if they could, they would still find a dreadful type of damage coming through as those attacking were utilizing dimensional damage values. Directionless.an attack shot out. The sockets of the most powerful abyssal undead beast released baleful flames as its dreadful attack chose to come from above, targeting the head full of dark hair as things moved in slow motion. The movement of essence and time itself and the surroundings slowed. The abyssal undead beast could feel its failed undead origin pulse with power as it was an inch away from the dark hair of its enemy when a shockingly cold chill crept within its origin as its blue flames wavered. This was because in the next instant, the carefree visage of the unnamed Kainos Emperor rose his head upwards where the attack essence coming from, a sly smile on his face as the dreadful attack carrying over 5 million damage values thundered towards his very skin, and even now no defensive ability or anything was cast. The abyssal undead found this scene unfathomable as its flames began to surge with alarm when its attack landed. BZZZT. Space shuddered and became twisted as a shocking scene nearly caused the flames of the abyssal undead to dim. Its dreadful attack that should be capable of even injuring if not defeating a careless beginner legend. Was not able to bypass a single inch to even touch a strand of the hair of its target. And how could it? How could it pierce the innate primogenial defense barrier of a monstrous existence with a foundation that was worthy of distinction across the ages? Chapter 1813 Traces of the Niflheim Dimension. BZZZT. The blue flames of the abyssal undead lioness gazed on in a stupor as it felt like it hit an impenetrable wall that it couldn't pass through no matter what. This was an innate primogenial defense barrier that only legends normally had, but Noah had attained it after exceeding his limits as it passively wrapped around him with half of the maximum defense values he could reach with his strongest form. Currently, even this half had long since exceeded 10 million defense values as now. It was even tainted by true dimensional defensive values. Boom. The body of the undead beast was rebuffed as its silver-gray bony aurora of wings kept it floating in the cold seas, gazing at its sharp bony claws and back to the small royal human below that was still gazing up with a smile. and eerie silence came as even the two hiding abyssal undead tigress didn't come out. The most powerful abyssal undead just staring dazedly at Noah as it didn't seem to know what to do, yet. The tyrannical emperor nodded as 30 clear white ascendancy halos erupted around him, causing the wills of the abyssal undead beasts to swirl with utter disbelief at seeing the weakest type of halo erupt from this being, and all 30 at that. The abyssal undead beasts wanted to roar out to this being a unanimous set of words, as if we'd believe that, yet Noah didn't even call upon the 10 extra halos from Lethe as he fused with the authority of 30 halos. Let's call out something simple to test some things out. The infinite willow tree trueform should do. An incandescent light short from Noah is faced with an abyssal undead beast with traces of the Nibelheim dimension that could rival a beginner legend. He brought forth a portion of his power to see just how much he had grown, as the unnamed Kainos Emperor moved to quickly and efficiently terrorize monstrous undead beasts. Other beings were also making progress towards the floating landmasses that chains of reality stretched down from. Most had their goals to ascend upwards towards the depths of these fantastical cold seas, but others had their own aims and way of doing things. Midway up one of the metallic chains of reality, a figure was shrouded with a dark gray cloak that melded with the surroundings, but it couldn't hide her thick curves as one could see the outline of a great deal of things beneath this cloak. This existence was uniquely lying flat on the chain of reality, her hands letting out a stellar sheen as she was of the astral bloodline, and at the same time not as a blue glow surrounded the cosmos and stellar bodies shining throughout her body. This blue sheen had a unique signature that could only be found from the spirit race. A bright solidified crown with the écritures of Dezo shone brightly over her head as glimmering radiant hair was tied into a stellar bun. Her vibrant hands were currently holding on to a shocking weapon that released waves of taboo. A weapon that seemed to be towards the pinnacle of technomancy as it glowed with incandescent purple and blue runic écritures etched onto an obsidian metallic weapon that had a long cylindrical barrel releasing a terrifying light. This relic most closely resembling a sniper rifle as it held a vibrant tactical rifle scope that shone with a golden light. The stellar blue eyes of this unique genius were looking through this scope as she locked on to pure-blooded primordials climbing up the chain of reality. The golden scope shining a beautiful white light when it locked onto some beings while realizing a dreadful dark light when landing on others. The meaning of these lights were only prevalent to this being as the barrel of her taboo sniper gun focused on the existences that shone with a dark light. Little Barrett. Let's kill some baddies. WAA. She stroked the rifle as it buzzed with terrific power, her finger beginning to squeeze the trigger as a light pull from her actually caused dense taboo authority to surge into the gun as it aimed at a royal human from the main reality who was adorned in a solidified crown and climbing up with a cold expression. The weapon in her hands released a terrific light as in the next instant. SHA, nuclear firmament piercer. A burst of dark and red light flashed. The curvaceous flesh of this woman trembled from the recoil as her blessed parts trembled. A genius emperor below then felt a tingling sensation of doom as before he could even raise his head. Whap! A terrifying bullet filled with taboo authority entirely erased the whole upper half of his body, utterly eradicating his aspects of existence in a mere instant. Chaos bloomed in this region of the chain of reality. As geniuses from behind looked at this in alarm, their halos blooming out to fuse with them as in the next instant, the Empress far above the chain of reality pulled the trigger another 2 times as she targeted another 2 existences that were covered by a dark light on her scope. Pa! PA, like bubbles popping, the chest and origin of a dragon phoenix on the same chain of reality was eradicated as a large hole appeared, and the majestic visage of a reality Ursity with a shining solidified crown had half of his body blown away before he could even react. Essence exploded out as all those who had witnessed this shocking scene jumped off the chain of reality and used the oppressive force of the surroundings to carry them towards the earth as soon as possible, their faces grim as they didn't wish to die from an unknown enemy. The visage of the existence carrying astral and spirit race bloodline rose as she breathed out lightly, hoisting the terrifying taboo relic behind her back as her will gazed at her solidified throne that was condensing the écriture L. With a spring to her step, taboo authority, an essence of reality wrapped around her as she continued upwards. No competition behind the chain of reality she was on as nobody dared to ascend it. This existence and a few others were some of those distinguished in this unexplored grotto sanctum. And those that destiny was weaving around them most as each one moved separately at this moment, but those with astounding destinies were bound to meet and clash very soon, on another one of the dreary chains of reality in a different region. A figure clad in arcs of ether walked steadily up the chains of reality, his body releasing dangerous waves of power at the stage of a legend as he didn't seem like any normal beginner legend. There was actually someone beside him releasing similar fluctuations of shocking power, this being a man with a brown complexion and devilish handsomeness as he carried 2 sickles that dripped with a poisonous light. you're sure she has that type of body? The voice of this genius legend that was in the firmaments of ascendancy not too long ago rang out towards Xian, who replied with a smile of cruelty and power, yes. And she's actually untouched even now, as the only thing I've come to learn as a reason for this is that her father is an Alpha Strata legend from the royal humans. But with the established rules of engagement here, we can move freely. WAA, a devilish expression pervaded his face as he continued. Can you imagine having a dimensional royalty under you? After dual cultivating with her enough, you can attain the mythical meretricious mirror physique. Seeing her abundant power, you should have no problem draining more of her vital essence to attain this as well. Since she might be problematic, working together is naturally a solution. Mythical meretricious mirror physique. Not a natural-born physique, but something that one gained when they took the vital essence of unique existences for themselves. A look of carefulness and ingenuity crossed Xian's mind as he had learned from his last encounter with this being and how she had reflected his attack easily. Thus, he sought to work with another being as after finding traces of Caitlin in this region. Everything was all but a matter of time. His eyes released a ferocious flash of ether as he imagined the silver white hair and the glazed eyes of the arrogant woman below him, his heart already buzzing with excitement as he couldn't wait. Chapter 18:14 Simultaneous Formation of Seeds of Taboo. Atop a barren island filled with death and coldness, an abyssal undead with a failed ascendancy to reality buzzed with terrific power as it felt a tremendous threat stemming from the infinite willow tree that was radiating color and power. The blue flames in this existence flashed with worry as dimensional essence swallowed its body, disappearing into the surrounding space seamlessly as it could see the enemy was a dreadfully powerful existence. But with the means of the essence from the Nibelheim dimension, they could at least hide in the folds of space as they studied to find any gaps of weakness in their enemy. Could he truly block an attack equivalent to the power of a beginner legend multiple times? Essence buzzed as the abyssal beasts moved in sequence, ready to unleash hidden attacks with care as at this time. The voice of the being that had taken the true form of an infinite willow tree buzzed out. Oh, the endless branches of the infinite willow tree began to shine with incandescent glows of golden light at this moment. It was the light of taboo authority that was many times higher than normal taboo concepts. It was something budding and new. It was the light being spread from Noah's true sanguine clone after his main body succeeded in the formation of 3 seeds of taboo for 3 terrifying edicts. Each one went to envelop its concept, but one seed in particular was radiating a shocking golden light as it was the resplendent treasure emperor that buzzed with wonder. An edict geared towards loot that Noah had been waiting for this whole time, as he hadn't killed any beings in the unexplored grotto sanctum yet, but now, there are guinea pigs in front of me and around my waist. A devilish will bloomed from Noah's visage as the hidden abyssal undead felt a cold chill that shouldn't have even been a possible thing for existences like them to feel. In the dimensional Holy Land, dimensional essence was permeating throughout as Noah's slumbering body was soon to wake. Within even the 2 unique realities some of his souls had landed and about to be resolved as the 3rd infinite dream would soon be complete. But the budding seeds of taboo had incorporated enough wisps of the natural laws of reality as they bloomed at this point in time. The clone seated upon the throne felt the changes beginning to echo out as the true blood of the main body bubbled madly, 3 bloodlines within it beginning to be elevated past supreme. The prompts filled with information began to rain down soon after. The concept of resplendent treasure emperor has been elevated to taboo. The concept of apocalypse has been elevated to taboo. The concept of the tyrannical emperor has been elevated to taboo. A resounding sound blared out as Noah's body was bathed with incandescence, but the light works were only the beginning as colorful essence surged around Noah's visage as he shone with ever-increasing radiance. Most of all, his blood was boiling madly as glorious prompts rose from this. The bloodlines brought forth from the flames of the resplendent treasure emperor, apocalypse, and the tyrannical emperor are undergoing simultaneous elevation. The rank of the supreme bloodlines began to rise as for this, Noah was expectant. While also curbing his enthusiasm. This was because he knew the result of attaining a venerable bloodline from the sanguine emperor was special, with this edict having already been assimilating many bloodlines to raise itself whenever he gained new edicts, as even before the upgrade of sanguine emperor to taboo he had its bloodline at an extremely high level, and it even carried the distinction and authority of the Kainos era in its name. So even though the results of the blooming taboo concepts might not be as wondrous, he still looked forward to it, as even then he was still amazed. The quasi-venerable ancient bloodline of the Destiny Stone has been unearthed by the resplendent treasure emperor. The quasi-venerable ancient bloodline of the outer Azagoth terror has been reborn under apocalypse. The quasi-venerable ancient bloodline of the reality horned lion emperor has been called upon by the tyrannical emperor. WAA, from the 3 nomological edicts, 3 quasi-venerable ancient bloodlines were unearthed as they were all lineages of creatures that appeared in the Olden Era. Noah somewhat knew about them as the memories of the old and will of the forgotten reality were nearly assimilated by the infinite reality, knowledge of the structure and way of power in the past age. Slowly opening up before Noah as the 3 lineages he had unlocked were each unique even though they hadn't reached the venerable stage, and based on the few memories Noah could claim on the past age of destiny. He could almost make an assertion that the quasi-venerable tier of bloodlines back then had more power, history, and status than the quasi-venerable tier bloodlines of the current age. An example was how the pure archroyal human bloodline that had reached the quasi-venerable stage under Noah gave very few renowned boosts, but it was incomparable when putting it face to face with the lineages of Destiny Stone, Outer Azagoth Terror, and the Reality Horned Lion Emperor, the trio of concepts. Becoming taboo, each held astounding information that continued to surge into him as Noah focused on the resplendent treasure emperor first. Just what abundant things did it unlock? The first prompt started off with a bang. The resplendent treasure cache has gained 3 additional uses. Absolute looter has been elevated as now. The unnamed Kainos Emperor has the choice to forego all of the loot of the killed target and instead allow for the formation of a randomized loot crate that, when opened, it will provide random items that have appeared before in resplendent treasure caches. An incandescent smile rose from Noah's face as he stared at this golden prompt. He could choose to not receive the loot that came from killing an enemy. As he allowed the unique qualities of absolute looter and the increased loot quantity and quality to bring to fruition, randomized loot crates, randomized loot crates. Chapter 18:15 Simultaneous Formation of Seeds of Taboo. The concept blooming before Noah's eyes was astounding enough as he paused incoming prompts to focus on it ever so briefly. Randomized loot crates, depending on the slain target, different tiers of loot crates will arise from white, blue, purple, gold, and black gold. In higher tier loot crates, the rarest items that appeared in resplendent treasure caches in the past and other items similar to them can be obtained. The bloodlines, skills, cores, edicts, and any other potential loot will be utilized in exchange for the formation of the randomized loot crate. Different tiers of loot crates existed as Noah got more information on what he could obtain from them. Apart from the items that had appeared in the resplendent treasure caches in the past, he could also attain similar items. As an example would be the Warring Emperor set items that he had gotten only 2 of so far. He would be able to now get similar items and stand a chance of completing the set. Then there was something like the Ascendant Dimensional Essence Shard that could nullify resource cost that Noah wanted to get more of. There was an overabundance of possibilities from this as Noah felt satisfied with the boons of resplendent treasure emperor so far, letting the prompts continue to rain down as he already had abyssal undead beasts and pure-blooded primordial bloodlines around his waist to crush and see what loot crates would form. Resplendent treasure cache, the items found within resplendent treasure caches greatly exceed the spacetime continuum as the loot found within can be pulled from the ages of the last era of reality and dimensions. The randomized loot can now include bloodlines, techniques, modus operandis, skills, and other rare things that stretched out over the ages. The resplendent treasure cache that Noah had regained 3 more chances to use became even more glorious as the variety of things he could attain vastly increased, and now this included items across the ages of the Olden Era. The idea of this prompted Noah to question just how many eras were there before the Olden Era, and how many ages were in each of them. As for the Kainos era that was just beginning, how many ages would it have, and where will I be across this age and the ages to come? Noah's voice became heavy and mesmerizing to hear as he pondered of the future. Lavalier's voice ringing out at this time. The one thing I can't fault you on is just how interesting you managed to make your edicts. For your resplendent treasure emperor to be capable of stretching its fingers across the spacetime continuum to reach back so far due to the sacrifice of your enemies to it should be even more interesting when you can infuse the essence of a single natural law of reality into it. She spoke of a dazzling future possibility when the resplendent treasure emperor rose past taboo. Noah wondering just what it would take for him to be able to visualize and grasp onto the very natural laws of reality while vibrant prompts continued to cascade down, while in the Destiny Stone true form. Even more authority over loot is granted to you as you can gain a glimpse into the possibilities of unopened resplendent treasure caches and choose specific items for a certain price. Taking on the true form will also grant you the much sought after ability of Destiny Stones that allows them to get a glimpse of where the most fortune, loot, and destiny lies in the region they are in, with the distance covered being as vast as a grotto sanctum. This form will also stand a chance to increase the quality of loot from the loot crates that form from slaying enemies not chosen as targets for the resplendent treasure cache. The ancient bloodline Noah had unlocked with the resplendent treasure emperor rose up once more as its uniqueness and utilization caused Noah's will to focus on it much more, his true sanguine clone in the dimensional Holy Land continuing to observe the prompts and changes that cascaded over his eyes while his clone of Alexander in the unexplored grotto sanctum put it to use. In the dreary coldness and barren underwater floating landmass where he was facing three hidden abyssal undead beasts, BZZT, the many branches of the infinite willow tree were filled with soul flames and currently coiling around the bodies of these massive beasts who thought they couldn't be found after they hid with their unique dimensional essence. But Noah had only spread his many branches across space as they buzzed with dream essence, instantly locating these existences as ascendant iridescent soul flames, had shaken their souls and put them near death with ease. The enormous bony undead now floated listlessly in the cold and gradually glacial seas, Noah's branches receding as the infinite willow tree form disappeared while he called out lightly, Destiny Stone, HUUM. An ancient bloodline tracing back in the olden era, a bloodline that was filled with destiny and fortune and something that would bring Noah the allure of boundless loot. A light of gold bathed the cold and dark seas of this barren island as a radiant and regal form was brought out. Immensely round and glistening with enticing beauty, a massive smooth stone with an aurora of wings floated with grace as one couldn't see any distinguishing features on it, and below this golden stone, seas of the golden essence of destiny bubbled and fell down like a waterfall to the lands below. It didn't hold any distinguishing features, but in the next second a pair of golden slits opened while a wide devilish smile arced across its crystalline stony gold surface, a smile and a pair of eyes that locked onto the suspended bodies of the abyssal undead beasts as a commandment echoed out from the destiny stone, perish, boom. Crack, a commandment backed with an astounding multiplier of the quasi-venerable destiny stone that had a multiplier of 750 for every 10 ascendancy halos that Noah fused with. With the mere 30 halos Noah fused with, the dimensional damage values of his words or commandments alone were enough to exceed the base 5 million damage of a legend as these undead turned into broken bones that were ground to dust an instant later. The surroundings turned eerily quiet as from the decimated bodies of the three abyssal undead beasts, golden radiance began to shine as ridiculously. Two white boxes adorned with thin golden lines and a cerulean box adorned with slightly more vibrant golden lines appeared, the unnamed Kainos Emperor had ridiculously forged a reality-altering concept that now turned his enemies into glimmering loot crates for him to explore. Chapter 18:16 Loot Crates. Arcs of dark blue light crossed the underwater region as they caused glacial regions to form and break. Amidst it was a floating island that connected to the earth below with a chain of reality, and there were two more chains of reality that led further upwards towards an unknown location that wasn't visible to the naked eye. An incandescently gold destiny stone with an aurora of wings behind it and surging seas of destiny below it falling down into waterfalls stared at three glimmering loot crates that came from the decimation of three abyssal undead beasts. Noah had already imposed his will upon them through ascendant multi-layered possession before he caused them to perish with a mere word. Gaining another taboo edict as apart from this he didn't see anything that would give him a glimpse or access into the Nibelheim dimension. Even the memories of these undead were jumbled and a mess of information is from them. Noah barely got to see flashes of vast regions of endless coldness and darkness. Instead, Noah saw that a possible pathway to the Nibelheim dimension could open up if he had abundant enough fortune when opening the loot crates. The description mentioned one would receive randomized loot from these crates, with high-tier crates even being capable of bringing out the rare loot that had appeared in resplendent treasure caches. Randomized loot crates. Everything that would come from them was unknown as Noah wondered what would be considered a high-tier crate that would bring out the rarest loot he had attained before. Gold? Black, the golden eyes of his destiny stone true form blazed with a glorious light as his devilish smile remained, his gaze locked onto the glimmering boxes of loot before his eyes, two that were white tier and one blue tier loot crate. Open the white tier randomized loot crates, HUUM. Pillars of golden light shot out from the top of the white crates as they bathed the dreary seas with gold, the waterfall of destiny light below Noah surging as the fortune of the ancient bloodline of the Destiny Stone was simply too vast, this form alone giving Noah an increased edge far exceeding the Destiny Goblin Emperor when it came to loot. A precious bone that an abyssal undead beast has nourished for 1,000,000 years has been obtained. A quasi-taboo nomological edict of the undead knight has been obtained. A concept was added to his soul as apart from this, a radiant white bone in the shape of a crown floated silently above the open white tier loot crate that was disappearing. Noah was silent as what he had received was utterly rubbish. His eyes scrutinized the precious bone of an abyssal undead as it didn't do anything aside from looking majestic and having some memories of the undead that nourished it for 1,000,000 years. Meanwhile, the quasi-taboo concept was just that.
Noah had thousands of these now.
These were the randomized rewards of the lowest tier loot crate as they caused Noah's radiant form to nearly turn dark. His focus carrying a hint of a threatening tone as it locked onto the blue randomized loot crate from an existence that had failed their ascendancy to reality. Surely, his eyes were expectant as his destiny shone brightly. The taboo interchangeable dimensional material that can be molded or added to the design of any relic has been attained. A single supreme dimensional bloodline shard has been attained. Attaining 10 shards will allow for the birth of a supreme Nibelheim dimensional bloodline. Destiny shone brightly as the blue tier randomized loot crate did not disappoint. 2 loot from 1 crate, and 1 was a new item that would allow Noah to attain a supreme dimensional bloodline so long as he obtained 9 more of them. It was a brilliantly shining silver-gray crystal shard that looked like a piece of a puzzle, waiting for 9 other pieces to make it whole. The other dot was a ridiculous material, interchangeable dimensional material. Something that Noah could add when forging relics, as any born relic that contained this dot would gain abilities leaning towards the essence of a dimension. Noah looked closely at the material that he took into his expansive space, seeing a constantly fluctuating crystalline structure that released dense waves of cold and deathly essence as any taboo relic made seemed like it would have the dreadful qualities of an essence from the Nibelheim dimension. Noah nodded his head at this as he adopted a thoughtful expression. The enemies on this barren island were killed as he obtained unique new loot from them, and there was the cluster of gold covering the only loot of this location as his form of the Destiny Stone floated towards it. It was still the same crystalline dome that shone with vibrant loot light, and it left behind no gaps or anything to even see what lay within it. Noah floated above this treasure dome silently as it seemed unbreakable, but his senses as a Destiny Stone told him that something profound lay waiting for him so long as he could get past this barrier. As for how to do it, it's a unique domain barrier that will absorb all attacks and just strengthen itself. The way to get past it is to infuse it with essence, with dimensional essence and essence of reality being the most efficient. Lavalier's voice echoed out as she still had small decimal points of uses that allowed her to speak freely. Noah's golden round form descending towards this dome as his body began to release waves of dream essence downwards. While this occurred, his will weaved out and pulled out the strings of mana that he had always tied around his waist, strings that held geniuses of the pure-blooded cardinal royal bloodlines. Snap! One such string was snapped by Noah as with the resplendent treasure. Emperor at Taboo, he could eradicate and farm these beings by turning them into loot crates, or simply choose to eradicate them and attain loot the old-fashioned way with all his increased loot quality and quantity. But would he really kill them just like that? The snapped mana string released a handsome royal human whose eyes blinked as if he was waking up from a slumber, his gaze coming to land on the profound golden destiny stone and the vibrant golden dome it floated on top of. A sense of fear was instilled in this primordial's mind when he gazed forward, as he could still feel the form of the devilish Alexander that had utterly decimated him from this destiny stone, and the nightmare wasn't over. For this being, as he heard a voice that made him question everything. Hey, go ahead and break through. A genius with a profound foundation, right? Why don't you step into the stage of a legend right now? The devilish smile on the Destiny Stone only deepened as wondrously. He wanted to see which of his enemies was actually able to become a legend, so that his farming was bound to be even more spectacular. Chapter 18:17 Loot Crates. Noah had a wondrous control of beings that he had placed under ascendant multi-layered possession, but he couldn't do something as pristine as control their aspects of existence to undergo a change in realms, something that as a major undertaking as most couldn't even do it. But the beings Noah had captured were geniuses who held tens of reality passages, beings that stemmed from the main reality and were guaranteed to be future legends. His will imposed itself on the royal human, whose body instantly sunk to the ground, the restrictive pressure in this region too high for him to even handle, as his eyes carried a trace of profound fear when staring at Noah. Go on, the tyrannical emperor's voice thundered in his mind. You want a chance to live, right? This is it. You might be able to get past this with the power of a legend. The words were sweet and terrifying at the same time, as at this moment, this genius royal human with a head full of golden hair and devilish handsomeness felt his destiny was entirely dark and gloomy. It meant his path was near its end, unless he took this chance. BZZZT. The fear within him when he gazed at the unfathomable existence before his eyes was repressed as his origin began to move and rotate in a manner described by a unique runic écriture of modus operandi. His origin came to life as in the next second. His body and soul were also suffused with light as above him. 39 reality passages gushed with essence as this being would have no trouble resonating his aspects of existence to become a single strata. Noah watched on with a sharp gaze, as this process was something he had to go through himself, and it eluded many beings even if they had all the requirements. but a genius was a genius nonetheless. The terror and fear this pure-blooded primordial had felt along with his immense foundation erupted out at this moment, his three aspects of existence beginning to buzz as they sought synchrony. Noah still had his will imposed on this being as he could feel all of this, seeing fundamental changes beginning to occur as the rotating stellar bodies within this being began to release a fantastical light that gradually formed a stellar barrier. A long stellar barrier that was clumping all his 100 billion cosmos together in a unique manner as they went to actualize a reality, HUUM. The surroundings buzzed with this being as the vast reserves of essence from the reality passages above his suffused over his body, the resonance between his aspects of existence blooming in full as his soul began to solidify. It solidified into a vibrant sea that went on to bathe the rotating origin and body these three aspects of existence, releasing a sound of utter glory as over the skin of this royal human, an innate primogenial defense barrier began to form. His body released his ascendancy halos as they also bathed their authority onto his aspects. Everything about this being undergoing a fundamental change. At the stage of reality, a being gained an innate barrier that could defend 5 million damage values as the lowest base, with this barrier only becoming more powerful as they ascended the strata of this stage. Along with this was also their base damage. Every single skill cast and every strike would also carry at a minimum 0.5 million damage values. The body of a legend naturally pulled upon the synchronized aspects of existence and the authority of their ascendancy halos to grant this power, and they would only be bolstered when they attained their true forms. Feeling the boundless power beginning to course through him. This pure-blooded primordial finally felt his fear fading away. As he felt the barrier of strength form over his body, he felt like he might be able to get out of this situation alive. HUUM, a unique blaring of resonance flashed out one last time as within the chest of this being, the allure of a genuine reality formed. As boundless power coursed through this being, his reality passages pumped with even more fervor as his confidence returned. Amidst his changing emotions, he didn't have time to ponder why this being would allow him to become a legend. Pride will always be the fall of many. You shouldn't have allowed me to break through. Sever. The body of the pure-blooded royal human had begun to buzz with power as he was about to release all his frustrations when all of a sudden a piercing ray of stellar light filled with malevolent essence a dimension thundered down at a speed this being couldn't even follow, shredding apart his newly formed innate primogenial defense barrier and blasting his primogenial body, soul, and origin into a splatter of stellar pieces. The surroundings quieted down as Noah gazed at all this calmly, focusing on the shattered visage of this being as this time it formed into a vibrant purple treasure box that was inscribed with golden runic lines. A purple tier loot crate was what formed from a newly risen legend falling under Noah's hands as his will surged into it, causing a flourishing of golden essence to bloom as loot turned into a streak of light that appeared in Noah's expansive space. 10x false grotto nacres have been obtained, 300 olden orbs of transmogrification have been obtained, a taboo reality jewel has been obtained. The allure of wondrous loot bloomed as Noah finally nodded his massive golden body, his devilish smile only becoming wider as the next test he planned to do was the normal method of attaining loot as he wouldn't choose the option of loot crates. Another string snapped as the figure of a reality ursity enlarged, regaining its senses as its body sank into the barren earth while it heard an undeniable voice echo in its mind. Hey, go ahead and break through. Apart from the wondrous randomized loot from loot crates, Noah wanted to also kill others and attain their bloodlines as his goal was to also have all of the 5 pure-blooded primordial bloodlines under his belt soon enough. A majestic and kingly reality bear heard Noah's words as a terrifying reality unfolded once more in this region, the golden dome protecting the loot of this barren and deathly island slowly beginning to thin under Noah's surge of dimensional essence at the same time. Chapter 18:18 The Wonders of Apocalypse and Tyranny. As Noah gave a chance to pure-blooded primordials to break through to the reality realm and farm them thereafter, his will that pervaded over the dimensional Holy Land was going through the information of the changes brought by through Apocalypse and the tyrannical emperor reaching taboo. Under the authority of the outer Azagoth terror, the ability of Reality Devourer is released from its shackles and becomes usable. Requiring 1 million units of the essence of reality to activate, Reality Devourer forgoes all of the loot that the unnamed Kainos Emperor would receive from slain enemies at the reality realm in exchange for devouring everything about them with the apocalyptic essence of a telos. You can also devour genuine realities with the same cost as the product is receiving a greater understanding of the very essence of reality, increasing your affinity to the natural laws of reality as you can better grasp their identity and usage. Things paused once more as Noah focused on this singular upgrade that came from Apocalypse. tell us were particularly dreadful existences as they could eat up realities or parts of realities, the ancient bloodline of outer Azagoth terror falling among those existences that could devour parts of the main reality before Oppenheimer had caused the proliferation of boundless realities. It now seemed their true terror lay in the fact that they could be more in tune the more they devoured realities, becoming closer and closer in affinity to the natural laws of reality. For one to get past taboo, they had to be more and more proficient in pulling in the natural laws of reality into their concepts, as when they forged enough taboo concepts in the hundreds, they could more easily feel the types of natural laws around them as the moment they became so familiar that they isolated the essence of a single natural law in a concept, they would be able to exceed taboo. Telos was one of the bloodlines that could reach past taboo even if they weren't extremely talented, and Noah, who was in existence, who was extremely talented and had boundless destiny, had attained just such a bloodline as he would have many choices to make in the future. When he killed legends, should he allow for their essence to become normal loot, or select the route of randomized loot crates, or simply devour their reality for the sake of increasing his affinity to natural laws of reality, as this would allow him to form taboo concepts faster and eventually open up the pathway for a higher stage? There were many choices for Noah to make, and his mind buzzed briefly with possibilities before he continued to look at the descending prompts. The domain of apocalypse has been elevated to the point that when enemies that fall within it are slain without the authority of their ascendancy halos being devoured, the authority of the halos can instead be added to the unnamed Kynos Emperor, as the pathway past taboo can be slowly ascended. As the herald of Ragnarok within the domain of apocalypse is elevated, you can now call upon the souls of eldritch terrors who have forged their reality with a sufficient cost of 2 million units of the essence of reality. The eldritch terrors last 1 minute within the domain of apocalypse, as stronger eldritch terrors with even more duration can be summoned if dimensional essence is inserted in the domain of apocalypse. Each summoned reality realm eldritch terror will take on the role of a cardinal sin for a total number of 7 allowable terrors, with the effects of outer eldritch corruption pervasively spreading throughout the domain of apocalypse, as unless you perish, those within the domain cannot leave. Exceptions to those who might be capable of leaving the grasps of the domain of apocalypse include those proficient in dimensional essence. Apocalyptic erasure has been elevated to the point that even those with a few taboo authorities cannot withstand attacks stained with the essence of apocalypse. Their very origins, bodies, souls, memories, concepts. Everything about them can be erased under the banner of apocalypse if they do not hold sufficient authority to protect themselves. The other surprises of taboo apocalypse included a renovation of the skills of domain of apocalypse, herald of Ragnarok, and outer eldritch corruption, among others, with the deadliest thing being the fact that now Noah could actually call upon reality realm eldritch terrors if he paid a pricey cost of 2 million units of the essence of reality, something that only somewhat powerful primogenial legends could afford to pay, as even this would leave them entirely drained. Yet now, an existence like him, who had not even tapped the realm of reality, could call out terrifying existences of this level, albeit for a minute, unless he pumped in dimensional essence. Noah loved the effect of the domain of apocalypse locking down everything the most, as this meant however many existences he locked in this domain to be his loot, would have a very hard time escaping. He gave a nod of appreciation as he moved his eyes over the prompts of the tyrannical emperor. The benevolent light of empowerment has been elevated to allow for a third empowerment that costs 10 times more than the second empowerment. Everything under the banner of the tyrannical emperor can be empowered, from their aspects of existence to their bloodlines and all the way to his subjects. The first round of empowerment cost 1 true star of conquest. The second empowerment needed 10. And the third empowerment that just became available required 100 true stars of conquest. The only solace in this was the fact that Noah had close to over 10,000 true stars of conquest as his 10,000 portions of souls finished returning, so he would be able to empower multiple things about himself thrice. Part of the reason that Noah might exceed others so much was because his strongest edicts were empowered. His aspects of existence were empowered. Many things about him were as now, they would all be able to undergo a third round of empowerment. Noah was planning to be careful with this, as he still had not given up on building his foundations even more in the stage he had reached. Even if his aspects of existence were laying still, no matter what he did, as they truly foretold that he had reached the absolute limit, the essence of conquest would be among the tools Noah still wanted to try utilizing at a destined time as the glorious light of empowerment. Could even this not bring any changes to the limits of his aspects of existence? Chapter 18:19 The Wonders of Apocalypse and Tyranny. The surprises of the tyrannical emperor weren't done as prompts continued to descend. The nomological regime disdains the shackles imposed on the concepts of the tyrannical emperor, as the more realities that have fallen under his banner, the smoother the path past taboo becomes as the affinity to the natural laws of reality will be passively increased. When 500,000 realities have fallen under your banner of conquest, a dense enough authority and affinity to the natural laws would be built up to allow for one chosen concept to exceed taboo. Are you serious? Noah's eyes released beams of light as he wanted to very loudly ask this question. Only 5,000 true stars of conquest were required for him to elevate resplendent treasure emperor to taboo, with the upgrade past taboo at this moment not even requiring true stars of conquest, as it only needed Noah to pass 500,000 realities in his dimensional gormandizing reality. This number was a ridiculous jump from 5,000 realities, as Noah was waiting to see something like 50,000. His thoughts were buzzing with activity as he sighed at this reality when the voice of Lavalier interjected. Dude. The elevation past taboo is impossible for most Alpha Strata legends, as only the geniuses of the last strata of reality or those past this realm can have the capability to isolate and include the essence of a natural law of reality in their concepts. Just the sheer ridiculous fact that you can attain this as long as you continue your infinite dreams and have your infinite reality move around devouring realities is ha, I really can't at times. Noah didn't even retort back to this ancient treasure, as different beings could look at this issue from different perspectives. Lavalier thought as she did based on her abundant energy, as she knew the norms of realities and dimensions, but why should Noah stick to similar norms or even define himself with them? His thoughts ran wild with tyranny as more prompts cascaded down. The unlocked quasi-venerable ancient bloodline of the reality horned lion emperor shines with boundless tyranny. This race of beings never falling under the conquest of others in the age of destiny, as they either perished or became victors of their domains. The unique feature of Ruler of the Pride is granted as a sub-ability to Tyranny of the Soul, as you gain special boons for the existences under your banner of conquest. A part of their fortunes, destiny, karma, and fate are culminated and drawn towards you, as with the status of the Ruler of the Pride, you shall lead them to boundless glory, due to increasing reality-altering concepts, authorities, and physiques attained and displayed solely by the tyrannical emperor. The feature of Oath to Emperor cannot accurately replicate and strengthen the vassals as stated with its current level of authority. Due to this, the entire authority of Oath to Emperor was redistributed and focused on a single aspect of the tyrannical emperor for strengthening of the vassals, the soul. As one of the aspects of existence that can be elevated the most without causing a dangerous imbalance, the soul strength of the vassals of the tyrannical emperor will be raised proportionally to the other aspects of their existence up until it reaches the maximum point that their bodies and origins can handle without bringing about instability due to imbalance. The ability of Oath to Emperor was unique, as in its description, it theoretically granted Noah's vassals a 50th of his power, or even a 10th of his power. But it didn't live up to its description, as its authority wasn't enough to truly do what it stated, with the reality-altering authority required to do something like this simply not being enough for a concept that was at quasi-taboo and now at taboo, so the ability was modified as it now focused on a single aspect of Noah's. The soul was the area that Noah had exceeded first, liquefying it and gaining a primogenial soul, as even then, the strain on his other aspects of existence wasn't too horrendous to cause a dangerous imbalance. Now the souls of his people would be raised to the highest stage they could handle, as this would be the biggest boost for them to build a strong foundation solely based on how hard it was to elevate one's soul. Noah's eyes were filled with thoughtful light as he gazed at one last prompt that showed the wonders of his newly elevated taboo edicts. Emperor's Haki can now become a tangible force that conceals to oppress your enemies, with those weaker than you in authority finding themselves not even capable of meeting your gaze, as the oppressive strength of your will imposes on them. Haki can be infused into your words, thoughts, or mere movements, as those affected by it will lose 50% of their battle capabilities. This ability can now be activated passively to display its effects at all times with the expense of 1000 essence of reality every second. Those who can gaze at the tyrannical emperor freely have a level of talent as even then. The only fate waiting for them is to yield or perish. The unbound tyranny of this concept could be felt as Noah gained a passive ability that could pressure those below him in stature the moment they stood in his mere presence. Good, he was happy with the results of the elevation of taboo for the concepts of the resplendent treasure emperor, tyrannical emperor, and apocalypse, as his will moved on to complete more things. There was the upgrade of ruination and forging of other taboo relics to be done, the making of an infinite dream automaton to the realm of reality, the search for dream legends for his clones to subjugate. And many more things, some things like the forging of the ecritures of vitality and branding them to his true blood, the number of these ecritures having exceeded 98 at this point in time, as Noah's blood had yet to reach a limit. The infinite dream also neared completion as only two souls were finishing up in two unique realities Noah had landed in, one being a forgotten reality that held unique relics and history from the olden era but nothing to do with Commander Phone, and the other being an empty domain full of destructive essence that even weak legends would treat seriously. Each had their own intricacies for Noah to go over, as the large majority of his focus right now would be placed over the grotto sanctum. His clone was in dot, and what he could find here that might give him a chance in exceeding his already exceeded limits. Could he really not do anything else unless he became a legend and forged his reality? This was a question that needed an ultimate answer as his focus shifted to the dreary deathly landmass where a majestic reality Ursity roared out while establishing his reality power. The kingly reality bear roared out with majesty as dazzling reality passage resonated with his newly formed primogenial will, his aspects of existences suffusing into each other as his soul resplendently bathed his origin and body. The crown above his head dripped with majesty and wonder as his body now glimmered like a collection of reality, gazing at Noah while bellowing out grandly once more, blades of quasi-reified swords beginning to form behind it as it roared out, power, BZZZT. Noah looked at this existence he had allowed to break through for the purposes of loot with disdain as his destiny stone true form shone. Emperor's Haki becoming activated passively on this day as the will of the tyrannical emperor congealed, Noah's own voice booming out with the same word as the reality Ursity as an eradicating will that moved to erase every opposition before his eyes, the same word. But utterly disastrous and different results bloomed. Power, Chapter 1820 Butchering Newly Risen Legends Heal. The reality Ursity had roared out the word twice as he bolstered his pride and power after being captured the first time, and Noah returned his word simply as under Emperor's Haki. His voice was sharper than anything in the surroundings. The majesty of the reality Ursity trembled as the forming quasi-reified titanic swords trembled before being eradicated completely. The majestic visage of this reality bear also being torn apart as his innate barrier was shredded along with its body cracks spreading throughout as stellar golden blood overflowed. The shockwave of the Haki and the sound waves of the word power were shockingly the last thing this reality Ursity heard, its soul buzzing in disbelief that its newly formed primogenial strata could actually be eradicated in such a manner. Calmness descended as an illusory river of reality shattered. Prompts beginning to shower Noah's eyes as he chose one out of the many methods he had to loot this being. He could spend 2 million units of the essence of reality to cast reality assimilator as his infinite reality passages would use a unique authority to actually rip out the reality of his enemies and infuse it onto Noah, granting effects similar to grotto nakers. For this, he wouldn't be able to obtain any loot in the form of cores as he would still attain their bloodlines, concepts, and other forms of loot. He could also spend 1 million units of the essence of reality to cast reality devourer as this ability erased any chances of loot, devouring everything about the chosen target as it all went towards increasing the affinity to the natural laws of reality. Or he could choose the path of the randomized loot crate route and hope his fortune and destiny grant him stupendous items, or he could kill them normally like this legend and obtain their bloodlines, cores, and whatever other forms of loot that legends granted. Such was the situation now as Noah chose this last option after already experiencing randomized loot crates. Wondrous prompts of loot rushing over his eyes soon after. 10 primogenial blood pearls have been obtained. Ding! The effects of loot multiplier are applied. 1,000 physique refining pearls obtained. 10 liquefied soul dews have been obtained. Ding! The effects of loot multiplier are applied. 10 liquefied soul seeds have been obtained. 10 seeds of reality have been obtained. Ding! The effects of loot multiplier are applied. 10 false grotto nakers have been obtained. 100,000,000 trillion skill points obtained. Ding! The effects of loot multiplier are applied. 10,000 reality resource points obtained. The effects of absolute looter are applied. You have already attained the edicts of the slain enemy. The racial bloodline of the reality Ursity has been attained. Noah's eyes shone with luminous lights as there were new forms of loot for him to go over, and there was also the unique phenomenon of the concepts of killed enemies. He had already cast Ascendant multi-layered possession on the slain reality Ursity and had copied all of its concepts, so he would just be handed the same concepts he already knew when he killed them. What he didn't have that he attained though was the racial bloodline of the reality Ursity that he could now take as a true form when fusing with his halos, a racial bloodline that would also have its aspects pulled into the unnamed Kainos Emperor bloodline as it would just continue to be strengthened. Then there's the loot. Another string of mana broke as 2 more reality Ursity appeared, Noah beginning to peruse through the details of the new loot while his voice nonchalantly rang out towards the waking geniuses who began to gaze around them with a sense of fear and disbelief as Noah spoke calmly just like before. Go ahead and break through to reality. maybe then you can live. His words were chilly as always as the two geniuses looked at each other with gloomy faces, feeling the restrictions around them in this region as their destinies saw only one possible path forward. Oh, they bellowed out their yells as they began the process of breaking through, Noah ignoring these two future loot sources as his eyes focused on the details of the loot from Legends. Physique refining pearl, a dense cluster of unique reality-altering essence that can refine the aspect of the body beginning at the primogenial strata. The true blood and strength of the body will continue to be refined to a greater level as it can accept more and stronger physiques. Liquefied soul sea, a vast collection of soul power into a surging sea that is suitable for expanding one's soup towards crystallization, and it is even more usable after the crystallization of the soul. False grotto nacre, an imitation of the unique grotto nacre that is naturally formed from the densest domains of grotto sanctums over time. It can refine two chosen aspects of existence beginning at the primogenial stage at the same time while granting a slight increase to the affinity to the natural laws of reality. The description of the false grotto nacres that also appeared from a randomized loot crate finally showed themselves as they were tools that cultivated one's aspects of existence along with the physique refining pearls and liquefied soul seas. They were stupendous tools for Noah to attain as all this time. His aspects of existence flowed uninterrupted as they didn't accept anything else, truly saying they had reached the limits of all limits as nothing would happen to them, yet Noah still wanted to try as in the dimensional Holy Land. The true sanguine clone near the main body took out a false grotto nacre that stemmed from a quintupled one ruination, having already listened to Noah's will to only multiple one nacre before her upgrade and subsequent capabilities to multiply things to an even greater level. The false nacre looked like a massive mineral forged from the stars, holding within it a massively flowing river of reality that constantly coiled around this mineral like a snake. It had a rounded bottom and golden crystalline edges that shot upwards. Noah's true sanguine clone bringing this above the main body before crushing it with his will as stellar golden nectar began to leak out from this false grotto nacre and wash over Noah's body. It sank and wrapped into his vibrant origin and soul as it sought to sink into the trillion cosmos within and the vast liquefied blue sea that couldn't expand any further. But nothing occurred. The dreadfully vibrant energy that was full of life from the false grotto nacre could not pervade into the cosmos nor cause the blue soul sea to expand or crystallize, as it only slid into the gaps between Noah's origin and lay calmly telling him once more to simply resonate his aspects of existence and forge his reality for him to use all this essence. Once more, Noah was denied already exceeded limits, as even loot from Legends that was usable for those who had forged the realm of reality was not usable for him. Chapter 18:21 Butchering newly risen Legends. Yet another failure in this aspect of his tasks, as Noah truly could not make any headway into exceeding absolute limits, everything telling him his current foundation that was distinguished across the ages was more than enough, as he should just forge forward. But could Oppenheimer really not also be a triple limit breaker? I'm sure there are single and dual limit breakers in this unexplored grotto sanctum alone, much less to say those who didn't come from the mean reality. He pondered whether others with astounding foundations could have also reached this stage. As for him, it meant it wasn't enough. This was because they had lived for millions and billions of years to get to their extreme foundations, while he had only started for over a year. He still had time to explore and make sure that his foundation would be something that those in the ages past and those in the ages to come could not replicate. But this still didn't prevent him from becoming slightly frustrated, as just when the two reality Ursity Legends began to roar out with power after achieving reality in the gradually freezing seas above the chains of reality, a glimmering laser of stellar dimensional light shot out and blasted one of them apart, while the other became suspended as his reality passages dimmed. When a massive infinite reality passage appeared above the cold seas, one reality was shattered as it turned into a randomized loot crate. The other taking the experiment to have their reality assimilated and pulled out through the infinite reality as Noah's hockey oppressively wrapped around this being and caused a horrific phenomenon. With his vibrant reality passages dimmed, the flow of essence actually reversed as Noah paid 2 million units of the essence of reality to bring about this shocking result. Essence reversed, as instead of washing down vibrant waves of power, this being's own reality passages began to tug and pull on his origin as above Noah. A massive infinite reality passage swirled with a terrifying pull, and like a gory scene of a skeleton being pulled out from the muscles and organs of the body, the chest of the reality Ursity split apart as a glimmering illusory reality began to be pulled out. Pain and disbelief filled the genius who had just stepped into the realm of reality as his eyes dimmed soon after, his very forged origin flowing from his body and through his dimming passages as it was then transferred into Noah's massive infinite reality passage, and just like essence nourishing Noah, it turned into a massive cluster of stellar light that glowed from his passages to enter into his very body, HUUM. The genuine primogenial reality of another existence suffused into him as it should have raised his own strata even by a little, but nothing occurred as the essence once more converted into wisps of golden rivers that sank into the gaps of his cosmos and body waiting to be used when he broke through.
5 primogenial blood pearls have been obtained. Ding!
The effects of loot multiplier are applied, 500 physique refining pearls obtained, 5 liquefied soul dews have been obtained.
Ding!
The effects of loot multiplier are applied, 500 liquefied soul seas have been obtained, 50 million trillion skill points obtained.
Ding!
The effects of loot multiplier are applied, 5,000 reality resource points obtained. The effects of absolute looter are applied. You have already attained the edicts of the slain enemy. You have already attained the racial bloodline of the reality Ursity. The other Ursity had been turned into a radiant purple tier randomized loot crate that shone with an even brighter shade of gold than the crate that came from the failed reality abyssal undead beast as the prompts apart from
Noah gaining false grotto nacres came.
With the rest of the loot even being reduced by half as Noah had pulled out the reality of his target that had resonated with the soul and body for the purposes of reality assimilation. He faced the same result as after butchering newly advanced legends freely for his own purposes. He wanted to wrap everything up and continue with the exploration and mysteries of this unique sanctum he was in with the golden barrier. His form of a destiny stone was floating above, thinning and nearly disappearing at this moment to reveal the allure of multicolored loot that should be real grotto nacres. Snap!
Snap!
Snap! Multiple mana strings snapped as Noah freed all his current captives. The visage of Ander, an infinite willow tree, and another reality Ursity, multiple genius pure-blooded primordials that had grand destinies and prospects all appeared, Noah nonchalantly voicing towards them with the same level of coldness, break through to reality and stand a chance to live, despairing words as while they were still under Noah's ascendant multi-layered possession. The prospect of escaping was sensed for them as they could only fight, RIR, the bodies of the enlarged beings glittered with light as they each did what they could to fight for their lives, Noah's focus going into the golden domed barrier that finally shattered after he infused waves of dimensional essence into it, revealing the wonders within as instead of luminous joy when Noah saw it, his will buzzed with carefulness, enormous multicolored crystalline stellites with rounded bottoms and pointed crystalline edges that rose like rivers of reality could be seen, but they were situated in such a manner as they read into an acriture that meant, welcome, WAA. It was a simple word that glowed gold due to what materials were used to make it, but immense coldness and brutality could be felt from it as anyone who came across it would feel anything but what the word intended. Noah's destiny began to buzz with activity, his fate, fortune, and karma also began to wake as he felt the tides changing, a sense of danger that someone like him should not feel in a place like this beginning to rise when his will stared at the acriture of welcome outlined by incandescent grotto nacres. It was a terrifying finding as it meant these fantastical loots that even legends fought for, were arranged neatly and then surrounded by a dome through the will of another. It meant, this unexplored grotto sanctum was actually not unexplored as there should lie a will or multiple wills within, the cold and dreary seas around Noah seeming all the more suffocating at this truth, Lavalier? It is a naturally formed grotto sanctum by all means, with it being under heavy restrictive laws that should have been made possible with the influence of the Nibelheim dimension. But it seems there is something more at work here, as you can only find out if you keep on going forward. By one thing remains the same. Since the formation of this grotto sanctum, the obstruction of this from the reality realm and above from entering has remained the same. So all beings who entered through here had to have been in the firmaments of ascendancy. WAA. Lavalier's words rang out in Noah's mind as his destiny stone form adopted a devilish smile even as he felt the sense of danger. So long as this remains to be true. Let's see who is bold enough to be leaving behind grotto nacres as enticement. Chapter 1822. Offer your blood in fealty. In the floating landmass surrounded by glacial waves of deathly sea water, enormous multicolored crystalline stellites with rounded bottoms and pointed crystalline edges that rose like rivers of reality were grasped into Noah's hands. Information about them entering his mind as these were the true and genuine grotto nacres. False grotto nacres that Noah could attain as loot could only strengthen two aspects of existence. But the genuine grotto nacres were much different. Grotto nacre, an amalgamation of reality-altering essence that is naturally formed from the densest domains of grotto sanctums over time. It can refine all of one's aspects of existence beginning at the primogenial stage at the same time while granting a slight increase to the affinity to the natural laws of reality. and also a strengthening effect to one's reality passages. Stupendous treasures that legends sought as they cultivated everything of their stratus simultaneously while increasing their affinity to the natural laws of reality. Even more, they could achieve a strengthening effect on their reality passages as this was something sought after by the masses of geniuses. This was different for Noah as his infinite reality passages were already massive and unique, and they were also about to undergo a change as the third infinite dream finished and the infinite reality completed its change to a gormandizing dimensional reality. Noah was lost in his own thoughts as he wondered about the identity of those leaving behind. He welcome, while playing with the grotto nacre with his will, but an explosive storm of essence erupted before him as Ander and the others released their foundations to achieve reality. The infinite willow tree and reality Ursity got ready to attack Noah while Ander. He actually reigned in his aura as the majestic form of a dragon phoenix with layers of flaming tails caused the swathes of the freezing glaciers in the surrounding seas to melt. He gazed towards Noah with calmness and solemnity as this genius with multiple runic ecritures was also proficient in destiny, and he saw that even after becoming a legend, the darkness around his destiny didn't change as he had truly kicked a dangerous snake this time around. Even after forming a reality, this being that had actually possessed him already didn't even seem approachable in terms of power, so he didn't attack while the other two that had just formed their realities moved against the vibrant form of the golden destiny stone. His voice actually resonating out to say words it never thought it would say in its lifetime. Spare me, Huum. The other two geniuses who were moving with restored pride and fervor trembled in shock at hearing such words from the strongest of them, especially a prideful existence from a distinguished lineage. Ander, what are you doing? We have achieved reality while he is just at the ninth firmament of ascendancy still. He can't withstand attacks from three legends all at once. The words of the reality Ursity echoed out as his solidified crown shone with majesty, but Ander still contained his power as he still didn't make a move. The more he stared at the vast destiny stone before them that twirled with grotto nacres as if they were nothing, the more his destiny told him how abysmal things were as for the sake of survival. He forcefully destroyed his pride and, the majestic form of the dragon phoenix actually bowed its head. Please. Spare my life. A scene that the infinite willow tree and reality Ursity couldn't fathom occurred as a being with a solidified crown and multiple ecritures actually bowed himself to another. Why didn't he even try when it was the three of them against a single being? The majesty of the reality Ursity rose crazily as his illusory reality shone with his bellow. Why the foo dash, bzzzt. A deadly ray of stellar multicolored light filled with the oppressive might of a dimension shot out as it smashed into the reality Ursity before chaining onto the infinite willow tree as well. The souls and wills of these existences trembled as when they gazed at their bodies, they found their innate primogenial defense barriers that should have exceeded 5 million in defense values utterly shredded as their bodies were breaking apart to follow them soon after. So that was why he bowed his head. This was the last thought in the mind of the unwilling reality Ursity as his will faded. Amidst the shocking progression of events, Ander kept his head down as he ignored every will of pride and arrogance ingrained from the main reality, bowing even further down until the glittering scales on his chest touched the cold seafloor. His millions of years of existence were telling him to fight. His very aspects of existence and authority as a Kainos emperor candidate were trembling as they couldn't accept an emperor bowing his head, the ecritures surrounding his crown trembling, yet his head did not rise up as he could see that his destiny did not turn entirely dark. He heard the mesmerizing voice of the being without a crown above his head as he could sense the life forces of two newly risen legends were no more. I was going to kill you, such dreadful words echoed out. As the vibrant destiny stone shone with light and faded, the radiant devilish handsome existence adorned in obsidian loose pants and shirt appearing as a single golden wing flapped behind him. His visage was mesmerizing and would be the downfall of many women as he floated towards the bowing dragon phoenix, his dark hair glowing in the cold seas as he appeared right in front of the majestic draconic head that had purple gold rising horns swirling with the essence of reality. Ander stayed silent while bowing as he felt like a crucial moment had come that would decide everything. The being in front of him had unfused with his ascendancy halos as if Ander made a move now, he might just be able to take him by surprise, but before this thought rose, Ander saw his destiny entirely turn black as an instant later his body flashed, his ascendancy halos parting away from his body. The illusory reality passages above him faded as he took away all his forms of protection, an action that went against every cell in his body as he spoke once more. Please, it was an unfathomable action, but Noah nodded towards this astounding candidate emperor of the imperial dragon phoenix lineage of the main reality as he spoke out simply, offer your blood. Chapter 1823 Offer your blood in fealty. LL, a devilishly handsome figure of Noah's clone floated above a bowing majestic dragon phoenix as the scene would shock any knowledgeable geniuses from the main reality. Noah's eyes shone with tyranny as he spoke, the claws of Ander rising silently as they tore open the chest of this magnificent dragon phoenix and caused radiant stellar crimson gold true blood to flow out without so much as a delay. Hematopoietic progenitor was activated as all this blood surged into Noah's body, a prompt appearing soon after. The racial bloodline of the dragon phoenix has been attained. Noah's body shone with incandescent radiance as he nodded, his next words being even more domineering, "Offer your fealty." The heart of a genius emperor from the main reality trembled as never in a million years would he have foreseen doing this in order to keep his life after entering the grotto sanctum. The essence of the tyrannical emperor roared out and wrapped around this majestic dragon as the identity of this being appeared within Ander's mind. His darkened destiny was gradually brightening up as this scion of the imperial dragon phoenix lineage sighed in his heart. Knowing this action would forever cut him off at the possibility of the seat of the true emperor as while suppressing his pride with every part of his will, he bound himself. "I pledge fealty." The solidified crown above Ander shone and flashed as the ecratures above it shockingly began to crumble. To the tyrannical emperor, crack. The ecratures floating above his solidified crown fractured in a shocking manner as his heart felt like it was being pierced by millions of stellar needles. Ander binding himself to another being as at the same time, he was shocked to find that began to feel a sense of freedom. The heart of this genius resigned itself as compared to the other beings that had perished in Noah's hands. He could be considered smart to do what he did as at this moment, it allowed his life to be saved. But this wasn't all. A change was happening with his authority as just when he felt like even his solidified crown would shatter, immense authority washed down from the being he had pledged fealty to as golden incandescence began to suffuse over his crown. From the shattered remains of ecratures, new ones actually began to form as with disbelief. Anders will watched as the letters formed above his crown with splendor. This wasn't all as soon after, the effects of oath to emperor kicked in as Anders shockingly felt his primogenial soul begin to rise up powerfully in strength. The primogenial soul of a being at the stage of reality was being strengthened by an existence that had yet to form his reality as Ander finally understood just why this unfathomable being could erase genius legends with relative ease, his bowed head raised for the first time in a while to gaze upon the one he had pledged fealty to as his eyes nearly dimmed. Above the devilishly handsome visage of this tyrant, Ander could see a gloriously multicolored solidified crown that had the shocking ecratures of ethereal dime emperor, ecratures that caused the mind of this being to buzz, and they were the ecratures that had come by through Noah's very hard effort of wiping out the few legends with solidified crowns in the past few minutes. He used to have ethereal D emperor, after he became bound to dimensional essence and set himself on an unshakable path, a path that showed his crown was bound to have ethereal dimensional emperor at its helm as his authority shone with boundless glory. Seeing the shocking visage of this being and the shockingly surging strength of his primogenial soul, Ander let go of everything as he called out with difficulty, "A.M.S. sire." A term that his parents would be shocked to hear him say that. The elders of the imperial dragon phoenix lineage would find it treasonous and preposterous, yet he couldn't help but say it as this existence let go of his qualifications to be a true emperor and learned that the term genius truly shouldn't be applied to many of the existences within this grotto sanctum. Noah gave a light smile to the dragon phoenix as he patted its head, his figure going forward to stand between the golden purple horns of the draconic head of this genius as he gazed at the new mount he had gotten. Yes, a scion of the imperial dragon phoenix lineage could only serve to be his mount as he appreciated the dragon phoenix whose scales glimmered purple and gold, its wings feathered and glorious stretching from its back with the same vibrant colors as flames even blazed around them. 3 flaming tails stretched out behind it as they released powerful waves of heat that even melted the surrounding coldness. A legend dragon phoenix that had just forged its primogenial strata would serve as his mount. Noah's feet stable stood above the draconic head of this majestic creature as he looked around the barren land he had taken the treasures of and destroyed the abyssal undead beasts, multiple chains rising from this landmass that went upwards endlessly as the sea further ahead was solidifying into pure glacial ice, making ascension upwards a near impossibility for many. The gains of this floating landmass were many as even more recently, Noah attained 2 more glimmering purple tier randomized loot crates that stemmed from the killed infinite willow tree and reality ursity that he put away to open later, when he gazed at the snaking chains of reality leading to an unknown location. Noah wanted to begin heading upwards right away, but his destiny was telling him that for even more glory, there was another direction he needed to head to. Dictum emperor needs to be taboo soon to make things even clearer. He spoke out simply as the dragon phoenix below him trembled while speaking out. "Where shall we go, sire?"
It sought for direction as this genius entirely erased its pride when it continued to feel its primogenial soul still strengthening until it couldn't anymore. Because it had vastly exceeded his body in origin, whatever repercussions his fealty would have towards his lineage and the larger picture didn't matter now as Anders will began to undergo reformation to understand this new being he had bound himself to. Noah turned away from the chains of reality snaking upwards endlessly as he turned right and left, seeing a chain of reality in each direction that led to other floating landmasses in this region. As he waved his hands to pull out a golden book that shone with destiny, lines began to appear on it as Noah adopted a thoughtful look before keeping his head to the left side, going forward and sitting in front of the horn on the right side of the head of the dragon phoenix below him as he treated this area like it was his throne, his hand patting the scales of this vassal as dense dream essence and the essence of reality surged from him to wrap around its whole body. Let's go. Noah chose the direction as his dragon phoenix flapped its flaming wings, its four golden purple scaled limbs cracking apart the frozen lands below it as it shot to the left of the barren island filled with coldness, the speed being no less than Noah's own as Xander was feeling great shock while being bolstered by vibrant dream essence. Its golden purple claws stepped on the chains of reality as it shone with dazzling light, the restrictions loosening slightly as a new mount and its master began moving across it towards an unknown location. It was a scene that anyone coming across would question as they might not even trust their own vision. Chapter 18:24 A damsel in distress? In a different region of the unexplored grotto sanctum, the fantastical scene of a mesmerizing young woman adorned in a silver dress could be seen. One of her fair hands gripping tightly onto the cylindrical end of a weapon that only became larger and larger towards the opposite end that was the form of a crystalline silver mirror-like hammer. This being was adorned with a crown that had the words, sacralized EM, on it, grasping the massive hammer that was many times her size as it even seemed unnatural. It caused the surrounding space to buzz as even though the cold seas were extremely stable with the space of this grotto sanctum being made extremely stable, it still crackled and buzzed as she swung this hammer effortlessly downwards, bringing with it terrifying swirls of dimensional essence. The poor target of this strike was a badly malformed abyssal undead anaconda who seemed to have already formed its reality. Its body covering nearly a fourth of the barren and cold landmass as much of its bones were currently broken or turned to dust. Bang! The hammer thundered on this abyssal undead anaconda once more as its serpentine draconic head began to cave in, this undead at the level of a legend screaming out unfairness as it felt its very dimensional bloodline be oppressed by this young woman before it. Bang! As she swung the mirror hammer effortlessly with her gaze calm, the blue flames on the sockets of the abyssal undead beast turned dim with unwillingness as its origin broke apart. Why is a dimensional royalty like you here bullying little old me? Ah, a melancholic thought passed through its mind as it was the last thing. The ravaging mirror essence that had permeated the surroundings sinking into and shattering its origin into countless mirror shards at this moment. The undead reality of the anaconda shattered and faded as the culprit to do all this. The adjudicator Caitlin floated across the cold waters calmly as the mirror hammer faded away. She came to float above the pulverized abyssal undead beast as she patted its shattered skull, her expression showing complex emotions as she sighed and moved forward to the dome-shaped golden barrier at the center of this landmass that swirled with a treasured light of destiny. Her fair finger landed on this tough barrier for a few seconds as she felt its indestructible defense. But she uniquely didn't start infusing the barrier with essence or attack it, as instead an illusory authority of a black halo flashed while she tapped onto the golden dome once. BZZZT. In the next instant, a unique scene manifested as a thin silver line appeared above the golden dome, this line showing a reflection of the dome barrier as it shockingly recreated the whole nearby area to be reflecting onto itself. Caitlin's eyes flashed with a terrifying silver light as her hands reached into the crystalline silver mirror-like reflection of the golden dome, her eyes lighting up as she pulled out a cluster of glimmering grotto nacres from it, nacres that were clustered into the écriture of welcome, that when Caitlin saw her gaze became even sharper. Crack, the mirror line she had drawn faded as the reflection of the golden dome faded, but the treasures within were already gone as a silver gateway appeared beside Caitlin where all the grotto nacres disappeared into. It was a wondrous and unique power, and the existence to wield it was even more unique. She gazed around the barren land around her thoughtfully as the words, welcome, flashed over her eyes that soon turned up to see the chains of reality leading to unknown areas forward, about to continue her ascension when all of a sudden, she couldn't help but speak out as she felt terrifying malice and essence rising from behind her from the chain of reality that should be leading all the way down to the first region of the unexplored grotto sanctum. With valor and power, two terrifying auras rose up from the chain of reality as the oppressive might of two legends appeared. They flashed with utter wildness and malice as at the very forefront,
the figure of Xian could be seen as his whole surroundings were bathed by storms of ether. Beside him was a brown-skinned young man with an air of poisonous allure, two sickles with a deathly green light buzzing in his hands as his eyes released a green hue. Xian let out a wild laugh as his gaze landed on Caitlin, the concentration of ether around him getting even denser as he walked forward fearlessly. You haven't forgotten me yet, right? I couldn't freely make moves back then with Brightborn there. But you're really a fruit that I truly cannot pass up. Bzzzt. His words were powerful as 30 dazzling ascendancy halos erupted and were ready to merge into him, the other monstrous genius from the olden times beside him doing the same as he released a horrific verdant light when he spoke. You really weren't lying, Xian. Why don't I take first dibs with her? I'm sure you can feel how dangerous this will be. Yes, these two existences appeared here with their own aims, and they affirmed their target as well as the fact that their destinies told them it would be an extremely difficult task to achieve their goal. I might have had to run away with nothing if I came alone. Xian nodded his head as his will tried to discern destiny and karma. He had lived in the olden era as he knew how important understanding destiny was, and he wouldn't normally take risks that showed the level of danger that he was feeling right now when facing this calm young woman before him. But if she was easy to take down, then she wouldn't be a dimensional royalty. Let's not tarry too long. Make your move, Dion. WAA. His lips curved in a devilish smile as he spoke, his figure shooting to the left while Dion shot to the right, circling adjudicator Caitlin from different directions as they prepared for a tough battle. Chapter 1825. A damsel in distress. Two monstrous existences from the olden era circled a single young woman after just a few words. Their goals diabolical as they planned to forcefully impose themselves on this existence to attain something special. Even though their destinies told them what they wanted to do would be extremely dangerous, they still made a move. As for others, attaining a dimensional physique was the difference between life and death. There were too many candidate emperors that rose within an era. How could one become special among the masses? How could they distinguish themselves from geniuses who held mythical natural-born physiques? Throughout recorded history, those who had managed to pull power from one of the 9 dimensions had managed to distinguish themselves, as in the case of Xian and Dion. They had to do this. Their solidified crowns shone with a menacing light as reality passages that neared 100 for each of them erupted above, their eyes showing terrifying gazes when they looked at the existence before them. As whatever they had to do, they would make sure to not let her swim past their grasp. They weren't normal beginner legends, as their defenses and damage values were already well over double the 5 million base, their foundation being too monstrous as they had been preparing since the olden era. Yet even these beings with such power moved with seriousness against a single 9th firmament dimensional royalty. Two beings looked at her from different directions, yet their gazes were exactly the same. She hated that type of gaze. It was a gaze that she had seen all the time while she was growing up, where her father was the only man around her who didn't look at her in such a way. The legends of the royal humans that were supposed to look at her as a junior for them to protect looked at her this way. The delegation of any beings from the main reality that passed through the domains of the royal humans and saw her. Looked at her in this manner. Gaze.as if she was an object for them to possess, as if she was something for them to use to get something done, and the only reason they couldn't do it was because of the fear towards her father or her own power. These types of gazes were also part of the reason she never went to the main reality, even when a legend exceeding the Alpha Strata had let his will to take her as a disciple be known. I really hate it. Bzzzt. She uttered these words with coldness as many memories from the past were pulled up, her body blaring with astounding light as 30 bright ascendancy halos flashed and got ready to fuse with her. Yet at this juncture, SHAA, a fourth aura with astounding uniqueness and authority, appeared. It wasn't coming from the chain of reality leading below, but from the chain of reality on the east of the floating landmass that should have been leading straight across to another floating landmass. With buzzing authority and releasing a type of essence others couldn't ignore, the eyes of the two attackers and Caitlin, who were all about to fuse with their halos, turned their eyes to the outline of the new entrant, surrounded by a sandy golden light that caused the chain of reality to vibrate. The massive figure of a regal dragon phoenix with purple gold scales and 3 flaming tails appeared. He held a vibrant crown with the words, Veus, shining resplendently, and the eyes of the 3 existences on this landmass constricted when they observed closely to see that a humanoid figure was situated grandly atop this regal dragon phoenix, using its rising glorious horns as a throne for himself, as he was currently gazing at everything curiously. His eyes lighting up when he saw the visage of Caitlin. In turn, Xian and Dion's gazes turned somber. This was because they felt the vibrant waves of a legend from this dragon phoenix as its aura was near theirs, and yet a being was sitting atop it as if it were a mere mount, a being, still in the 9th firmament of ascendancy. The dragon phoenix had a solidified crown, and yet,
This existence didn't show anything above his head, as he had to have been masking his authority, but his entrance here would make things complicated, as their destinies showed that a battle with their target alone would already be dangerous enough, not to mention an unknown existence who had managed to subjugate a genius dragon phoenix. Granted, Xian might actually be able to remember the figure of Noah had he bothered to look around the purple endeavor that brought them here, but he had paid little attention to anyone else apart from Caitlin, as even he didn't recognize Noah's visage at this moment. With the eyes of three beings on him, Noah rose from his makeshift throne on top of Ander as he eyed Xian and Dion coldly. "Now, what would you two be doing surrounding Adjudicator Caitlin like this?" His words reverberated with authority, as he didn't seem to put the visage of the two legends in his eyes. He appeared like a hero in the last minute to save a damsel in distress, as his eyes lit up with power, before they gradually dimmed in the next second as destiny told him something else. His gaze turned from the powerful legends surrounding Caitlin as they locked onto her, actually seeing this being raising her brows towards him, as she didn't at all seem like someone who was worried after being surrounded by powerful existences. He could instead feel rain coldness and anger from her as this existence turned her eyes from him and stared at those who chose to attack her, her fair hand raising up as she snapped her finger, and then everything went to hell. Noah's will buzzed as the scene and situation became clear, sighing in his heart as he affirmed he would not be able to show off or save any damsel in distress today. The being that two olden legends had surrounded was not a meek girl they could terrorize or put under their will. She was a monstrous dimensional royalty that they had now angered, and her wrath would not be sated until her enemies were extinguished. Well, I could at least understand a semblance of her power then. Noah sat back on the vibrant head of the dragon phoenix as he saw the shocking scene unfolding before his eyes the moment that Caitlin snapped her fingers. Her surroundings became hectic as multiple miniature silver doorways flashed into existence. From different parts of her own body, multiple miniature mirror gateways that seemed anchored to her very skin bloomed where in the next second the terrifying auras of mirror beast legends enlarged and stepped out while roaring with wrath, sensing the anger of their master. Chapter 1826, A Dimensional Royalty. How is the stage of reality distinguished? How could one grasp the level of power that could truly be reached at this level, and it was comparable against supreme geniuses who had yet to break into it? Noah had already learned from Lavalier that the stage of reality was treated as the realm for one to truly establish their foundation, with one's reality passages and unique items like grotto nakers that could simultaneously cultivate all aspects of existence and expand one's reality. Passages playing a role to nourish one's body until embryo bones, musculature, and organs began to form, constantly nourishing every part of your body until something as abstruse as embryo was formed in your body parts. On an embryo bone, musculature, or organ, one could brand abilities or concepts onto them and unleash reified abilities with a mere thought and no consequence of energy consumption. Even Noah, after breaking all of the limits, had gained the qualifications to forge the mythical paragon's embryo foundation. Nourishment. This was the crucial thing, as newly risen legends had to depend on the foundation they established in the firmaments of ascendancy to show off their power in the early stages of reality, and beings who had lived for millions of years building their foundations before breaking through should theoretically be unstoppable in the primogenial strata of reality when facing against their peers. So what was occurring at this moment atop a certain barren landmass was all the more unfathomable, as two primogenial strata from the olden times adopted stern expressions while fusing with their ascendancy halos, their eyes staring at an unbelievable scene of a single ninth firmament existence opening dimensional gateways from her very body as six overpowering auras of primogenial strata mirror beast legends thundered out. Their bellows caused space to squeeze and fracture as the surrounded domain flashed with a silvery light, the hands of Caitlin coming together in front of her bountiful chest at this moment as they seemingly compressed dense mirror essence before she pulled her hands apart and caused the expansion of a radiant mirror barrier. A barrier that made it seem countless mirrors appeared and surrounded half of the landmass as the figures of Xian and Dion were contained within, locked in a mirror dimension domain with six mirror beast legends and a particularly angered dimensional royalty. Noah gazed at this shocking scene while thinking of the abilities of Ruination, specifically about her upgrade that should be occurring soon, as he couldn't wait to see what marvelous control of mirror essence she would have next. Because the way that Caitlin was manipulating this dimensional essence was even far and above what Noah could do with dream essence. The six mirror beast legends called out seemed to constantly be shifting their forms, their eyes wrathful locked onto Xian and Dion, as the forms these olden emperors took while they were fusing with their halos. Were also the forms these mirror beasts took on. Xian had a glorious purple aurora of wings erupting from his back as he formed into an archaic titanic crocodile whose scales shone with a menacing purple crystalline luster, storms of ether erupting around him as Dion transformed into a titanic verdant king cobra who had venomous green-black poison dripping from its enormous fangs. They released wild power and valor as established legends would have a hard time fighting against them, and yet 3 mirror beast legends took on the form of the ether-born crocodile that Cien adorned, while the other 3 transformed into the venomous devouring king cobra form that Dion took. The most dreadful thing being the fact that the aura these mirror beasts released being no less than the enemies they reflected. The eyes of Cien and Dion turned somber. The dress on Caitlin shimmered with a silver light as she beckoned with her fingers, her expression being akin to a queen commanding her soldiers with regality as the 6 mirror beast legends moved. Their appearance prompted the question of the appearance of legends within this grotto sanctum. Anything that had formed its reality would be stopped from entering with the restrictions of the barrier of the unexplored grotto sanctum, when even if someone was connected to another as they wanted to pull them in through the folds of space once they were in it. The very spatial essence carrying these beings would be reflected and bounce off of the barrier of the unexplored grotto sanctum, yet Caitlin was able to call out legend tier existence as she had gateways built into her own body, where she didn't pull upon their essence of connection with her to draw them into this special domain, but she simply released these terrifying mirror beasts that were contained in a dimensional space in her own body. It was a terrifying venture as the existences who had set their eyes on her found themselves in a difficult situation that was evolving in an unexplainable direction. And even in this constantly changing situation, the eyes of Caitlin were languid as while her summoned mirror beast legends began pressing down on Cien and Dion. Her visage flashed as her extremely beautiful face turned towards Noah, who was currently sitting above his dragon phoenix while watching everything occurring with great focus. Caitlin's eyes flashed with a silver light while gazing at Noah as something maddening occurred in the next instant. A flash of silver light bloomed as the sounds of mirrors sliding could be heard, and a change occurred on the left horn of Ander where the ecstatic aura of none other than Caitlin appeared, a mirror clone, with glimmering might and an expression filled with ease as if it was nothing. A figure looking just like her from the distance landed on the purple-gold scales of Ander as she turned to gaze at Noah, speaking with a pondering tone while gazing at him up and down. "You hid yourself really well." Her voice was mesmerizing and powerful to hear as it carried a trace of regality when she spoke, her figure standing straight as she continued. "I don't think I can let you go freely again without getting a sufficient answer as to why you attached yourself to Sis Genevieve and came into the unexplored grotto sanctum." Chapter 1827, A Dimensional Royalty. I don't think I can let you go freely again without getting a sufficient answer as to why you attached yourself to Sis Genevieve and came into the unexplored grotto sanctum. She was a 9th firmament existence who was currently facing 2 extremely powerful legends who were geniuses from the olden era. And yet she didn't even seem to be putting all that much focus into the battle as a mirror clone of hers appeared on the vibrant scales of Ander. "What power, what might, adjudicator Caitlin." Noah gave a light nod and spoke out without even turning to his left where the dazzling figure of Caitlin stood, continuing to watch the shocking scene of mirror beast legends and the other figure of Caitlin commanding them as he replied. "I didn't know you were this powerful." His words caused the languid eyes of this dimensional royalty to rise as she looked at this being closely once more. She had grown curious of him not because he was someone Genevieve brought back in his behavior but because she had sensed a thin trace of mirror essence on him when he first entered the pure-blooded domains. "Yet now, how is it that you are vibrantly playing with the dream essence? When I first saw mirror essence on you not too long ago, you've asked me many questions. Which one should I answer first?" Noah's eyes blazed with a profound light as he looked away from the enticing battle and gazed up at the figure of Caitlin standing atop the horn opposite to him. Dimensional essence buzzed between these two beings as Noah was surrounded by surging sandy gold dream essence, while Caitlin had silver mirror essence buzzing around her as these two opposing forces clashed to release a terrific pressure. The mixture of dream and mirror essence caused a unique mixture to erupt as even the dark end deathly essence from the Nibelheim dimension that was influencing the surroundings ever so slowly was pushed away. Like 2 ancient beasts merely measuring each other's auras, the surging sandy gold essence and silver essence coiled and buzzed against each other as even the surrounding space trembled at their sheer impact. The grand figure of the dragon phoenix these two beings stood on was trembling slightly at this moment while using everything in its power to not show its emotions, but its thoughts were tumultuous. "What the fuck?" Ander watched the battle blooming from afar, and the perpetrator, who had actually locked down 2 powerful legends, having another one of her bodies land atop it, not expecting to come across another being that seemed as ridiculous if not more ridiculous than the tyrannical emperor he had just pledged fealty to, and it was an existence that was somewhat renowned in name that he had heard of before.
He just didn't know she would be this dreadful. Are we I in the same grouping of geniuses still? This newly turned vassal began questioning everything he knew as two existences wielding heavy dimensional essence stood on top of its majestic draconic head. Xian. What the hell did you embroil me in the battle from afar? The figures of the ether-born crocodile and the venomous devouring king cobra were already battered and bleeding true blood as three mirror beast legends reflecting their own forms besieged them on all sides, not even having the chance to display their power and authority they had forged for millions of years, as they were getting thrashed as if they were novice legends. They were truly powerful and had forged their foundations to a great degree, as just in the short period of time they had become legends, their true reality damage values could already exceed 10 million, yet, they cursed under their breaths as domains of ether and poison erupted out, battling the summons of a ridiculous being who only watched everything from afar while clasping her hands behind her silver dress. Another form of hers was even gazing towards a terrifying existence. On top of a dragon phoenix, as if the battle in the distance had nothing to do with her, this was the power of a dimensional royalty, this was a semblance of their might. Start with Genevieve. She spoke lightly as her tone was neither commanding nor servile, as if she was talking to someone on the same level as her. Noah smiled at her reply as he turned his eyes back to the unfolding battle while he spoke. She is not who everyone believes she is. She is a disaster remnant that the legends of the pure-blooded bloodlines killed and kept the body of a long time ago. Noah spoke of grand secrets freely as Caitlyn's eyes turned extremely sharp. What? Her words carried obvious disbelief, as Genevieve was the daughter of the current bloodline master, and if she chose not to break through to the stage of a legend in this grotto sanctum, she would more than likely take this seat while her father ascended to become a legend and take a new position in the main reality. Noah's words sounded wild, but he didn't take any more time to explain as he put his hands beside his head and caused a surge of mana, wisps of essence flowing together and condensing into a crystalline ball of light that he threw towards Caitlyn, a ball of light that when crushed by the hands of another pre-chosen scenes and memories would play out. Caitlyn's mesmerizing eyes were fearless as she grasped this ball of light and allowed the harmless essence to sink into her, the scenes of will-bearers appearing and waging war against Genevieve while she transformed into a sacred beast playing out, as well as the scenes of Beatrix speaking with Noah after he had gained control of her. Silence descended in the surroundings as only the quaking might of the faraway battle could be heard. The ferocious bellow of Xian could be heard as taboo waves of authority congealed around storms of ether, beginning to form an ability that was close to REFIED as a massive demonic crocodile surrounded by blooming ether lotuses on its left and right nearly opened its eyes, its jaws opening to release beams of terrific light as the three mirror beasts opposing Xian replicated this same scene in a terrific manner. As Noah clicked his tongue at this, the mirror beasts under this ridiculous dimensional royalty alone seemed capable of matching against powerful primogenial strata legends. Noah wanting to get his hands on his own dream and nightmare legends for him to call out to or simply finish forging multiple infinite dream automatons. As for the one in question who had called them out, her gaze was currently difficult as she sifted through the memories Noah provided her head shaking with a sigh soon after as she turned to gaze towards Noah again. Why didn't you move to stop her then? Why follow her into the lands of royal humans and into this grotto sanctum? Because Noah's eyes turned luminous as his body rose, his visage that of an untouchable emperor, as he stared straight at this astounding being beside him and spoke out with utmost seriousness. My destiny told me that an immeasurable fate was waiting for me if I take this path filled with treasures, authority, and even. His luminous eyes locked onto Caitlyn's silvery glazed eyes as he continued, dazzling new allies that will challenge me. The words of the tyrannical emperor were bold as he gazed straight at Caitlyn when he said this. Be serious. Caitlyn's brows merely rose towards Noah's words as she brushed them off with ease, her eyes becoming covered with a silver light as she gazed off into the distant battle thoughtfully. This will be problematic to handle. I couldn't discern anything from her, as if a disaster remnant is moving around freely in here. She seemed to be reminiscing about all the past memories of the one she knew as Genevieve as she sighed, a smile appearing on Noah's face at this as his voice echoed out. How is it problematic? We simply need to wipe out all traces of her before she leaves this grotto sanctum. Noah's words were filled with tyranny as he spoke, these two terrifying existences with their own mythical natural-born dimensional physiques talking straightforwardly for the first time as the results of this meeting were unknown. Chapter 1828 Killsteel, atop a barren landmass floating in cold seas that should have been filled with death and solitude. Two immensely powerful olden emperors were being thrashed like mere children. Their grandeur and visage being torn down like it was nothing by six mirror beast legends whose controller was currently not even putting all her focus on them.
A mirror clone of hers was sitting beside the devilishly handsome tyrannical emperor as the two of them seemed like celestial existences gracing their presence to the masses, and they did so in a shocking fashion while standing on top of a dragon phoenix whose very scales burned with a tinge of golden purple hue. One could see the two were distinguished even from afar as their bodies pulsed with vibrant dimensional essence. Caitlin was surrounded by radiant silver essence as her gaze seemed to pierce across the veils of space and see things others couldn't. Thinking about Noah's words of simply wiping out all traces of Genevieve, who was unveiled to be a disaster remnant, for this, one must consider what a disaster remnant was and why wool-bearers were a faction of primordials who were especially born to hunt those like them. Wool-bearers were existences holding connections to the ancient bloodlines that had long since been evicted out of the main reality by primordials, with their most destined beings who managed to survive in the lands of primordials until now being cleansed over the years. Primordial legends who were proficient in destiny took reins of wool-bearers that they then sent out towards any disaster remnants they found. And this was how the Emperor of the Golden Eye had sent the trio of wool-bearers that opposed Noah and Genevieve. And were instead turned into resplendent treasure caches. There were many wool-bearers in this grotto sanctum too, but how many of them knew that a target of their hunt walked among them? Even I didn't know all these years. A sigh escaped Caitlin's red lips as she returned her attention to the being who had the same visage as her, a being that seemed to keep her attention as she was somehow able to talk to him freely without being put off, as if it was geniuses of the royal humans or those from the main reality who were around her age group. They would already be granting her gazes of envy and jealousy if they were women, or gazes of greed and lust if they were men. She didn't ponder too much on this, as while a bullying in the distance nearly reached its climax, she got back on track. The other question. Her exceedingly beautiful face shook as she got back on topic, looking Noah up and down as she spoke freely. You had a trace of mirror essence, and still do, yet you are overflowing with dream essence at this moment. You. Did you attain a dimensional physique in the short period of time I first met you, or you could just hide it really well? Her question sought answers to many things as Noah couldn't help but raise his brows quizzically towards her. Why are you so freely asking about the secrets of others as if it is nothing? Noah asked a very simple question that caused Caitlin to blink a few times, the silver light in her eyes fluctuating as she gradually seemed to realize something. She had already affirmed this being didn't mean any harm to the bloodline her father stemmed from, and had now found out he was even tracking a disaster remnant that was aiming for her old body in the treasury of the royal humans. And like all other geniuses, he had his own secrets and means of power that he didn't have to share with others, and in fact, nobody would so freely share their secrets. She had just freely asked this question to sate her curiosity, as she had never even bothered to take the initiative to talk to other so-called geniuses, or even an existence like Ezekiel, whom her sister moved with, that she knew carried a powerful veil over his being, wasn't enough to make her bother. So what made her so freely ask this Alexander King things as she even stood on top of a genius he had subjugated? Caitlin was pondering this question without answering Noah as his magnetic voice brought her back to the present. How about this? I'll answer that question if you allow me to. Take care of those two little things. Noah's eyes were locked onto the visibly panicking Cien and Dion in their monstrous forms of ether-born crocodile and the venomous devouring king cobra, who were surrounded on all sides and were simply getting thrashed in a way that utterly destroyed any semblance of their authority. Caitlin turned her eyes towards this area as she actually took Noah's words seriously, replying soon after, just one, just one. Caitlin had promised herself that she would seek the power and authority her family seemed to be rushing towards so much, so of course she wouldn't just let a chance to attain more authority from existences who tried to harm her go. The sheer fact that she was okay giving one away was a testament to her curiosity as towards her reply. Noah's eyes released a terrific luster. He had pondered and even affirmed with destiny whether he could just freely steal the enemies Caitlin was currently thrashing to obtain their bloodlines and loot, and destiny showed him not so favorable fates in terms of his barely formed relationship with this terrifying dimensional royalty if he moved around in secret or merely said whoops after he did whatever he wanted. The existence known as Caitlin seemed to have a rather straightforward personality, as Noah used her curiosity to simply say what he wanted to do, and for the price of answering a question, he could loot an olden existence, His body buzzed with power as he rose up and stared at Cien with a devilish gaze, to rouse more curiosity from the dimensional royalty beside him. His body distinctly flashed with the allure of 30 black ascendancy halos that fused with him, an aurora of wings erupting from his back as he adorned the true form of the pure arch-royal human. His visage became even more devilishly handsome as tendrils of runic golden flames surged around him, his one wing expanding behind him as his hair lengthened and adopted a golden luster. In such a strengthened state, he didn't cast terrifyingly apocalyptic abilities or expose with powers. He instead actually sat back down atop his dragon phoenix, and he merely began to speak. Hey, at his mere word, Caitlyn's eyes constricted with care as she felt a billowing tyrannical will carried along with them, a will that utilized authority and soundwave to establish itself, as it was the utilization of Emperor's Haki, the ability that would allow Noah to infuse deadly dimensional damage values to his mere words and thoughts as attacks so long as he released them with his Emperor's Haki. Chapter 1829 Mere words to slay an olden emperor. The utilization of Haki was extremely unique, as those weaker than Noah who were oppressed by his will would automatically lose 50% of their battle power against him. It had turned passive when the tyrannical emperor became taboo, as Noah could actively use it against his enemies, and the unique thing was how its resource cost varied depending on the target. If it was a weak enemy that Noah's will could easily overcome, the resource cost was negligible and not even worth mentioning, but if it was someone truly powerful that even his strong will and soul couldn't easily sway, the resource cost would be higher the longer he directed this ability against them, as it could theoretically reach hundreds of thousands of units of the essence of reality per microsecond. The will for his Haki stemmed from the strength of his primogenial soul, as its power was drawn from here too. So Noah found it unique to target those in the primogenial strata of reality with his own soul that had yet to fully establish itself in the realm of reality. As the moment he came out the victor, he reaffirmed his robust foundation. Hey, carried by Haki, the word barreled out as under the authority of this true form. Noah easily exceeded 10 million true dimensional damage values with this attack alone. It came to thunder in Xian's mind as his gaze quickly changed, his head buzzing as his right eye seemingly felt a heavy pressure building up inside as this ether-born crocodile had its eye and socket explode in the next instant. The battlefield instantly changed as Xian's battered body pulled back from the three mirror beast legends that actually didn't follow him, all of this being under the command of their master, who was currently watching everything with interest. She hadn't gotten a chance to freely associate with a being holding a connection to a dimension this closely before, as even the methods of power of others were different. She wanted to see, she was curious, but in the mind of the target that was Xian, his olden soul was shuddering as he gazed towards the source of the voice with immense shock and fear, this being already feeling his aspects of existence and reality passages beginning to dim as a pervasive dimensional essence ravaged throughout his body. His eyes could see his destiny turning extremely dark. Wait, so he croaked out, but the luminous eyes of the tyrannical emperor were coldly gazing downwards as he finished his words while casting Emperor's Haki 3 times. Die for me. BZZZT, a negligible 75,000 units of the essence of reality surged out from him against this being known as Xian. 3 booming attacks that arrived the moment they were voiced out, smashing onto the visage of an olden emperor on all sides as this being, sought his own destiny close before his very eyes as his crocodilian head burst open with the first word. His defenses already dimming down due to the effects of the dream essence as the other 2 words smashed into his origin and soul as they were also smashed to bits, boom. Splat, and the end result of it all was the enormous body of the ether-born crocodile expanding in multiple areas like a stuffed balloon as shimmering golden true blood splattered over the jagged mirror barriers. An emperor at the realm of reality who had forged his foundation for millions of years and prepared to springboard himself into hegemony in the Kainos era. Died that simply as the masses wouldn't even be there to witness his death. Anders' figure trembled at this scene as he wiped imaginary sweat from his draconic brows, thankful he had somewhat listened to his destiny and didn't actually die from someone merely speaking a few words. Meanwhile, Caitlyn's eyes squinted as she observed this scene closely, seeing the immense will carried by the attacks the being beside her had sent forth while he was still situated atop a dragon phoenix. Hey, die for me. For words, that was all it took to end such an existence, as Caitlyn saw the dense and vibrant dimensional damage values that totaled over 40 million from these 4 words put together. Yet even though the scene was dreadful as it even caused the figure of Dion to gaze in a stupor as the 6 mirror beast legends all surged towards this devouring king cobra that was already on its last legs, yet Caitlyn herself only nodded with shining eyes as even after she saw this she actually still didn't feel any ounce of fear or apprehension when gazing at this level of power. That much level of dimensional essence is impossible for any common dimensional physique, she spoke about. What interested her the most is even the deaths of 2 powerful emperors weren't placed in her eyes, the poor olden emperors known as Xian and Dion not even getting a proper burial as the latter was ripped apart by 6 mirror beast legends in the seconds that followed. The shimmering crown above Caitlyn's head shining as more ecratures formed while above Noah.no fluctuations showed as he still hid his vibrant crown. He didn't yet answer Caitlyn's words as he watched vibrant prompts wash over his eyes.
his while also moving out to pull the glowing true blood of the ravaged devouring king cobra as Caitlyn's mirror barrier began to fade while the 6 mirror beast legends returned to her the dimensional gateways on her body. 25 primogenial blood pearls have been obtained. Ding! The effects of loot multiplier are applied. 2,500 physique refining pearls obtained. 25 liquefied soul dues have been obtained. Ding! The effects of loot multiplier are applied. 25 liquefied soul seeds have been obtained. 25 seeds of reality have been obtained. Ding! The effects of loot multiplier are applied. 25 false grotto nakers have been obtained. 100 million trillion skill points obtained. Ding! The effects of loot multiplier are applied. 10,000 reality resource points obtained. The effects of absolute looter are applied. You have attained the taboo edicts of Ether's embrace, Emperor of Fortitude, Ophidian Emperor. The olden bloodline of the ether-born crocodile has been attained. His body in the main reality buzzed with power in its slumber as the crown above him shone. The Ecritures, ethereal Dimensi Emperor, shining with glory as even though he had just slain an existence that held multiple Ecritures on his crown. The authority he had obtained from Xian added just a little to his own. Part of the reason why he had garnered as much authority as he had was due to the fact that this being granted him 13 new taboo nomological edicts, the wondrous physique refining pearls, liquefied soul seas, and false grotto nakers only being about to top off this whole gift as Noah began perusing the memories of this being and understand more intricacies of the past. As he did this, his clone of Alexander released his true form as he returned to utter calmness on top of the dragon phoenix. Genius that was visibly trembling at this moment, the visage of Caitlyn looking towards him with sparkling eyes that held a trace of vibrant curiosity. A quizzical expression present on her face as she asked with some hesitation, "Are you also a dimensional champion?" Chapter 1830 Ascending with a Beauty. Are you also a dimensional champion? The question was asked so simply as Caitlyn had a quizzical expression, Noah keeping his own expression calm as he didn't give anything away even though he was hearing this term for the first time. But his silence could be mistaken for an answer as he gazed at Caitlyn while asking his own question. What would make you think I was a dimensional champion? Yes. What did this title actually mean, and how is it different from a dimensional royalty? Caitlyn's eyes raised at such a question as she pondered briefly before she replied. At the same time recalling all the power left behind where Xian and Dion just fell, existences with tight connections to dimensions who aren't imposed with the same restrictions. The dimensions running alongside reality are extremely old and powerful as the beings within are even more so, and yet you do not see any dimensional beings running around in the vast realities. All dimensionally bound existence cannot freely step into the vast realities. With those who can, being unique as they had to have a form of astounding authority from the dimension. Or others in a unique situation like me. Noah's eyes shone with luminous lights at these words. Caitlyn was the daughter of a dimensional royalty and Alpha Strata legend as she shared bloodlines of both the vast realities and dimensions. While Noah had attained his dimensional connection through his system and then eventually Lavalier with her absolute dream authority that went to birth the infinite dream physique, his form buzzed with power as he was thinking, Caitlyn waiting for his answer as he only smiled after a while and replied, I can't say anything about me being a dimensional champion, but I can answer your question that we agreed upon for the death of the little ether beast. Noah said this as he looked at the streaks of golden crimson true blood that were all that remained of a powerful olden emperor that had granted him a supreme olden bloodline of the ether-born crocodile, just like you have a connection with the mirror dimension through your own means. I gained a connection with the dream dimension with a physique. Though, I don't seem to be nearly as powerful with the essence of this dimension compared to you nor as special as I don't have existences chasing after my body so far. Caitlyn was following his words with focus as her calm eyes gradually became covered by a silvery light towards the end when she was reminded of why 2 primogenial legends had just tried to attack her. She let out a sigh as if she was woken up, looking at Noah whom she was curious about as unlike others he didn't look at her with the repulsive gaze that she was used to from all men. She attributed this reason to him having already attained a dimensional physique as his means seemed immensely interesting. But she still had to continue moving at this moment as she nodded towards Noah and began floating away from the dragon phoenix's scaly head. Her other body had turned into a streak of light to fuse with her as she released vibrant authority, Noah remaining situated upon Ander as he still voiced out towards her, You're going to leave just like that? He spoke while silently admiring the visage of this dimensional royalty who didn't even turn back as she turned to gaze up at the vibrant and cold chains of reality arcing towards the glacial seas above. Just like you have your destiny, my own destiny also has a path I need to follow for me to achieve what I want.
There is also Genevieve to take of. It is dangerous, but I shall do it nonetheless. Her words were filled with variance as she spoke, mirror essence buzzing around her as Noah wouldn't let her leave this easily, so he cast out a net as he replied with a knowing nod, the welcome of the Grotto Nakers, did you find that here too? Noah spoke as he gazed at the golden dome he didn't feel any opportunities in as he guessed Caitlin must have somehow already gotten it. Slight surprise covered Caitlin's eyes as she focused back on Noah briefly. Yes. The surprised eyes of this dimensional royalty turned somber soon after as she gazed up in the distant glacial seas where the essence of the Nibelheim dimension was getting thicker and even colder. It's giving me extremely dangerous waves of destiny when I think about it and what lies ahead. She had the same premonition of danger as Noah, whatever lay ahead of them being something dreadful to even cause beings like them to move with care. Then, since we must take care of Genevieve and know of the dangers to come ahead, why don't we move together for now? Genevieve will be coming for me soon enough anyways. Noah had cast out a net as he began to pull it in at this moment. Caitlin turned back towards him as she only saw his confident smile, her curiosity towards the mysteries he held still keeping her on the hook as she actually began to ponder. I've got a right here and still have questions about dimensions I wish to ask you. And I'll also answer any viable questions that you have as well. You can also affirm with your destiny, but I'm sure I will not be anything close to a hindrance towards your goals. Noah patted the shimmering golden purple scales of the dragon phoenix below him was shuddered, the dimensional royalty before his eyes becoming covered by a golden light as a myriad of silver gold lotuses began to bloom around her body giving off immense waves of destiny as seemed to be looking for something. She came out of her trance soon after as the lotuses faded, and she actually nodded her head as she floated back towards the draconic head where Noah sat calmly. Her eyes were staring up towards the glacial cold seas that led to the unknown. The visage of Noah beside her placing his hands on the vibrant scales of the beast they were on as flourishing dimensional essence surged and wrapped around it, with a sandy golden glow. The restrictions loosened in the surroundings as a flaming dragon phoenix carrying two beings moved towards the chains of reality arching upwards. Noah beginning his ascension towards the depths of the grotto sanctum that would reveal many things as this time, he had a beauty by his side. Chapter 1831 The Elevation of the Infinite Reality Passages. While Noah began his ascension deeper into the unexplored grotto sanctum, other beings also reached the first floating landmass as the true geniuses overcame the trials and also moved forward, across the outer ring where the chains of reality leading to the first landmasses were located. The chains leading from them all seemed to be pulled up from a single central region, showing that when one ascended even further the geniuses that had been exploring and meeting opportunities separately would soon be able to meet, the scions of different lineages of the main reality, the hidden geniuses that others didn't even comprehend the power of. And whatever lay waiting in this unexplored grotto sanctum, in the dimensional Holy Land, surges of multicolored essence wrapped around Noah's main body that was seated on the throne, his eyes fluttering as his eyelids began to open heavily as if they were golden gates that held behind them splendorous grandeur. A burst of light bloomed from his eyes opening as he rose from slumber. The third infinite dream ending as over 10,000 new realities were assimilated into the infinite reality. This included two unique realities that were currently forming into their own domains the size of hundreds of cosmos in a region of the gormandizing dimensional reality, but Noah's attention wasn't so much on this as it was on the other gains of the infinite dream. With the number of true stars of conquest exceeding 5,000 once more as yet another bold action could be taken. While just waking up from slumber, Noah's first action was a domineering one: take the dictum emperor to Tabu, The incandescent light of thousands of true stars of conquest flashed as they began budding to form a new seed of Tabu. At the same time, Noah breathed out while checking the vibrant state of his body that was being packed with essence constantly, the infinite reality passages continuing to nourish him as even though his aspects of existence couldn't take any more essence, all of it was being stored in Noah's body, until he affirmed that he truly couldn't exceed the limitations anymore. This essence would continue building up as even now he was looking at new means of empowerment. He could empower his aspects of existence and a few more things as there were enough residual true stars of conquest to do so. The added prime realities and unique realities, each adding multiple true stars of conquest compared to normal emerging realities, as Noah had hundreds to spare even now. He waited for the most opportune time to do this, with Jim not knowing exactly when this time would be as only time would tell. But while he waited for this time to come and a new seed of Tabu was budding, there were also changes occurring to his infinite reality passages now that the changes of the infinite reality were gradually stabilizing. The infinite runic écriture of modus operandi would evolve based on the state of the infinite reality, the infinite reality passages and the rotation of one's origin that stemmed from this modus operandi would also undergo their own changes. Noah rose from the throne he had been slumbering in this whole time as he gazed above him where vibrant massive stellar mountain-like passages gushed essence onto him endlessly, these passages currently undergoing expansion as if they weren't massive. Already, this wasn't all as their multicolored allure was beginning to dim while a sandy gold brightness began to permeate and brighten up along their massive mountain-like bodies. The dense and massive sandy golden light of dream essence clustered around Noah's infinite reality passages as the changes were computed and then quantified before Noah's eyes. The essence raining down from the radiant reality passages coming down with much more fervor. The infinite runic écriture of modus operandi is undergoing changes as the reality it is based on has achieved an unquantifiable state. The infinite reality passages birthed by the method of operation of the Goromandizing dimensional reality have been heavily influenced by the essence of the dream dimension. Golden essence burst and coiled like draconic snakes across the 50 infinite reality passages, causing the skies above the dimensional Holy Land to be painted with utmost splendor as any beings might fall to their knees if they were to see it, yet Noah gazed at it all with a profound gaze of elation as this was what his soul looked for the most. The sense of wonder at finding and unlocking unimaginable things, the glory of opening paths and truths others could only dream of, everything something like this happened. Noah felt a sense of intoxication he couldn't even fully explain. The infinite reality passages have undergone a significant expansion as each one now grants the generation of 30,000 units of the essence of reality per second. The feature of Emperor Maitahara has been born, like a bolt of lightning. Noah's sight was illuminated by light as everything stopped, everything had to stop. This was because the word, emperor, had appeared on a feature. Such a word holding too many meanings as it was reaching towards power that many legends were trying their best to grasp. Emperor Maitahara. Maitahara was a unique word that held many meanings, with some describing it as a habit of moderation or consumption of nourishment and how this came to affect one's aspects of existence. It was a practice that promoted health, vitality, and strength. Emperor Maitahara, a heavy concept to grasp one's hands on as its activation allows for the infinite reality passages to draw upon all of the essence it utilizes for nourishment and then add spicules of the essence of the natural laws of reality into it to achieve the effect of nourishing a selected bone, musculature, or organ to begin transforming into the higher stage of emperor. The culminated essence requires passing through an established resonance of the aspects of existence as it costs 2 million units of the essence of reality to activate and maintain every single second thereafter. The rate of forming emperor bones, musculatures, or organs with this method is far faster than the natural nourishment of one's aspects of existence. A ridiculous balance-breaking ability appeared. Point 1 that also had a ridiculous cost to use as it would heavily affect Noah's generation of the essence of reality if he kept it active. Chapter 1832 REIFIED. Emperor Maitahara. A feature that would cost Noah 2 million units of the essence of reality every single second to keep active, with his current generation being 1.5 million units per second, as Noah couldn't even cast and keep this ability active, but it was a terrifying one to say the least, and as always, Noah was still hindered from usage due to his realm. He required resonated aspects of existence to do so, and he would only achieve this when forming his reality. At this point in time, everything was telling him to break through, that he had reached the ultimate foundation in the stage of the firmaments of ascendancy as he could let go of any possibilities hereafter apart from the single one of advancement. His infinite reality passages that granted tremendous nourishment every single second and bathed his aspects of existence didn't change. This, utilizing, reality assimilator, or receiving the portions of souls from countless vassals didn't change this. Is this really it? Noah raised his hands as he saw the stellar light vibrating within them. His skin constantly pulsing with waves of power as the infinite reality passages above him continued to change and elevate themselves. At such a juncture, Noah stared at his chest where Lavalier should have been bound as he spoke absent-mindedly. Can the Absolute Dream Authority make it possible? Can enough uses be built up to aid in exceeding absolute limits? Absolute Dream Authority, what made the infinite dream physique and many other things possible through Lavalier's uses. There are many things across these realities in 9 dimensions, but absolutes are just that. I cannot calculate the number of uses required for something such as that to be achieved, as it is not just a matter of turning dream into reality, with your goal being something that is not achievable even in dreams. Yes, Absolute Dream Authority had dream in its name, as it was something stemming from the peaks of authority from the dream dimension. and what Noah wanted to do was unachievable even in his dreams. His stellar eyes shone luminously as his will surged with power and tyranny, rising from his throne entirely as he floated in the air and overlooked the dimensional Holy Land while watching the next set of prompts of the elevation of the infinite runic écriture of modus operandi in the infinite reality passages finish. Due to the reality your modus operandi is based on and the primogenial casuistic origin, the pathway to the paramount ancient reality, paramount kainos dimensional reality, has been opened. When Noah had first achieved his primogenial casuistic origin by breaking his limits, he was shown the prompt that there was a high chance of attaining a paramount ancient reality of the current era. With the advancement of the gourmandizing dimensional reality that Noah based the method of operation for his reality. He could now confidently attain a paramount kainos dimensional reality. Everything so far was just so sweetly pulling him towards forming his reality as soon as possible. With the doors opening up behind it being utterly astounding, stellar cosmos swirled in his eyes as he remained steadfast, gazing at the last prompt that landed before his eyes. The effects of all other features of the infinite reality passages experience an elevation to their effects. The infinite reality passages above Noah released their final incandescent radiance as they were surrounded by dense sandy gold allure in their stellar makeup, the vibrant multicolored essences surging across them and showering onto Noah's body, causing an absolutely fantastic scene to play out. But in some of the reality passages where skills were being nourished in their depths, blinding rays of light surged and wrapped around the manifestation of these skills. Noah gazed at this scene with twinkling eyes as it seemed that our AFIED skills would soon be coming to fruition, this elevation of the infinite reality passages making the advancement of some finish up much quicker. Legends could gradually form reified skills with their essence as Noah's mana and other resources that were refined a few times now would almost make it possible to utilize quasi-reified abilities, but those fostered and strengthened in the infinite reality passages would be a stage above all others as Noah patiently waited for the results soon. As this occurs, he was feeling somewhat melancholic after the many repeated failures to exceed already exceeded limits, and he felt like seeing someone that he knew would soothe his heart. His main body became wrapped by a spatial light as the infinite reality passages remained suspended up above, his true sanguine clones remaining with their tasks and the dimensional Holy Land taking on its authority and nourishment as his main body disappeared. He crossed many layers of space as within moments, his stellar form and all of its tremendous glory reached a new location. In the expanded lands of the old blue planet, vibrantly milky white trees holding ripe primordial apples could be seen stretching out in neat rows in one direction as multicolored trees holding mythical fruits of life could be seen in another direction. Other vibrant sacred herbs were stretched throughout as at the center was a vibrant clearing filled with surging liquefied seas of essence, a small floating golden castle being seen with golden steps leading down to fields of farms filled with lush and glittering soil. Currently, the figure of a woman that didn't seem older than in her 30s could be seen breathing out a sigh of happiness as she had just finished planting another seed for the new sacred herbs that were unlocked. A young boy that looked a bit over 10 floating to bring her a cup of a milky gold drink as these two were none other than little Henry and his grandmother Amelia Osmond. The vibrant essence and boosts from Noah's lineage had made Mother Amelia seemingly revert in years as she gave off a vibrant air, Noah smiling as he saw them while little Henry was the first to turn towards his teleporting figure. Father. The young boy born just days ago yet looking 10 years old smiled cutely, with one. Never thinking his clone was currently outside the vast realities moving with Hyperion, the Emperor Penguin, Natalia, and many others in order to hunt down dwellings of powerful primordial beasts. Noah patted the cerulean and black hair of his son as his mother turned towards him with a loving smile and eyes that seemed to see everything. What's gotten my little tyrant down? With profound warmth, Noah smiled as his stellar form faded, dashing human skin covering him as he became indistinguishable from any normal human being. Chapter 1833 RFAED. Eli, does it seem like I'm down? Noah spoke with a smile as he gave a hug to his mom and patted little Henry's head, looking at the fields of sacred herbs around this area and the floating golden castle in the distance. Noah had given his family free rein to request things from the infinite reality as the one thing his mother loved to do was farm and watch the process of plants blooming and harvesting with her edicts naturally forming in this direction as the things she planted could even produce unique effects. Her dark hair shone with brilliance as she had known a single white dress, her eyes already beginning to buzz with dimensional essence as the effect of interlinked royal lineage expressed itself on her and little Henry. A mother can always tell when something is worrying their son. Come, tell me what happened. Mother Amelia patted the glimmering earth below as Noah came to sit beside her, little Henry grabbing extra drinks for them happily as Noah spoke lightly while gazing into the fields around them.
I've crossed a barrier of limitation and reached an uncrossable absolute limitation, with my foundation not being capable of being built up any further, as everything is telling me that I've reached everything I can reach in this stage, and that I should proceed forward. But my heart isn't content. I still feel like there should be a possibility but I just cannot grasp it. Noah's voice buzzed out as he explained his current situation to his mother in simple terms, even going forward to explain and infuse her with streams of memories about aspects of existence and the limits he had already exceeded. His mother nodded his head in understanding while little Henry obediently listened on the side, not shocked in the very least to hear that his father had broken the limitations of all aspects of his existence, as he now wanted to break past even this, limitations, taboo concepts, destiny. I may not know much in all these compared to you, but I do know my son. Mother Amelia began to speak thoughtfully as she organized all her thoughts and continued, you've had many enemies before, but do you know who your greatest enemy has always been? Myself? Noah smiled happily as he laid his head on his mother's shoulder. Cheeky boy. Yes. Other people can target you or call you names, other people can disappoint you, other people can tell you how things should be done. And many more things. But it all comes down to what you decided to do in the end. This limitation you're talking about, who decided that it was an absolute limitation? BZZZT. The surroundings began to buzz as Mother Amelia's words vibrated with a sense of tyranny. This progression of cosmic filament to reality and its steps, who decided them? Must you follow the path that is established by others? Even if you say that this is what is allowable by the bounds of reality, have you not been doing many reality-altering things so far? Can you not forge your own path amidst all this? The eyes of Mother Amelia were releasing a profound light as she spoke, her hand stroking Noah's head as his own eyes began to release a terrific light. I also remember how you always tried to do everything yourself even back then. School, work. You didn't like depending on others as you had been disappointed too many times. We can blame your father for many of the reasons behind that, but this can also be a limitation that you place on yourself. You don't always have to put everything on your shoulders, and you also don't need to only depend on yourself when facing a problem, so don't always try to do everything alone. Work is always made easy when you have others helping you out. And you have countless existences in this infinite reality. Don't count all of them out. Noah's eyes shone luminously as his destiny buzzed at his mother's words. The buzzing of karma and fate also rose as countless resplendent strings erupted from him. At his very soul buzzing, his destiny seemed to have caught onto something after his mother's words. He didn't fully know what it was yet, as going from the words of his mom. Noah's head rose up as his hands pulled out a golden book. Seas of destiny began to swirl around him as his eyes became lost in this grandeur, with his will wanting to grasp whatever had appeared before either escaped from his fingers. Mother Amelia saw this as she smiled and nodded towards little Henry, the two of them rising up and moving to another row of the vibrant soil as they allowed Noah to work on his epiphany in peace. Seas of destiny began to rise around Noah as he tried to piece together what there was that could help him. Changes continuing to bloom around this area, and even further away as in the dimensional Holy Land, his true sanguine clones rose their eyes to the infinite reality passages above that were buzzing with even more activity. Specifically, it was one infinite reality passage that was currently the most active, a crimson-red fiery light roaring out at its very center, as this was the passage that held the ascendant reality fireball. Within it hung the infinite reality passage, released tumultuous crimson-red light as if it was undergoing a volcanic eruption, its center releasing a vibrant light of glory as within Noah's mind. A prompt rose, ascendant reality fireball had undergone successful reification. The first skill to be placed in an infinite reality passage forged the way forward and advanced as at the center of the first reality passage, an incandescent form began to unveil itself, like a butterfly breaking out of its cocoon. A visage of a crimson stellar existence that was seemingly clumped up into a fiery ball unfurled, its hands rising out gloriously as magisterial fiery stellar wings erupted behind it. The radiant head of this existence rose up next as tendrils of crimson gold hair flowed down to its shoulders, and a crown made of stellar flames domineeringly burned above this head that showed an existence with an unreasonable sense of beauty and wonder open its eyes, behind the fiery stellar wings of this shocking visage. A circular row of multicolored stellar balls of flames bloomed, with more and more circular rows coming to fruition soon after, as each ball of flames shone with a terrifying radiance that could burn a beginner legend to a crisp. Chapter 1834 Geniuses gather atop barren lands. In one of the dazzling infinite reality passages, the visage of a titanic stellar being formed from flames could be seen as a radiant crown of flames shone brightly above her.
her radiant crimson-red stellar wings having rows of circular balls of flames that seemed like endlessly burning condensed realities. She had unfurled her hands, wings, and feet as if she was a newborn, her eyes opening soon after as they rained down shocking brilliance and power. Her gaze landed on none other than Noah below her. As the eyes of this blank will sparkled a mischievous smile shockingly appearing on her eyes and mouth as she used one of her stellar crimson hands to wave towards Noah below. Her entire visage screamed of taboo and power as this dot was the REFIED Ascendant Reality Fireball. HUUM essence flooded out all around as the infinite reality passage continued to nourish her, the boosts of power being something that would continue to be elevated in the future as the current power of the Ascendant Reality Fireball. It is still in the process of being computed and quantified. Master was not even ready to be revealed as the process of reification must have produced shocking results. Reification. Legends had to spend time and effort to make their abilities achieve this state after bathing them with the resonated essence of their primogenial strata and the nourishment from their reality passages. Geniuses in the ninth firmament of ascendancy could unique achieve something halfway there, as some were capable enough to form quasi-REFIED abilities, but Noah bypassed all of this with tyrannical reifier to attain a stupendous reified ability that would even continue to be enhanced over time. Noah nodded at this level of wonder as he waited for the results, his connected will feeling his main body dance around with the tumultuous weaving of destiny after hearing his mother's words, where he actually picked up a possible path that could grant him the results he sought. First was the perception of how he looked at everything, when he reached the upper limits of the aspects of existence. What made him agree that they were truly the upper limits that couldn't be exceeded anymore, just because his origin, soul, and body didn't have the capability to expand any further in this stage, must that be the reality. The other point that his mom had made was that he wasn't alone. He had countless existences in the infinite reality under him. And when his destiny had caught onto to this karma and fate followed, as there actually seemed to be something in this direction, it seemed that there was someone or multiple of his vassals who could actually contribute in helping him in his research to exceed already exceeded limits, and he had been using destiny to find out exactly who this would involve, as this was taking some time. And since it was taking time, Noah once more smiled as he put the word of relying on others into practice, and thus, he spoke to the infinite reality. Are there any exceptional beings that have risen recently in the infinite reality? Any that stand above the rest and have something unique? Silent waves of destiny echoed out as the infinite reality replied soon after. Apart from the child of destiny born from Master, there are 193 others that can be considered unique as their aspects of existence, destiny, fate, or other conceptual parts of themselves either underwent a mutation or veered from the norm during upgrades of the infinite reality or through unique means. Oh, Noah's brows rose at this as he breathed out and focused on his connection with the infinite reality, his will latching onto it as he prepared to connect fully to understand and receive information rapidly. Yes. The most unique ones are the Oathkeeper, Dr. Hall, the Atlantean Emperor. The infinite reality listed many names as Noah connected to it to deeply understand the inhabitants of his lands, trying to see which among them could actually contribute to his research. Pete the Oathkeeper. Noah remembered the protector that became his vassal what seemed like forever ago when it wasn't even too long. Yes, he has been steadily raising the primordial disk that complemented ruination. Though it is still in the air if he can raise this relic to come even close to ruination. And this. Dr. Hall, Adrian Hall. A native of the Blue Planet who managed to very quickly achieve a unique quasi-taboo nomological edict during the changes occurring due to the recent elevation to a gourmandizing dimensional reality. Waves of destiny flowed silently as Noah's mind delved and focused on the information of beings brought up before his eyes, where he wouldn't have to even wait too long to find what he wanted. Destiny was weaving in a tumultuous manner as its influence spread far and wide. In the gourmandizing dimensional reality, it had begun to erupt and turn wild as the unnamed Kainos Emperor attempted shocking things. While in the unexplored Grotto Sanctum. A portion of the genius emperors of this age were all pulled with the weaving of destiny towards one location. They all gathered as each one shone with their own astounding destiny, the depths of a cold and dreary domain that pulled all of them in holding shocking mysteries, as the influence of the Nibelheim dimension was merely just that. On one of the chains of reality that led into the endless unknown, the further up one moved across the deathly cold seas, the more the surroundings became heavier as they were currently coagulating into solid glacial ice that made it extremely hard to move, yet a single mount was tearing across the condensing states of matter with vibrant fervor as its master provided its body with waves of dimensional essence that also surged onto the chain of reality below. causing the restrictions around the areas it passed to be lifted as it moved with ease. Atop this dragon phoenix that shone with golden purple scales and had vibrant winged flames of the same color, the pristine figures of a man and woman sat in front of the draconic horns at the very forefront of this being, as the two of them seemed to be exceedingly beautiful celestial, gracing the common world with their presence. The silver-white hair on Caitlin shone with light as while they began to edge upwards towards the unknown, she finally paid attention to the genius below her. Who is this that you have subjugated under your authority? A question that caused Noah to smile as he didn't reply. Wondering the thoughts of this dimensional royalty when it came to him taking a pure-blooded primordial as someone to serve him. Chapter 1835 Geniuses gather atop barren lands. Noah didn't reply to Caitlin's question as he patted the scales of the dragon phoenix, who replied with a low voice, I am Ander, young Mississippi. From the imperial dragon phoenix lineage of the main reality. Oh. Caitlin nodded simply as if this didn't interest her all that much. This was a young genius prominent from the imperial dragon phoenix lineage, and yet Caitlin had shown a distant reply the moment the main reality was mentioned. The so-called geniuses from this vast domain. She didn't have a greatly favorable impression of them due to past events, as this was part of the reason she didn't even bat an eye when she saw Noah standing above this dragon phoenix. Her eyes instead landed on the crown above Ander that read, Theus, as she raised her eyes towards the calm figure of Noah once more. You putting another emperor under you directly alters their authority. Noah gave a light nod as he gazed at the shimmering crown above Ander. The emperors that fall under my heel shall be distinguished as my vassals. In the future, they should be far stronger than many candidate emperors. Noah spoke of a grand future as Caitlin's eyes flashed. Her thoughts kept to herself as she actually thought of this carefully. Bzzzt. The seas around them gradually turned entirely frozen as Ander's huge body now decimated the glaciers they passed while forging forward. Noah's dimensional essence and the essence of reality continuing to flow out of him unceasingly as this didn't pass Caitlin's eyes. You've mentioned talking about secrets, but I'm still curious about your usage of essence right now. We've been ascending upwards for a significant period of time now as dimensional essence and essence of reality continued to be produced by you without so much as a worried. How unique is your dream physique to be able to do this, oh? Noah stopped gazing up ahead as he turned to the young woman beside him, his hand pointing up as he spoke while a single massive infinite reality passage appeared. We'll continue to trade secrets then. I have larger reserves of essence and generate much more of it freely due to my reality passages. I'm sure you have your own unique reality passages. Noah tried to probe the power of this dimensional royalty before him, who gazed at his massive infinite reality passage with eyes of intense focus. She replied to him in passing while the illusion of 100, and then 200, and then 300 silvery reality passages flashed above Caitlin in the cold glacial seas above this illusion of passages, about to add another 100 as it didn't even seem like she had shown all of them. Yes. But mine aren't truly my own. They also carry a trace of inheritance from the mirror dimension that I did not ask for. She spoke slowly and with a sigh as the illusion of her reality passages faded. Noah watched this scene closely as his will worked fast, trying to attain as much information about this being before him as he asked calmly, can you tell me about the mirror dimension? The powers and royalties within that aren't even allowed into the vast realities. While ascending the fold yet vibrant chain of reality, the unnamed Kainos Emperor tried to unveil the mystery of a dimensional royalty, while the latter being also fed her curiosity about the anomaly that had stepped into the royal human bloodline. The experience being unique and different as it wasn't something that was possible for her before. They weren't the only ones climbing across similar chains of reality as far away from them. The hidden figure of Genevieve, who held an entirely different form at this moment, also ascended upwards, her body surrounded by surging waves of taboo essence as shockingly. Her face actually carried a trace of amazement and shock at this moment. This was because the areas of increasingly heavy restrictions didn't seem to pose much of an effect on her as she went up, and it instead even caused her body to begin bubbling with a profound power. She had devoured multiple geniuses while in different forms, as the number of taboo edicts under her belt had already reached over 30, but this wasn't the reason why restrictions that were imposed on all other beings seemed to be coming looser as she climbed up. It was all in her blood. WAA. She echoed these words out with shock and disbelief as she stared at the glacial seas around her, where even she had no idea what lay up ahead. But the sheer fact that she felt unfettered, boom, made her move upwards explosively as she shot out with speeds many others beings entering this unexplored grotto sanctum wouldn't be able to match. Out of all the beings that just recently entered this unexplored grotto sanctum, she was the only one to experience the shocking change, as when she thought about what might possibly be up ahead, her eyes couldn't help but release a shocking radiance. She went up at a shocking pace,
But other distinguished geniuses were still forging ahead at the same pace, with those even more monstrous actually being faster as they all followed the taut strings of destiny. They brought all means possible to bypass the forming glaciers and increasingly dreadful seas, the essence of the Nibelheim dimension becoming dense and denser as the further in one went. Past the snaking chains of reality, a vast and exceedingly vast landmass of frozen death and wonder lay. Chains of reality snaked over and sunk into the cold earth of this landmass as dense grey mist was covering the sight of anyone that gazed further, in the contents of everything held within being covered as one could mainly feel the oppressive and restrictive laws around them. Wondrously, the glacial sea ended the moment one finished ascending the snaking chains of reality as they came upon the open and misty skies of this cold landmass that seemed to be converging all the chains towards a central location. At this moment, there were less than a dozen figures that came from different directions of floating landmasses as they managed to break past the glacial sea layer and converge in this new region with a few second differences from each other. One of these beings had glimmering wings shining on her legs and even more vibrant wings on her back, her eyes vibrating with luminous light as they seemed capable of piercing across the dense mist ahead. Another was a shocked disaster remnant whose blood continued to boil with even more fervor as she could feel seas of golden destiny unexpectedly open up before her. Another was a vibrant dragon phoenix mount that carried two shocking beings, and there was uniquely another party of two that arrived around the same time. A pair of a young man and woman that one wouldn't expect to be the types of beings to make it this far and this quickly. It was Ezekiel and Nefertiti. Chapter 1836. Geniuses gather atop barren lands. 2. The pull of destiny gathered many beings towards a land filled with heavy mist, where one wouldn't even be able to see or hear another if they were a few meters away. The vision and hearing of all beings in the area restricted. It was a wondrous result that came about through unfathomable means, and given the heavy restrictions that only became more prevalent the deeper one went into this unexplored grotto sanctum, it meant one's will, hearing, and vision were limited to a few meters around them. Those who had arrived in these vast lands first didn't know who or what else lay around them as they were displaced for an unknown number of miles. After their entrance, others gradually made their way up with their own means as they arrived later. The other set of beings coming later including the vibrant astral existence known as Juliet, her astral visage adorned with a red battle dress as her head danced with crimson flames. Beside her was the figure of Helen, who was panting as if she was out of breath, looking towards Juliet with frustration as she also gazed at the cold and misty land around them. Some of us aren't chosen emperors with ridiculous abilities. You could have at least slowed down a little. The two exceedingly beautiful women had met up even after the separation of the teleportation after their entrance. A smile densely arching on Juliet as above her crown, the écritures of Flame Emperor shone brightly, meaning she had undoubtedly increased her authority on her way here. Who would have thought this grotto sanctum would actually be filled with a mystery? I'm curious who's bold enough to say, "Welcome," to the geniuses of the primordials. Juliet was filled with battle intent and wonder as she moved at her own pace, Helen groaning as she followed behind this being that began to move deeper into the mist to explore what lay around them, miles away from their location. An existence that carried a glistening taboo techo relic rifle behind her back also broke past the glacial seas and stepped into this hand. Her eyes careful and heavy as she reached for her weapon the moment she arrived. Even further away from that location, a large group of dragon phoenixes rose together from a chain of reality as their whole group was surrounded by an incandescent light that withdrew into a single being at the very forefront. His scales carried the vibrant colors of gold and white that were different from Ander, with an authority that was even more vibrant as around his solidified crown, the écritures, Emperor, shone brightly. Emperor Aegon. The restrictions continue getting even heavier. We won't be able to aid you at our full power. One of the dragon phoenixes in the back heaved a sigh as its scales creaked from the pressure. Aegon not turning his head back as he gazed at the misty and cold lands around them. We move forward. The so-called Alexander King you all mentioned. The winds of destiny tell me we shall find traces of him in these lands. If he truly killed Ander. He will be buried in these lands along with everyone else. Arcs of flames and brutality shone from this being as more and more existences climbed up the heavy restrictions and made their way into the barren and cold misty lands. In another region, the vibrant young emperor that also stemmed from the dragon phoenix bloodline rose with his entourage, his shocking perception in destiny and fate allowing him to find those who supported him the quickest in the outer areas of the unexplored grotto sanctum as with great effort they arrived here.
This being was still in his humanoid form as a flaming golden robe adorned him, his solidified crown with a vibrant emperor, swirling above it being painted with a hue of gold as even before coming into this unexplored grotto sanctum. This being had seen that not everything was as it seemed. Young emperor. Shall we proceed forward? One of his people with a tired expression asked, and the young emperor actually shook his head with a thoughtful expression as he replied, with his gaze overlooking into the unknown, no. The veils surrounding us. Will soon enough come down on their own as the truth will be laid bare to all. The harbingers of death who have reached out to the Nibelheim dimension and utilized its influence. We shall know them soon enough. Dense waves of taboo concepts of destiny, fate, and karma surrounded this being as he seemed to have multiple taboo edicts geared towards destiny, fate, and karma. Such insights allowed him to see many more things that others didn't as his party remained right where they were and didn't move any further, recovering their essence while bearing the heavy restrictions around them. As time passed, more and more genius existences climbed up, some of them shining with shocking splendor as their passage here meant they had attained the grotto nakers on the floating landmasses. For the geniuses who were holding their foundation this whole time. Some chose to become legends right after as they began to utilize the grotto nakers to elevate their primogenial strata. The will-bearer trio of the 9C, reality Ursity whose bodies resonated with their surroundings, the child of the trees with a cluster of glimmering infinite willow trees, a dazzling limit breaker from the royal humans of the main reality, other leaders of obsidian adjudicator legions, other groups of will-bearers that were under the rule of renowned legends. Many of the powerful existences gathered and stepped into the barren lands filled with coldness, death, and dense mist that covered their wills, hearing, and vision heavily. Amidst all this, the visage of a young man wrapped in dream essence was thoughtful as he gazed into the mist ahead and around them. Caitlin sat opposite him atop the skull of the dragon phoenix still. Golden lotuses of destiny blooming and breaking around her as her gaze hardened. Is it destiny? Or actually calamity? Caitlin spoke softly as she looked ahead into the unknown. Noah's eyes were also swirling with destiny as while the dictum emperor's seat of taboo neared completion, many more things were becoming clear to his eyes. The unexplored grotto sanctum had the attention of even Alpha Strata legends as it drew in many astounding geniuses, their very origins telling them that a shocking destiny waited for them in this domain. Not as so long as they survived the dangers, a destiny that if they attained it, their path towards becoming a true emperor would be paved with even more ease. To be capable of spreading its influence on so many geniuses and drawing them in, this destiny had to have been tremendous in its effect and might. To establish the true reality that it would aid one in the path to becoming a true emperor. It was something that caused even Alpha Strata legends to oversee it. But what if this astounding destiny. Was not naturally formed? What if it was something uniquely set up? Chapter 1837 Unveiling of Destiny. What exactly drew so many genius existences, who had been forging their foundations over too many years into this grotto sanctum? The question would be answered soon enough, and Noah was understanding more of the weaving of destiny around them as they had remained in the same location for the past hour. The dense and stifling essence of the Nibelheim dimension was even more pervasive in this region, with one needing to protect themselves with the essence of reality and taboo authority constantly. Noah and Caitlin were gazing at everything atop the dragon phoenix, the mirror essence and destiny around Caitlin bursting at this moment as she gazed at the skies above that were also filled with gray mist. It should be soon, HUUM. Essence began to coil and rumble. Noah nodded his head as he felt it as well, his heart at ease as his will was focusing on multiple crucial things at this time. One was discerning the events that were blooming within the unexplored grotto sanctum, and the other was his main body seeking the path past absolute limitations in the gourmandizing dimensional reality. It seems the unexplored grotto sanctum will reveal itself first. The ringing of destiny buzzed in his mind as he also gazed above in the skies, there amidst abundant mist and restrictions that didn't allow one to see anything. A golden star began to shine, at the same time, outside of the domain rift that led into the unexplored grotto sanctum. It had always been pulsating with a stellar purple-blue luster as even after the first set of entrants went in, others could still continue to enter over time, but at this moment, this reality-sized domain rift instantly changed colors and became red, releasing a pulse of immense light, a light that erupted out for a few light years before it began to recede into the domain rift that actually began to rapidly reduce in size and fold in on itself. From 4 different directions, the wills of 4 Alpha Strata legends moved at this sudden change as this whole area was bathed with glory. Before an instant could even pass, incandescent rivers of reality had wrapped around the folding rift, the massive visage of the Alpha Strata astral legends being the quickest as innumerable branches of the infinite willow tree sank into the bounds of the domain rift and held it in place. Next, BZZZT, the rift buzzed with heavy reality-altering power. But its unfolding was stopped as a unique power came to cover everything in the surroundings and held it in place. The wills from different directions were heavy as the masses of primogenial and a few beta strata legends in the surroundings clamored to observe the changes. From the direction of the Alpha Strata astral legend, a booming voice echoed out, "It was a scheme." Changes bloomed outside of the unexplored grotto sanctum as its gateway nearly forcefully closed, but the changes inside were becoming even more profound as the gray mist that covered everything began to churn. Destiny was put in motion. Whatever the reasons and machinations, they all came out in the open as the veil of mist began to tremble and seethe, gradually beginning to disappear in the regions near the chains of reality that led many beings here. Gradually, the gazes of many went up as the changes seemed to be stemming from the skies. The prominent geniuses that stemmed from lineages of pure-blooded bloodlines from the main reality and those outside of it gazed up as at an incredibly high point in the skies. They could see a blinding light of a golden star beginning to shine. Golden rays of austere light were raining down as the source of the veil disappearing stemmed from an extremely high point in the skies, a point that seemed light years away. Yet its brightness could even be felt from here when it was unveiled, as its origins had to be shocking. It was rays of golden light, but they gradually turned into waves of light that pierced the veils of mist, things in the immediate surroundings gradually becoming clear as the barren gray earth could be seen. The waves of golden light weren't mere luminescence, as they shockingly carried an informative essence that could be understood by all those it washed down on. The information could be understood by any beings who could easily grasp essence, and it was displayed differently for Noah as his system showed a magisterial golden text box that carried fantastical words. "The heart of destiny has begun to descend." WAA, his eyes released rays of luminous light as beside him, Caitlin's body began to vibrate with mirror essence as she repeated the words she had interpreted, her eyes actually holding traces of shock. "The heart of destiny, the dimensional." Royalty, who couldn't be easily swayed, actually held a hint of shock when she read the information cascading down, but the situation was rapidly changing as the restrictions of vision were gradually lifted in the surroundings, with one being able to see everything nearby with ease as the gray mist was shaken by the rays of golden light. Barren lands filled with dead vegetation could be seen, blue ice lining up the areas further inward as the gray mist was still being dissipated there, and at a much slower pace than that. But with the lifting of the gray veil, those who had climbed up the chains of reality could begin to sow. Those that had managed to climb in this region. Some time had passed since the first sets of beings appeared on these lands, but many more had arrived since then, as the number of primordials that had appeared here wasn't small. Whether through relying on the power of others or spending their taboo authority and essence of reality to withstand the restrictions, they slowly appeared here as the truly weak geniuses were all weeded out. What remained were the strongest of the strong, the geniuses who had all formed taboo edicts and had astounding destinies, the generation of emperors who would reign in the future to come. Now, these geniuses could gaze at each other once more as when the surroundings cleared, many of their eyes lit up as they saw those they knew of or were familiar with. The dazzling figure of Acaris, adorned with pairs of wings on her back and feet, was the untouchable visage at the very forefront that many locked their eyes to. She had reached further than anyone else as she currently floated off the barren earth in front of billowing gray mist that seemed to rise up as an enormous wall that blocked the way forward. The area past this wall still being hidden, as everything behind it was what became visible. In this now visible area, one could see powerful will-bearer groups and obsidian adjudicator commanders with a few strongest members from their legions, as well as the renowned figures of genius limit breakers from the main reality, Juliet, the young emperor, Aegon, and Ezekiel. Beings with astounding destiny began to be visible to the eyes of all, as before these pure-blooded primordial geniuses could group up to discern this unique grotto sanctum and the words of heart of destiny. They just heard. A particularly shocked and angry voice echoed out that drew in the wills of many. "What the hell are you doing, OOM?" The source was a vibrantly shining dragon phoenix with gold and black flaming scales. Being part of the dragon phoenixes that followed Aegon, his words drew in the attention of many as the wills of geniuses from the astral, dragon phoenix, reality Ursity, infinite willow tree, and royal human bloodlines all turned their sight and wills toward the direction this existence was shouting to. The eyes of many constricted as there, with all the freedom and grandeur, two beings could be seen calmly sitting in front of the horns of the skull of a regal dragon phoenix, a silver dressed woman with white silver hair whose eyes shone of mysteries and were currently staring towards another location as she utterly ignored the booming words directed towards them, and a devilishly handsome royal human adorned in simple obsidian pants and a loose shirt that showed off his tout muscles. His dark flowing hair shining with a sense of majesty as he gazed coldly at the shouting genius miles ahead while he used another dragon phoenix as a mount. Chapter 1838, True and Unfettered Tyranny. The eyes of the true geniuses that had managed to reach these lands constricted when they gazed at the unique scene right in front of a chain of reality and the glacial sea region behind it, a scene of a magnificent dragon phoenix with a solidified crown swirling with the ecrotures of Vs being used as a mount for two beings. What was worse was that the prestige of this dragon phoenix was known, this existence being Ander of the imperial dragon phoenix lineage of the main reality. Thus, an existence had shouted what the two beings were doing. To dare to look down on the dignity of the dragon phoenixes like this, it was also a question to Ander himself as for what someone distinguished like him was doing, allowing others to sit atop him. The air condensed at this moment as time moved utterly slow in the eyes of many. A bit less than half of all pure-blooded primordials who had managed to reach this region were uniquely those who had chosen to break onto the primogenial strata and become legends in order to attain more treasures. The one who had spoken was a genius at the ninth firmament of ascendancy who depended on the group around Emperor Aegon to ascend. He wasn't even a limit breaker, yet you dared to admonish me in such a way. Noah's thoughts buzzed as the tyranny at the depths of his soul bubbled. He had broken his limits in all the aspects of existence as only other limit breakers could even imagine, disturbing a hair on his body. Only legends could possibly injure him. So how could an existence that had merely forged a taboo edict after millions of years so comfortable as to shout an admonishment towards him? No, This had to change. The grandeur of the tyrannical emperor had to be established in order for random minor characters to not dare to raise their voices towards him like so. This sense of tyranny that had been budding within Noah's bloodline this whole time erupted at this moment as under the gazes of all beings. An illusory authority of a single black ascendancy halo flashed while he was still sitting down atop his mount, the glorious allure of Sever rushing out at speeds that only a few beings managed to see as an instant. Zap! The enraged and astonished existence that had spoken felt his origin rocked by an undeniable light as his body and soul were extinguished right after his entire body turning into a poof of golden bloody light as even the hard bones of a dragon phoenix were pulverized. Shock flashed through the eyes of all these true geniuses as nobody spoke for the next 2 seconds. The visage of the powerful dragon phoenix that was Emperor Aegon vibrated with power as his majestic scales shone with a powerful sheen, having one of his people eradicated right before his eyes as the attack was too fast for him to even intervene. Yet he didn't erupt as like many of the true geniuses here. He was learned in destiny and had lived for many millions of years, seeing the two existences sitting above Ander and even the power that Noah had just displayed. All beings here knew that he was someone powerful, someone that might even reach the tiers of leading emperors like Aegon, the young emperor, or even someone as astounding as Juliet. Before they fully ascertained this, none of them would be too rash, yet even with all this, there was still the dignity of the dragon phoenix bloodline. Seeing one of their own turned into a mount before their eyes was unacceptable, and seeing another turned into a mist of blood was even more dreadful. You dared, Emperor Aegon was the one to speak next as 30 dazzling ascendancy halos flashed around him. Noah looked at this creature that he quickly discerned to be a limit breaker at the ninth firmament of ascendancy with an astounding foundation as he spoke coldly with an air of unbound tyranny. A fool dared to disrespect my authority and speak in such a tone. He naturally had to pay the price. The mood turned heavy, the meaning resounded in the minds of many. The price for disrespecting this being's authority was death. The eyes of the genius infinite willow trees, astral beings, reality ursity, dragon phoenixes, and even the royal humans turned sharp at this scene as Emperor Aegon contained his bubbling power and spoke with utmost majesty. You are Alexander King, a follower of a candidate bloodline emperor of the royal humans in the pure-blooded domains. Yet the being you are standing atop of is of the imperial dragon phoenix lineage of the main reality. The genius you just killed is of the golden phoenix lineage of the main reality. Yes, these were beings who were distinguished and had purpose. One could not just do what this Alexander was doing now, even if they themselves were from the main reality. Not to mention the wills of all the surrounding geniuses knowing that he was supposedly only a follower of a candidate bloodline. Emperor, yet towards all of these assertions, Noah actually patted the purple gold scales of Ander, who hadn't spoken a word as he said. So what? Waves of destiny and tyranny rose as it became clear to all what the nature of this being was. They felt boundless tyranny, true and unfettered tyranny that didn't even put the distinguished geniuses of the bloodlines from the main reality in his eyes. As things became eerily quiet and Emperor Aegon seemed ready to erupt, well said, BZZT, from a different direction, the visage of the genius of the pure-blooded astral bloodline Juliet appeared as she laughed boisterously. Her astral stellar form was magnetic to see as surging flames surrounded her figure, Helen following behind her while looking at Noah with a careful look. So what if they are from distinguished lineages from the main reality? if they went against the authority of another and were subjugated or killed. It just means their destiny and strength weren't up to par. The voice of Juliet rang out in the minds of all as things became somewhat difficult to navigate, Noah turning towards this vivacious astral genius who, while in the middle of everyone here, spoke out ridiculous words while her blessed astral chest shone with splendor. "You are interesting. How about a spar? If you win against this big sister here, you can have me as another one of your spoils." Chapter 1839. True and Unfettered Tyranny. Lol, Juliet's words caused the prominent astral geniuses to have dark expressions while Helen behind her clicked her lips while shaking her head. At this same period of time, the wills of many beings had their own thoughts and moments. Besides Noah, Caitlin was gazing towards the direction of a pondering Ezekiel who was gazing with raised brows towards Noah, but she was focused on the figure of Nefertiti beside him that she sent a mental message to the moment she saw her sister. The expression on Nefertiti experienced many emotions as she heard her voice, returning her words soon after. "My dear sister, I thought you were still the little girl who didn't want or wish for any power. What's this now? You're putting a dragon phoenix of the main reality under you? You're seeking destiny within this grotto sanctum? Haven't you already been blessed with enough?" Words that caused Caitlin's cold eyes to fluctuate with emotions rang in her mind as she could feel the dislike, jealousy, and hate from her sister. Their relationship had long since become irreparable after so long, but she didn't think her sister would hate her this much, that her envy and jealousy from Caitlin being blessed with too many things from the mirror dimension would fade after some time. But she was wrong. It seemed that the emotions had only intensified over time as she let out a sigh. This sigh, when seen in Nefertiti's eyes, caused immense feelings of inferiority and anger to rise in her mind, especially when she stared at the vibrant silvery ecratures swirling around her sister's crown. To her, the sigh from Caitlin was that of her being looked down upon yet again, compared against her yet again by her father and her friends and all those she knew. "Why couldn't you be more like your sister?" These words repeated over and over again in her mind as the sad emotions she felt towards Caitlin only intensified. At the same time, the being beside her was gazing at Noah as his mind was calm and serene, saying something under his breath that only he could hear. "Is it him?" A silent set of words that passed by without anyone's knowledge. In another region, the young emperor was surrounded by golden waves of destiny as he raised his hands against his entourage and spoke with commitment. "Do not make a move." The bursts of destiny that this being was proficient in told him many things as he hid all his thoughts, his eyes holding a trace of amazement even as he saw a being from his race acting as the mount of this Alexander. Those around him heeded his words as they waited to see how things would unfold, trusting the words of the young emperor a whole lot. In another nondescript location, the visage of Genevieve, who was in the form of a burly man, was watching Noah coldly as her mind was buzzing with many things, where out of all pure-blooded primordials here she was the only one undergoing shocking changes as she could feel her olden bloodline bubbling. She could feel her ancient bloodline bubbling as this. Wasn't at all something she expected from this grotto sanctum. This feeling strongly seemed to be stemming in this new land even further, and where an enormous wall of grey mist was still veiling everything. As she saw the rising a wall of billowing grey light where the deathly essence from the Niflheim dimension was the densest, Genevieve felt a strong calling that went through her blood and traced to her very soul. The restrictions others felt all around them that required the expenditure of taboo authority and the essence of reality. She actually didn't feel any of it at this moment, so when she saw Noah's vibrant might and visage, she actually didn't despair, as her destiny told her there should still be a possibility to devour this chosen emperor in the future. This chosen emperor who was currently staring down the figure of Emperor Aegon, who had his ascendancy halos vibrating around him as he seemed ready to erupt right away. After the words of Juliet, who nearly calmed everything down, the billowing will of Aegon only continued to rise and bubble up. Those around him did the same as their ascendancy halos erupted, the pride and dignity of the dragon phoenix running deep, as even with the level of danger and power this being before then showed they couldn't just leave things as is. Aegon even went as far as sending mental messages to Ezekiel and the young emperor, asking for them to make a move against the enemy that stepped on their bloodline, yet he received no reply as his anger only rose to greater heights. Amidst all this, there was the singular being who was the closest to the billowing grey wall of mist that hadn't been torn down yet. The being who spoke without fear to Alpha Strata legends outside of the unexplored grotto sanctum, and the one that many others didn't even compare themselves to. It was the visage of Acaris, whose pairs of wings on her feet vibrated with power as her attention was entirely on what lay behind the veil of grey mist before her. When things seemed to be deteriorating behind her, it was only then that she turned around with an entirely apathetic gaze, a gaze that followed the scene of Aegon fusing with his ascendancy halos while he bellowed out, the dignity of the dragon phoenix bloodline must not be tarnished. An aurora of wings erupted not just from Aegon, but from all the nearby dragon phoenixes around him as they formed a formation behind him. This existence was known for being a limit breaker of the body, the now entirely golden scales and flames that surged around them being something that even beginner legends would be hard-pressed to get through. He showed the grandeur and majesty of the race of dragon phoenixes as their target. Noah's destiny buzzed as he saw a straightforward path to begin establishing his identity. The beings around him did not respect anything but power and lineage. He would show them. The gap in power as he prepared for the shocking unfolding of a nexus event the moment that the walled veil of grey mist in the faraway distance dropped, an unfolding event that with Noah's current understanding of destiny as the dictum emperor neared taboo. It showed a genuinely bleak future for this true sanguine clone. The moment that the prompt about the heart of destiny arose, this intuition thundered down, yet Noah was unfazed, because he knew the tried and tested method over the last year where he had been moving with power. The times when his life was threatened the most were also the times he would obtain the greatest boons if he managed to survive. Since fate was not looking too bright at this moment from the discernment of destiny, he would simply change this fate. If breaking his limits in all aspects of his existence wasn't enough, he would simply become a legend. But this was the last resort. His very being still felt the possibility of exceeding his current foundation as his main body was moving busily in the infinite reality to bring this to fruition. As for what lay behind the walled veil that could threaten him and the geniuses here? Well, we'll know very soon. But before that, boom, 30 ascendancy halos fused into his body as an aurora of wings erupted from his back, his figure flashing away from the skull of the silent Ander as he shot out towards the magisterial visage of Aegon. At speeds most beings couldn't even match. Emperor's haki, his domineering and tyrannical haki that could be infused into words, and even his thoughts came to wrap around his whole body. His authority was infused into his very limbs as every move from him would use up an unknown number of units of the essence of reality to dish out over 10 million dimensional damage values depending on his target. Time was moving infinitely slow. Noah's visage moved all the way from the back as he instantly appeared in the area where Aegon and his cluster of dragon phoenixes were powering up. Golden surging flames were coiling and burning around the scales of this glorious being as his draconic head spat out flames of anger, his eyes managing to just slightly follow Noah's speed as a molten dragon's breath just began to surge out. Yet to Noah, this seemed extremely slow as he appeared in the skies above this genius emperor with his hands in the pockets of his obsidian pants as he looked laid back, with utmost disdain. His right foot that was wrapped up with emperor's haki came down on the majestic skull of a pure-blooded dragon phoenix with surging resplendent flames. 200,000 units of the essence of reality burned within his body as this was determined to be the cost against his current target for every attack thrown out with Emperor's haki. His foot bore down with immense authority as it dazzled the eyes of all those who could follow his speed and had turned their eyes over, a shocking impact following soon after, an impact of utter glory. Golden pillars of molten flames roared as the whole area erupted and caved in, the figures of multiple magnificent dragon phoenix thrown and pushed back from this area as the target of the attack, Rower, was bellowing out with a heavy and wrathful voice from the depths of its soul as a tyrannical foot of a single being remained pressing down on its jaws, the pressure bearing down causing its bones to crackle as Emperor's haki moved to immobilize this being. The surging flames faded just a little as the scene became somewhat clear, with his hands in his pockets and his feet stepping on the draconic skull of a dragon phoenix with a swirling solidified crown. The visage of the tyrannical emperor could be seen as his whole body was suffused with resplendence, every strand of his dark hair radiating immense sandy golden light as he seemed unmatched. His eyes were cold and tyrannical as they surged with multicolored stellar light, the secrets of reality seemingly hidden within as they gazed at everything with coldness. His flesh itself seemed to be buzzing with power as the sandy golden glow expertly moved around it with every move, his figure becoming engraved onto the eyes of all beings here as they wouldn't be able to forget him after today. Chapter 1840 KUN. Ping. Waves of destiny surged as golden flames burned up high around a certain region. The visage of Alexander King could be seen as his hands were coolly tucked in the pockets of his shimmering obsidian pants, his feet stepping onto Emperor Aegon as the golden scales of this genius creaked with friction and power. The geniuses watching had their wills vibrate with care as they developed an even greater understanding of this new being that seemed to rival the highest geniuses here, his figure being inscribed in their eyes as they put him among the list of beings they couldn't reach. As for Noah himself, his will was actually focused on reading destiny while his authority boundlessly surged down to keep the figure of Aegon on the cold and grey glacial floor while also keeping the entourage that was around him away. The fight here at this moment wasn't even something to take seriously, a limit breaker in one aspect against one who had exceeded all three aspects. This wasn't even a question, as unless Aegon broke into reality, he couldn't even threaten Noah. What Noah was focused on was reading the destiny of the unfolding events in this grotto sanctum, as it seemed the great danger would be revealed soon. Establishing his dominance would have to end in the next minute, as after that he could already see that the weaving of destiny would become utterly rampant, as even he wouldn't be able to have a sense of control in what was to come. Oh, the will of Aegon below him roared as this being tried to break from Noah's will successfully. But Emperor's hockey kept him down as the golden scales on his skull began to crack the scene, even causing the surrounding dragon phoenixes to pull back slightly as they didn't rush in. At such a juncture, enough, a word echoed out in the ears of all as the glimmering pairs of wings on the feet and back of a singular existence flashed with light as she spoke. It was a word that seemed to be more of a command than a suggestion, as the visage of Acheris palpated with profound power. She had turned to observe everything in this direction with her attention as Noah's gaze rose to meet this unique being far away in the distance, Acheris, an existence that when Lavalier first came across, she told Noah things were bound to be hard in this grotto sanctum. Among the many beings here, she was among the few that Noah could confidently say he couldn't eradicate, the only possibility lying in him pulling out his strongest true form. She seemed to be covered by a golden glow constantly, her body adorned by tightly clasping battle armor as her hair shone with strands of gold, her eyes and nose sharp as her demeanor alone carried the prestige of an established empress. She was still in the firmaments of ascendancy. And she gave such an astounding pressure as Noah expected her to have exceeded two limits of her aspects of existence, on top of having one more unique feature that caused her to exude a shocking sense of power. What this feature was, he did not yet know, but even with all of these factors, the tyrannical will of the unnamed Kainos Emperor would not be so easily reigned, as while gazing into the piercing golden eyes of this profound existence and while under the watch of many beings, Noah's left foot applied more force and will as the defenses on the shimmering golden scales that covered the left side of Aegon's skull shattered. Boom! A splendor of flames and gold exploded out as half of the skull was smashed in golden crimson, blood flying out and bathing everything as the guttural voice of Aegon rang out when he suffered immense damage. Amidst all this, the shimmering head of the tyrannical emperor rose as he looked straight towards the unknown figure of Acheris without fear. His hair danced wildly as from afar, Juliet's eyes only shone brighter as her own body nearly erupted with power, her gaze that of excitement when she gazed at Noah's astounding visage. Others watched with blank expressions as they didn't expect this being to not even pay heed or respect to someone that could freely talk to even Alpha Strata legends. She had a unique status that many of those here couldn't even fathom. Who could talk back to her? Who could dare to even gaze at her with such an unyielding gaze? Were those not from the main reality so bold these days? Yet the tyranny of this being wasn't done, as while his hair waved with the cold winds, he stared into the golden eyes of Acheris while speaking out calmly. I should stop just because you said so, WAA. His will seemed to surge and coagulate around his figure as even though he didn't display any crown above him, the illusion of an emperor with a glorious path of blood forming around him as the now cautious geniuses waited to see how Acheris would respond, and shockingly, she merely stared with a level of utmost calm as she didn't seem angered at the very least. She instead replied in a calm manner while her thumb pointed to the billowing area of grey mist behind her. No, you should stop because we will need all the strength we can get against what lies behind here. Her eyes released a profound golden light as she spoke, and the veil of mist behind her coincidentally began to fade. BZZZT, the minds of many beings buzzed as at first they noticed the golden star that had appeared far above began to descend even more, its rays of golden light finally affecting even these billowing misty lands before them. The skies began to clear first as outlines of shocking things began to be seen across the golden rays of light. The grey wall of mist began to rumble and gradually fade as it left behind a thin and clear transparent barrier, a transparent barrier that allowed the pure-blooded primordial geniuses to see just what was hidden from their eyes. Maybe it was imaginary, but one could distinctly hear audible gulps of shock and fear. Unconsciously, some geniuses even had their feet move back without their commands as they pulled back. This was because the scene behind the transparent barrier was utterly dreadful and horror-inducing as utter silence reigned except for the voice of a single existence whose wings shone with utmost brightness. Those of you who haven't become legends and are not limit breakers, now would be the time to break through. Even the limit breakers, it would serve you best to also break through now. WAA. Chapter 1841 KUN. Pying. LL, those of you who haven't become legends and are not limit breakers, now would be the time to break through. Even the limit breakers, it would serve you best to break through now. Acheris spoke loudly as her eyes gazed over the endless stretches of space behind the transparent barrier. The scene on this side being utterly hellish as in the simplest terms. It could be described as an army. In even simpler terms, it could be described as the unveiling of the executioners for all of the pure-blooded primordial geniuses that had decided to step into this unexplored grotto sanctum. At the same time, Noah's figure floated from the figure of Emperor Aegon like he wasn't even worth his attention. His eyes releasing resplendent sparks of light when he gazed at the scene that caused most geniuses here to fearfully step back. He could now understand why the destiny of this true sanguine clone felt bleak when his current strength was taken into account. What exactly was the distinction of power from the firmaments of ascendancy to the realm of reality? If those at the firmaments of ascendancy were exceptional, they could achieve 20,000 true reality damage values and be distinguished as having achieved a legend's visage, as they could tear apart the makeup of the very space around them. This might fluctuate in different spaces, as in unique domain spaces or grotto sanctums. Space was extremely stable and filled to the brim with the natural laws of reality, as this damage couldn't even cause a single tear in space. When one went further past a legend's visage, they would arrive at unique and distinguished beings who were talented enough to attain concepts only normally achievable at the realm of reality, taboo concepts that incorporated wisps of the natural laws of reality as through them. Their damage values could greatly rise when combined with the authority of their ascendancy halos. Such beings could reach 1,000,000 true reality damage values, or even be exceptional enough to approach the base minimum of a primogenial strata legend at 5,000,000, this number mostly reserved for limit breakers that more than likely broke the limits of their body in the firmaments of ascendancy. After these beings were genuine primogenial strata legends who can wield 5,000,000 base damage values, with their strength quickly propelling upwards as they began to nourish their abilities with the essence of their primogenial strata and their reality passages, undergoing reification of abilities and also gradually strengthening their bones, organs, and musculature to head towards becoming emperor. Primogenial strata legends. Their might could fluctuate to be capable of dishing out as low as 5,000,000 damage values to as high as 100,000,000 damage values when they achieved peak primogenial strata and were a step away from the next stage. This number fluctuated greatly because too many factors could come into play where the rate at which one could attain any semblance of emperor bones, organs, and musculature could explosively cause a rise in their battle power, and after this stage was the beta strata legends. Existences where every single move they made could easily blast off 100,000,000 true reality damage values, as when they truly settled in their power and began grasping more control over the sensing and resonating their strata with nature. They could easily reach up to hundreds of millions in damage values, a beta strata legend being defeated by a primogenial strata legend was an established impossibility, with very few beings with astounding foundations at the peak primogenial strata over the ages violating this absolute reality. This was due to a factor of a suppression of stages, as one was at an entirely different tier than those below them. One wouldn't even have to entertain the idea of a ninth firmament existence even touching powerful primogenial strata legends, much less those at the beta strata. This was why the eyes and destinies of many beings dimmed when the misty veil faded and what lay behind it was revealed, an endless stretch of land and cold mountains that rose to the skies. And these lands were littered with countless existences that they couldn't even feel the auras of. Even as they looked at them, they couldn't feel the auras of. But based on the astounding level of danger they perceived when looking at these creatures, they could effectively make out their level of power, and it was not at the ninth firmaments of ascendancy for the countless existences that came in their visions. Existences that were wrapped tightly with the essence of the Niflheim dimension. Noah's aspects of existence were buzzing as his eyes shone, his figure rising up higher in the now clear skies as he peered past the transparent barrier to gaze at the reason why the knees of some pure-blooded primordial geniuses nearly buckled. The authority of the unnamed Kainos Emperor radiated from his eyes as the identities of the beings before him were identified. First, there were three wills that caused the most fear to the pure-blooded primordial geniuses due to the sheer size they occupied. And the aura they gave off: Abyssal Gigantomachia Undead, Abyssal Gigantomachia Undead, Abyssal Gigantomachia Undead, three existences that were spread out across the endless mountainous plains they could see, their sizes being massive as their bodies passed the height of mountains and towered high above the skies, looking like the chimeric skeletal remains mixed from countless creatures. Their bones shone with bright obsidian luster as their eye sockets burned with terrifying crimson-red flames. Their bony bodies seemed like malformed humanoid skeletons, each one having extended obsidian bony hands that held onto massive weapons proportional to the size of their bodies that sunk into the glacial earth below. One was an obsidian hammer with shining red flames burning around it. The other was a massive obsidian sword, and the third was an obsidian spear with roiling crimson flames around it. The glimmering illusion of a reality ran alongside each of their bodies as the oppressive might these creatures released was not at the primogenial strata, beta strata. The radiant branches of an infinite willow tree drooped as its voice vibrated out with a sense of disbelief and despair. Legends were not even allowed to pass through the domain rift of this unexplored grotto sanctum, as all beings that had entered it had to have been at the ninth firmament of ascendancy. This was inviolable, as even alpha strata legends who carried shocking and profound levels of power couldn't enter. So how were legends of pristine power appearing here? Just how long ago had they already entered this grotto sanctum? This was a question that needed to be answered, as these three beta strata abyssal gigantomachia undead. Were merely seen first due to their sheer size. They weren't the only beta strata legends seen across the transparent barrier. But before one's eyes could even focus on the other terrifying auras apart from these three, they would notice the areas around them that were littered with smaller versions of abyssal gigantomachia undead, and not a single one of the followers around the three beta strata abyssal gigantomachia undead were of the ninth firmament of ascendancy. Crazy, Noah had to utter these words as he looked forth, his heart buzzing with shock and wonder as he affirmed it was only primogenial strata legends as the legions of just these three beta strata legends, and it wasn't weak-looking primogenial strata legends at that, as the mere legions of the abyssal gigantomachia undead seemed more monstrous than even beings like Brightborn. Noah's eyes flashed with an immeasurable light as he moved away from the massive gigantomachia undead that only took a portion of the land. The names of all the other beta strata legends he could see that seemed to be commanders leading primogenial strata legends appearing before him, with their bloodline extending back into a time before a grand change that ended an era. The names of eldritch champions rose before his eyes: Deep-Sea Eldritch Croconoid, Eyeless Eldritch Devourer, Grand Telos of Destruction, massive in size, albeit a bit smaller than the gigantomachia undead. A cluster of eldritch champions that seemed to be other beta strata legends commanding their own legions of monstrosities could be seen in one region. Thump. Noah could feel the beat of his heart as his eyes moved once more. Celestial moon nymph, moon. Luminoids, massive verdant trees releasing a shocking sense of beauty and shining with an allure of silver light led other legions, with a race of titanic humanoid creatures with 6 arms and silver wings following around them, as there were even massive-looking celestial sharks that looked like deep-sea killer sharks with vibrant good wings of light. Thump. The sheer number of beta strata legends acting as commanders was too many, as the names of those Noah could directly see passed over his eyes: Chaos Hound, the Virulent Drake, Reality Eater Ant, Glacial Mushroom Emperor, Three-Headed Ogre, Oblivion Ursity, glorious names of races Noah had yet to see with his own eyes. But there was one thing they held in common, as all of them were under the banner of the ancient races from the olden era. This reality was further cemented as the core of this massive army made up of terrifying legions showed the glory and majesty of a single race that had reigned supreme in the past ages of the olden era. Liquefied seas of the essence of reality, destiny, fate, karma, and fortune surged from the area they were clustered in, as from their massive size and holy grandeur it was none other than legions of Kuan Pangs. Across their vast armies and the vast stretches of land around them, not a single ninth firmament existence could be seen, numbering in the millions. What lay behind the transparent barrier were legions of legends from the ancient times. Chapter 1842 Kun. Pang. Legions of legends from the ancient times, and they all seemed to be bolstered and surrounded by the dreadful and deathly essence of the Nibelheim dimension. The center of this all was a mesmerizing cluster of legions of Kuan Pangs. They took the majesty of dragons and phoenixes, as their bodies were hybrids of celestial bird species and dead sea fish. Their feathered wings made up flames erupting beside them as ferocious crimson-purple flames rolled around their beaks. The splendorous tail similar to a fish stretched out behind them, as among the legions of Kuan Pangs, there was a variation in colors as they burned from gold to purple to crimson, with extra tails of flames erupting around it. Each of them were massive as uniquely liquefied essence surged around their bodies as if it was innately attracted to them. Their eyes shone of a profound light of brutality as Noah affirmed all these beings to be at the primogenial strata. With a few massive Kuan Pang commanders standing powerfully at the beta strata, a stage of beings where even in his most powerful true form, Noah wouldn't be able to deal half of the damage they could dish out with a movement of their limbs. It wasn't so much of a problem of them having at minimum 100 million damage values, with many far exceeding this number, as this was just a numerical distinction, but it was the fact that this was an entirely different and greater strata. There was a suppression when someone of a higher strata faced a lower strata, This was why Noah didn't consider those in the ninth firmament of ascendancy his enemies anymore unless they were limited breakers. The discrepancy wasn't as large when looking at the primogenial and beta strata, but it was still there, so when Noah saw the masses of beta strata ancient legends, thump, his heartbeat felt ever clear as his destiny buzzed, and at this moment, it buzzed with most activity as his eyes arrived at the very center of the legions of terrifying enemies before them. His eyelids vibrated as he realized he had been wrong. The masses of millions of ancient legions were not all legends. There was a single existence that defied this truth as they wondrously were positioned at the very center of this army, and they didn't shine with the allure of a reality. Yet, one wouldn't be able to truly link this being to the firmaments of ascendancy due to the unique aura he released. This was because his overbearing aura ridiculously seemed no less than the unbelievable beta strata legends. It was an existence that sat on a blinding red and gold throne of flames, his visage untainted and holy as his eyes carried a magnetizing and endless grandeur. He was in humanoid form while he sat on the throne in the midst of multiple magisterial beta strata Kuan-Pangs and tens of thousands of primogenial strata ones, his aura unique amidst these massive and daunting legions as one of his eyes shone with a blinding crimson light while the other released a terrifying purple light of royalty. A radiant multicolored crown floated above him as it resoundingly shone with the vibrant ecritures of Internuncio Emperor. A deathly gray light surrounding it as the Nibelheim dimensional essence surged around these two words with intensity. The gaze of this being spanned across the transparent barrier as it was held by a single being, the visage of Acris shockingly getting brighter and brighter as past legions of primogenial and beta strata legends. The gaze of these two beings clashed. Their eyes shone with vibrant luminosity as all the existences around them seemingly didn't matter in their eyes. The terrifying Kuan-Pang sitting on the far-away throne holding a calm expression as his eyes flashed with a golden light an instant later, actually turning to the right of Acris as his line of sight came to land on one other being. Acris also followed this line of sight as with her gaze remaining unperturbed, she saw the existence upon the fiery throne also lock his gaze onto none other than the dark-haired tyrannical existence that was known as Alexander King. Amidst this shocking situation, one could see a genuine smile on this being even in the face of great danger, and one could even say certain death. When Noah met the eyes of this terrifying monster, his eyes shone with radiant light while his origin buzzed with possibilities. An astounding enigma had appeared before his eyes and the eyes of many beings. The cold reality settled in the minds of all pure-blooded primordial geniuses here. The number of pure-blooded primordials that had entered this unexplored grotto sanctum were in the few millions, as a majority stemmed from the Adjudicator and Obsidian Adjudicator legions. With a portion made up of wool-bearers and other non-cohesive groups, most were still in the first region as they bore the heavy weight of restrictions, with less than half making it up the first chains of reality and onto the floating landmasses that held grotto nakers and a few undead champions. As for those who had gone further ahead and crossed the glacial seas by spending much of their essence of reality and taboo authority to it, was less than 1% of all the pure-blooded primordial geniuses that had entered this domain. This was the reason for the shock and despair. This so-called unexplored grotto sanctum was no land of opportunity, it was instead a land of death. That they had walked right in, this whole thing seeming to be a scheme from the enemies before them, as they had somehow found a way to pull the destinies of profoundly powerful geniuses here. What exactly made this possible? How had these terrifying existences fooled a portion of the geniuses of pure-blooded primordial bloodlines into thinking that a glorious destiny was possible to attain in such a place? The answer, as always, was hidden bare before everyone's eyes. The heart of destiny has unveiled all secrecy as it awaits a new owner. A dazzling golden star had been descending as all veils were wiped away by it. Whether one knew what it signified or not didn't matter. Another set of dazzling words that seemed to fluctuate from crimson to gold painted the skies as it caused the hearts of many pure-blooded primordial geniuses to tremble. The Emperor reigning supreme and the Kuan-Pang's cataclysm nest shall lay claim to the heart of destiny. Chapter 1843 Life and Death. The Emperor reigning supreme and the Kuan-Pang's cataclysm nest shall lay claim to the heart of destiny. The unexplored grotto sanctum unveiled itself as nothing other than a domain termed as the Kuan-Pang's cataclysm nest, but the message that this grotto sanctum revealed its identity with caused the destinies of many beings to surge as they finally saw why they were all drawn here. An immeasurable treasure that most of them didn't even know the origin of nor what its uses were. But the Emperor reigning supreme and the Kuan-Pang's cataclysm nest would attain it. Yet when one gazed at the millions of primogenial and beta strata commanders that painted the other side of the transparent barrier, was this even a feasibility? It didn't even seem like they would be escaping death the moment that the thin transparent barrier faded. Life and death, for many pure-blooded primordial geniuses, this would be decided today, and frankly it was not looking at all in their favor. The seed of taboo for the dictum emperor went towards completion as Noah's piercing gaze through destiny became even sharper. His clone was facing an utterly perilous situation in the Kuan-Peng's cataclysm nest as if Noah didn't wish to lose it. He would either have to break into the realm of reality right away, or he could seek another path. After talking with his infinite reality and peering through destiny, he saw that among a few possible paths a single one shone with the most brilliance of possibilities. Dr. Hall, Noah uttered the name of one of the beings that was nurtured in his infinite reality as his main body appeared above the vast skies of the past blue planet. The events of the Kuan-Peng's cataclysm nest would break in the next few seconds or minutes, and Noah had to make his decision on the course of action he would take before that period of time ended. Due to that, extend the authority of the dimensional Holy Land, BZZZZT, the brilliant allure of gold flashed as the liquefied seas of essence in the skies of the past blue planet surged, the domain of the dimensional Holy Land being extended here along with its time dilation effects. A time dilation of 20,000:1, a single second passing in the outside realities and dimensions equated to 20,000 seconds in this area. That was over 5 hours with the passing of a single second. For Noah to come to a decision and carry it out. Time would not be a problem. Dr. Hall brushed the locks of his golden hair as he sat in his office, the chair he reclined on releasing wisps of verdant light as it soothed his body. This was one of the few times he was on a break in his office located on the 500th floor, where only the most important personages in the field of medicine resided in. He was staring at his status panel that showed his cosmic filament realm, his progression having been ridiculous recently as the quasi-taboo edict of the origin of nature allowed him to optimize his origin in unbelievable ways. To the point that when he absorbed the sacred herbs that were freely available to all inhabitants and the palpable liquefied seas of essence around him, the essence absorbed in his origin very easily formed cosmos as Hall controlled them in such a way that he easily induced the birth of 10 more cosmos from the singularity of a single one. He was currently pondering on different ways to improve himself after coming across so many changes due to the now vibrant dimensional essence when his status panel shockingly faded as a vibrant blue text box arose before his eyes. The tyrannical emperor calls upon his vassal, HUUM. The voice and words that he attributed to the system buzzed in his mind as Hall nearly fell out of his chair in surprise and shock. Besides his frost diamond mahogany desk, a vibrant blue portal formed as Dr. Hall felt his heart nearly leap out of his chest, his mind buzzing as he breathed out to calm himself down. Why would the emperor be coming down to call upon little old him? This thought buzzed in his mind as he calmed himself down. Rising up as forgot he still wore his blue scrubs, his legs heavy as he went towards the shimmering blue portal. Dr. Hall passed through the portal and found himself in an expansive room lined up with golden glass walls, his eyes trembling as he instantly recognized the surrounding metropolis outside the clear golden glass as he realized he was inside the building that many lucky vassals on the land that used to be on the blue planet gazed to every day. It was an immeasurably tall skyscraper that rose from a castle at the center of these lands, its height going past the clouds and reaching the stars, as it was the building that those closest to the tyrannical emperor frequently moved around in. The concentration of essence was utterly dense here, as one would always be swimming in liquefied seas of essence, and now the sandy gold light essence permeated heavily in the atmosphere. Dr. Hall stopped gazing at the scene outside as he focused on the room where the aura of a pristine being could be felt, his eyes shaking as they landed on a man sitting on an executive seat at the head of a golden table made from the bones of a ninth firmament beast. The man's very skin shone with a stellar hue as vibrant cosmos could be seen swirling around, his body uniquely adorned in a sleek black suit and a white slim-fit shirt that was unbuttoned at the very top. His form and visage looked cosmic as Dr. Hall stared for a few seconds in stupor, collecting himself soon after as he came to his knees and called out seriously, "Emperor, WAA." A vassal greeted an emperor as Noah looked at this scene curiously, with him not normally talking to his people in this manner as he waved his hands while speaking out, "Rise and be at ease. We have a significant amount of time, but we are still in somewhat of a hurry, so we have to move things along." His words caused Dr. Hall's eyes to flash with light as this exceptional being nodded, piecing many things together as he replied with a serious face while rising, "What can I help you with, Emperor? I heard you have a unique quasi-taboo nomological edict. Something that can aid me in a conundrum I've been facing." WAA, dazzling waves of destiny shone as a vassal and his emperor conversed, strings of unseen karma buzzing chaotically as it was the prelude to a shocking action that would redefine reality. Chapter 1844, Irrevocable Action. Well, you wouldn't have any squabbles about losing one clone, right? Lavalier's voice rang out in Noah's will while he began to converse with Dr. Hall, the act of multitasking being an easy thing for him as he replied calmly, "It is still a mystery whether I will be losing a clone. Well, unless you become a legend right now, which you don't seem to want to do. The other path you are seeking is still filled with unknowns." She spoke in a matter-of-fact tone as Noah didn't address this, instead asking about something else. "You know of the Heart of Destiny, the Heart of Destiny. The treasure that drew in Noah and many others as something that would greatly aid them on their path to becoming a true emperor so long as they attained it. You can go ahead and eat up loot for 0.25 uses." He spoke out calmly even before Lavalier requested it as wondrously. 0.5, the number was even greater as it seemed the subject involved was too heavy. Noah's will vibrated with power as he gave his consent, feeling his expansive space get a little lighter as he remained firm while listening to Lavalier. "First, it seems like the ancient races that took refuge in dimensions are making their moves against the primordials, with this Kuan Peng's cataclysm nest being a plot targeting the upcoming geniuses that would have the best chance to attain the seat of a true emperor. What made it possible to draw everyone in while even masking everything is multifactorial, with many components coming into play as one is the Niflheim dimension, and the other is the Heart of Destiny, WAA. Across the ages, treasures like these have been attained by individuals as among those who took the seat of true emperors. Many had treasures like this. The Heart of Destiny, the Heart of Karma, the Heart of Fate, the Heart of Fortune, and even the theorized to exist but never before seen. The Heart of Reality. A grand and shocking session of unveiling secrecy began at this moment with Lavalier as at the same time, Noah discussed the mysteries of the aspects of existence with Dr. Hall. Dr. Hall felt his very soul buzzing with euphoria as his eyes were bathed by the essence of the origin of nature, this evolvable edict even making its advancements right now as he was permitted to gaze upon the visage of the emperor. This is just, he had been hesitant at first as he gained the knowledge about the intricacies of the aspects of existence and exceeding their limitations, and the progression of cosmos into a reality through the resonance of one's aspects of existence to bring about the primogenial strata where one's cerulean liquefied soul bathed their body in origin. Dr. Hall was astounded by the royal cosmos that were larger than his own and many others, their vibrant light being heavy and oppressive. As 1 trillion of them were swirling majestically while their stellar gaps were filled with rivers of condensed golden essence that seemed capable of forging another trillion if not more, then there was the aspect of the body. How is that even possible? Dr. Hall couldn't hide his shock as he saw the body wrapped by many physiques, but nothing was as vibrant as the tightly coiling tendrils of dimensional essence that even with the current stage of origin of nature Dr. Hall still couldn't see through it. These were the intricate mysteries of the mythical natural-born dream physique as even a quasi-taboo edict couldn't fully see through its mysteries. The aspect of the body of the emperor seemed heavy and immovable as a mountain, but the soul, HUUUM, Dr. Hall nearly felt like his eyes were being burnt when he stared as his tear ducts couldn't help but release a few drops. Glorious, this was the only word he could say at this scene. Adorned in the sleek black suit, Noah's stellar form released wisps of splendor as he also broke down the unique concept of origin of nature, with the primordial eye of the pioneer, gradually learning it for himself. As with the relationship he had to his vassals, there were many ways for him to attain their concepts. Yet destiny still shone brightly when he stared at the vassal before him, as the path forward wasn't even something he had to actively seek, with his destiny told him this being would illuminate it for him. As with the intricacies of fate, destiny, fortune, and karma, just Noah attaining the edict of the origin of nature could be considered Dr. Hall illuminating Noah's path forward. But would there be more? What do you think? Noah's voice shook Dr. Hall out of his stupor as his eyes became those of utter focus. His essence moved to wrap around the body of his emperor freely as he isolated the aspects of the body and soul as he focused on the origin. It had already exceeded the limits that Dr. Hall and all others would face as it stood at 1 trillion. It couldn't go any further. It couldn't do anything, so what solution could there be for this when his emperor had tried false grotto nakers and real ones? When the ridiculous essence of his reality passages did nothing? When devouring the realities of others did nothing, what solution could there be? The essence of the origin of nature permeated outwards as countless thoughts crossed Dr. Hall's mind, countless possibilities, countless paths, and yet he shook his head at all of them. Time passed as he pondered some more. After some time, the waves of destiny pulsed with anticipation as Dr. Hall found himself unconsciously walking towards the vibrant tyrannical emperor, coming to stand right in front of him as his hands uncontrollably rose to land on the stellar chest. BZZT. The essence of the origin of nature sank into the tyrannical emperor as the vibrant cosmos within His origin were studied deeply, Dr. Hall's inquisitive gaze checking to see what mysteries and ways he could come up with. His eyes gradually brightened up as after going through many calculations, he shockingly arrived at one. It seemed like a solution, and yet at the same time it seemed like it wasn't. Dr. Hall breathed out as after an unknown amount of time, he realized he had actually been studying the figure of his emperor this closely as he moved back, gazing at the being in front of him with difficulty as he spoke his next words very slowly. There are no paths to exceed the current limitations based on the foundation you have built. His golden hair glimmered silently. As with slight hesitation, he continued, when trying to build an even greater structure, BZZZT, Dr. Hall spoke with a thoughtful expression as his mouth was even trembling while he spoke. You have to destroy the previous one, Chapter 1845, an irrevocable action. No, this was the first thing Noah heard as destiny began to buzz around him with a ferocity he hadn't come across before in his entire life. Destroy it. He couldn't continue forward on this path as it had reached its absolute limitations, and he had to destroy it as what could be built after that. Was something unique to him as he would decide the limitations. It is dangerous and filled with unknowns. The destruction of one's origin is death. Even if you get lucky and you truly are someone with a shocking destiny, whether you succeed or not is like the flip of a coin. Why take such a risk with what you've already achieved? A sense of frustration and anger could be felt from Lavalier as she had seen a path already established and filled with glory, and she didn't want it threatened with many unknowns surrounding a new path. It couldn't even be considered a path as one didn't even know if there was doom or opportunity at the end of it. And all this came even after Lavalier had explained a little about the object that had pulled so many geniuses into the Kuanpang's cataclysm nest, the heart of destiny, the heart of karma, the heart of fate, the heart of fortune, or even the unverified heart of reality. Unheard of treasures that would grant one a shocking sense of power, as it was a mystery how and why the ancient bloodline race that owned it would relinquish ownership and use it as a tool to pull in a portion of the geniuses of pure-blooded primordials. So long as Noah could break into the path of reality and enter the primogenial strata, he might just be capable of withstanding the legions of millions of legends, but even this was merely a possibility as the existences in the Kuanpang's cataclysm nest were too monstrous. Apart from the Beta Strata legends that couldn't even be matched, all the pure-blooded primordial geniuses still faced heavy restrictions all around them as it further reduced their battle power, this entire ordeal truly being unscalable, and that is precisely why I seek another path. It is not just for this event, but for myself, Noah spoke calmly to Lavalier as when he thought of the idea Dr. Hall had brought up. His heart couldn't help but begin to burn with a radiant light. He didn't want to be limited by established norms, he wanted to establish his own norms. If there were restrictions and norms set by others, he would just break them. Lavalier didn't reply as she seemed to be lost in her own thoughts, seeing that her words were not at all getting through to Noah. In the expansive room inlaid with golden glass walls, Dr. Hall was looking at Noah with a firm gaze as he repeated himself again. Destroy not every part of you, but your origin. If you can redefine your origin, the limitations of your body and soul would follow. Yes, Noah was beginning to understand this freely as he pulled upon the origin of nature and its singular skill. Dr. Hall had truly only specialized in this single edict, and his edict had further specialized as due to its ridiculous effects it only held a single skill. It was a concept that truly focused on the extremes as the single skill it held was termed the eye of nature. An eye that broke down the fundamental truths and nature of reality as depending on the rank of its edict. One might eventually even be able to peer into the natural laws of reality with relative ease. It utilized very few units of the essence of reality and mana for the utility it provided, but this was what Dr. Hall had brought to fruition by making it so that his concept held no other skills as it only focused on this. It was a stupendous concept to have risen not from Noah, but a vassal in his infinite reality, and as the idea cemented itself, Noah used the eye of nature to view his aspects of existence as he saw the interweaving of his body, soul, and origin. He recalled his samsara universal Tao origin trait that had the theorized effect of making his origin to be his body, with the level of authority of this trait being superseded by the classification of the aspects of existence as the body and origin were distinguished separately while Noah cultivated, but they were still connected, even before resonating them to form a reality and becoming a legend. One's aspects of existence were still connected, as in the case of Noah they were even more closely connected due to abilities like sanguine adequation. If one were to boldly say they would destroy all their aspects of existence for the purposes of reforming them, then of course only death awaited them, as that was essentially what Noah did when he eradicated his enemy. But if he could destroy and reform his origin, he could define his own limitations. and since his origin was connected to his body and soul, the limitations of these aspects would also slowly be refined. But still, it was the destruction of one's origin, and irrevocable action, something that might even lead to true death, but it is a glorious path. Noah nodded as he replied to Dr. Hall, whose eyes trembled when he saw the determination of the tyrannical emperor. He even swallowed hard as a thought crossed his mind. I didn't just propose an idea that might kill the emperor, right? A dangerous undertaking was brought to fruition as it occupied Noah's mind, millions of thoughts being computed constantly as he planned for it, and so many possibilities. If he did destroy his cosmic filament origin, then what would be the newly built origin to replace it? From destruction came rebirth. But what would take the center stage for Noah if not his current origin? BZZT, destiny buzzed as gloriously. At this same period of time, the seed of taboo for the dictum emperor bloomed to fruition. Noah's eyes blazed with a golden light that illuminated everything around him and even caused Dr. Hall to be pushed back, his expression serene as his magnetic voice rang out. I see. He could see the unknown path forward. It was filled with risk, but as always, there would not be any rewards if one didn't take risks, and the answer had actually been there all along. When his infinite reality became a gormandizing dimensional reality, his modus operandi was elevated further as due to his primogenial casuistic origin, the reality he would be able to form when he became a legend was termed paramount kainos dimensional reality. A dimensional reality, yet at this moment in time, Noah only held an origin that had the aspect of a reality. And nothing to do with a dimension. Let's change that. Essence began to surge and rile up around him as his goal shockingly became shattering his primogenial casuistic origin, an aspect that had broken the limits and reached 1 trillion cosmos. His body illuminated as it rose, Noah going through millions of scenarios in his mind as at this moment, he voiced out 2 words that were directed to multiple entities: get ready. WAA, the words were meant for the infinite reality, ruination, and lavalier. The words were also meant for the stern Dr. Hall, who would be the only other witness to a shocking event. Lavalier remained silent amidst all this as inevitably, Hurl sighed as she gazed out into the unknown. Seeds of reality, false grotto-nakers, and genuine grotto-nakers bloomed around Noah as he prepared. Above the vast skies, 50 dazzling mountainous infinite reality passages appeared as the masses on the expanded blue planet gazed up in utter shock. These stellar multicolored passages extending out in the vast stars, who? The tyrannical emperor breathed out as, with his gaze becoming more piercing due to the newly elevated dictum emperor, he forged forward without so much as a hesitation. While gazing at the dazzling 1 trillion royal cosmos, he gave up the command, break. His will was undeniable as when he commanded his own origin to shatter, the dazzling multicolored cosmos didn't delay in so much as a second as cracks spread over every single one before an instant later. Crack. Chapter 1846. My path L, a foundation that to other beings, millions of years' worth of work would be required in order to forge it. 1 trillion royal cosmos within a vibrant origin as it was. Even after a limit was exceeded, even the most astounding geniuses would waver before even thinking about taking on this step, but Noah had taken it with ease. This was due to his own strong will and mentality, as well as the fact that he hadn't spent millions of years getting where he was today, as he didn't form a great level of attachment. Another factor was the wondrous nomological edict of the dictum emperor reaching taboo, as it allowed Noah to more easily see his path forward, or even with the great level of danger involved. He saw a ridiculously golden possibility that exceeded anything he had come across so far, so he sent down a command that his origin obeyed, and 1 trillion royal cosmos buzzed as they began to grow fisher until, crack. Boom, every single hard-forged royal cosmos burst and exploded into countless shimmering fragments as Noah's figure blew up like a balloon, his stellar visage fading as the only thing left behind were glimmering shards of royal cosmos. The force was so disastrous and shocking that even his body was nearly ripped apart, but the many physiques he had forged tightened and held everything together akin to unbreakable ropes as everything was kept in place. Noah's eyes trembled in a ferocious expression as even he couldn't keep his calm. His very aspects of existence being racked with unbearable pain, as even someone like him who had gone through millions of years of dreams hadn't come across anything like it. But even while feeling this tremendous pain, Noah gritted his vibrating teeth as his eyes released beams of luminous light. It was good that he felt pain. It meant that even as he shattered one of the very foundations of his life, he was still alive. But it didn't seem like it would be this way for much longer. After nearly exploding but being contained, his body turned dim as one could see countless shards of shattered royal cosmos floating listlessly. Dr. Hall stared at this scene as the eye of nature focused with intensity. his heart trembling as he saw the light within the body of the Emperor dimming. The destruction of one's origin was equivalent to death. This remained to be true, but just before he faced true death and utter destruction, Noah had to use his aspects of soul and body that were listlessly seeking for a direction to keep the mere wisps of his origin alive for him to cause something reality-breaking to come to fruition. For this, he needed a small amount of time as well as an overabundance of destiny, fate, karma, and fortune. The radiant body of the unnamed Kainos Emperor that was always bright with the luster of stars was turning entirely dim at this moment when his primogenial soul mustered its will and called out. Flourishing fate, flourishing fortune, flourishing karma, WAA, the essence of reality that was contained in the shattered origin moved listlessly, the surging rivers of essence coming down from the infinite reality passages inducing them to activity while providing even more essence, this being one of the few sources of light that still illuminated the visage of the tyrannical emperor as it allowed shocking abilities to be cast, a touch of fate, a touch of fortune, a touch of karma. Utter glorious radiance flashed out as while targeting the particular fate of succeeding in forming a new origin, Noah utilized the capabilities of the nomological edicts of the opulent emperor. Pathfinder, and the causal nexus emperor, a radiance of white, green, and gold permeated out with vibrant wonder as the shattered remains of his royal cosmos began to buzz just slightly. It wasn't enough to defy set laws of reality itself. Just this was not enough, so the tyrannical emperor recalled the words of his mother as he called out, "He wasn't alone, my people, RUUUMBLE." The area Noah was in trembled as Dr. Hall felt his very soul tugged upon as a brilliant green line erupted from him and connected to Noah. He wasn't the only one as across the vast gormandizing infinite reality, countless existences felt their souls pulled upon as vibrant green strings of karma erupted out, causing countless stellar green lines to shoot out across this vast domain and have it all surge towards Noah. Karma, cause and effect, it was an abstruse concept that was hard to grasp and much less utilize, and Noah called upon it as even if he couldn't consider himself a complex user of it, he could still call upon the boundless karma his vassals had incurred with him to push forward the success of what he wanted to do. Boundless light blazed down on his body that was continuing to dim, the vibrating debris of royal cosmos oscillating ever faster at this moment as wondrously, their constant impact with each other caused them to be ground down to glittering stellar dust that at this moment began to slowly rotate and converge towards a single point, a center that would be the birth of Noah's new origin. But it was unbearably slow. The slower it was, the dimmer the fine stellar dust of his past royal cosmos became. As if it continued at this pace, everything would perish before it could even come together to birth something new from the destruction, and this was when Noah made one more move. Something that had granted him a level of confidence when the idea of the destruction of his origin came to light. It was the wonders of the taboo nomological edict of the dictum emperor, authors. Viewpoint. Noah's consciousness buzzed as everything seemingly came to a halt, his vision changed, his viewpoint became entirely something else as when his eyes opened, he could see his body and its fading life force even as the stellar dust of his old cosmos were converging towards one central point. The authority of taboo had propelled the authority of author's viewpoint to a ridiculous level as depending on what Noah did, the cost could go up to tens of millions of units of the essence of reality, but right now, he just needed one last piece. After utilizing fate, karma, and fortune, destiny would seal the deal as before Noah's eyes, a golden scroll unfurled along with an incandescent pen. As his tyrannical will watched on, the pen began to move, his voice coming out at the same time as it pulsed with shocking authority. I shall write and dictate from here on out. Chapter 1847 My Path LL. I shall write and dictate from here on out. The dictum emperor took on the role of an author of his own events and progression as the dense essence of Tiny burst out. The residues of royal cosmos surged with activity as the glory of destiny flourished brightly. Every stroke took hundreds of thousands of the essence of reality, his infinite reality passages gushing down with essence that was utilized right away as the process flourished. The stellar dust became bathed with destiny as they converged with rapid speed, everything being sucked in towards one point with shocking haste, while the multicolored stellar essence from the infinite reality passages washed down. But apart from all this point, one could also see three distinct seas of light that became more perceptible over time. It was the conceptual materialization of his traits that were branded to him. Protagonist, samsara, universal Tao, origin, infinite mana. These three traits were currently being anchored in place by his soul as they also came to life at this moment, surging into the point of convergence as the dictum emperor continued. The remnants of the old shall act as the foundation of the new, their speed hastening towards a brand new path, BZZZT, at a shocking speed. The glittering stellar dust came together as even though it stemmed from 1 trillion royal cosmos, they were all collected into one central point in the blink of an eye, a singularity,
A point of immense and incalculable density appeared as it shone with blinding radiance at this moment. Thump! Then, it began to pulse like a heart, and a heart needed its nourishment. After the stellar dust of the remnant royal cosmos formed it, the cluster of essence that had been stored and formed this whole time without having a place to go began to be drawn into it, but uniquely, it wasn't all types of essence but a single essence. Dream dimensional essence paves the way forward to establish itself at the very core. Thump! The point of immeasurably dense mass pulsed as surging sandy waves of golden green essence leaked out from every part of Noah's figure, his body lighting up at this moment as the mythical natural-born infinite dream physique came to life. Coils and tendrils of dream essence began to rush out from the countless cells that made up his very blood and body. The dimensional essence that was placed there before being taken out as pure dream essence was the only thing surging in towards the dense golden mass. Author's viewpoint remained active as a golden pen continued to write on a golden scroll under the banner of the dictum emperor. The very essence of reality rushes out next as what shall be formed from the broken cosmic filament is not a replication of a dimension, but also that of a reality. Thump! After the golden sandy waves of essence sank in and continued to do so, glimmering multicolored essence of reality rushed in next as the golden dense mass shone with a shocking luster. Yet the dictum emperor was not done. And what ties it all together in man at the thump? The golden scroll buzzed and furled itself as Noah couldn't spare any more units of the essence of reality. Everything from his reality passages was being sucked into the dense golden mass that at this moment, boundless waves of cerulean blue mana surged from the dense golden mass itself. This was because the conceptual materialization of this trait was sucked into this singularity, and boundless waves of mana were released from it as this dot was. The force that Noah required to accomplish everything, as it ballooned out within the dense golden mass, glorious radiance erupted out as with mana paving the way forward and filling everything. The dense golden mass exploded out, the singularity dot erupted into boundless specks of light as wondrously its explosive force was contained and controlled. It expanded out in a circular fashion as the specks of light formed into a dazzling dimensional barrier. Thump! A circular dimensional barrier that an instant later, layers of vibrant golden sand began to proliferate inside of it as it seemingly formed a floor. A circular floor of glorious dimensional essence all around as it shone with increasing radiance, its fruition causing unknown and unseen fluctuations to erupt from Noah at this moment and spreading out past this location past the very infinite reality itself as they continued outwards into the unknown. And the moment that this golden floor was formed, massive golden cosmos began to rise from the proliferating golden sand as something fantastical was born. The dream dimensional reality seed has been born. Something terrific came to be as its base was a dimension with features of a reality, and its uniqueness didn't just end here as there was much more to come. Its explosive force was contained, but its effects didn't just end there as they racked across Noah's body and soul. Tendrils of exceedingly condensed golden light beginning to proliferate changes onto his other aspects of existence as well. The destruction and rebirth of the origin would also go on to affect the body and soul. And so the dream dimensional reality seed began to pulse with shocking light as its changes only just began. This was his origin, this was my own path, his very own established path, and he went even further as his domineering will moved, setting certain parameters that would unfold into pure wonders. The moment he chose to destroy his origin, his destiny had illuminated a shocking path forward as he moved to achieve it. It was a path that he wanted to walk on his own as he didn't want to rely on the definitions of others. He didn't want to be restricted by the progression of cosmos to reality, and then from reality to what grotto haven. No, he would have an even more glorious path. The realm progression of the unnamed Kainos Emperor has been defined. After the budding of the dream dimensional reality seed, the paramount Kainos dream dimensional reality shall be born. When the paramount Kainos dream dimensional reality has reached sufficient saturation and growth, a second dimensional reality seed shall be born as the type of dimension to be established can be chosen and applied. The pathway of the unnamed Kainos Emperor has been defined up to the attainment of 9 unique paramount Kainos dimensional realities. His pathway was defined like so, not from cosmos to reality to grotto haven, with him destroying his cosmos and planning to form a paramount Kainos dream dimensional reality for his first layer of progression. And he established 9 layers to go through as he wanted to mimic the 9 dimensions out there. Chapter 1848, Dream Dimensional Reality Seed. A foundation that consisted of 9 dimensions. It was a daring and profound path as to accomplish it all would be undoubtedly nigh impossible, with him needing to freely use and attain the essence of dimensions as freely as the dream dimension to establish the second layer of his realm up to the 9th layer. Up until he held 9 dimensional realities under his origin, his thoughts were wild.
But the rewards to come were even wilder as the prompts were just beginning to come down. You have taken a non-established path that goes against the very natural laws of reality. The resources required to advance through your path are innumerable. You have attained the absolute emperor passive skill, resonance of nature. You have attained the absolute emperor passive skill, tyrannical conquest of the self. What he did went against the very natural laws and progression of realms, as the price to pay was heavy with this new stage of progression requiring a ridiculous number of resources. Then, there were the passive skills of a ridiculous tier, absolute emperor passive skills. Noah's mind was extremely active at this moment in time as he could compute millions of thoughts in a millisecond, and his will focused on the two newly unlocked abilities while the wonders of his newly forged origin unfolded. Resonance of nature, due to your unique flourishing origin that is a perfect harmony of the aspects of a dimension and reality, you can more easily become in tune with the nature of space around you. The natural laws of reality become easier for you to grasp over time as the decretum of a dimension becomes perceptible to you and gradually becomes easier to grasp. Each dimension has a single decretum that is followed, and learning the ways to influence and utilize a decretum will grant one qualification of ownership for the vast domains of a dimension, tyrannical conquest of the self, you have transcended your very limits and conquered your past self, this passive ability allowing for you to break even more established realities relating to you and all the concepts around you. As a pioneer of your own path, this passive ability will direct you towards the optimum possibilities and paths forward as you forge something unique to you that no others can claim. Thump, the beat of his heart was clear. With every beat, he felt as if a circular wave of authority erupted with him at the center. And this wave of authority resonated with his surroundings as an even denser wave of unknown authorities and wonders rushed back to him. Thump, his mind felt vibrant and clearer. Soon after, as the composition of space and time around him became pristinely clear, weaving within them and unseen to his eyes were thick tendrils of gray light that interleaved over everything. But he couldn't fully grasp or even hold on to them as they faded as quickly as they appeared. This unreachable sense of authority were the natural laws of reality, and ever so subtly, Noah could more easily begin to grasp them as on top of this was something termed decretum of a dimension. Thump, Noah's body felt the wondrous sense of resonance as every part of him felt connected and vibrant, all the processes occurring within his body becoming ever faster through resonance of nature. But this wasn't to even mention the wonders of the tyrannical conquest of the self. As Noah brought himself to focus on the profound and ever faster changes blooming within him, Noah felt his very being beginning to bubble with ridiculous power as the authority of resonance of nature descended. His dream-dimensional reality seed beginning to surge profusely as vibrant golden cosmos filled with dream essence bloomed. The Kainos royal dream cosmos have begun to proliferate within your origin. The unique dream-dimensional essence of your origin surges to your soul and body as they begin a transformation. Prompts of utter grandeur rose before Noah's eyes as within his origin, dense and extremely massive golden cosmos formed from the sandy golden essence on the circular floor of his origin, these cosmos being dazzling and blazing with power as they seemed tens of times larger than royal cosmos. This scene was reflected in the eyes of a single being, a being whose soul was also vibrating and shaking as his already ridiculous nomological edict of the origin of nature was able to see the destruction and formation of a one-of-a-kind of origin. It was something unbelievable to come across, as if it had been anyone else in the infinite reality, they wouldn't have even been able to understand what they saw, but Dr. Hall uniquely had the qualifications. He watched the birth of the dream-dimensional reality seed as he saw the ridiculously oversized cosmos begin to form. His eyes locked onto it all as he barely noticed that at this moment infinitely small wisps of the natural laws of reality began to surge towards him. It was a surreal and impossible situation that was only made possible due to what Noah had done, due to the shocking birth of the dream-dimensional reality seed, under the gaze and scrutiny of the eye of nature from two different beings watched as within seconds millions of massive golden cosmos were slowly forged as Noah's body was continuously bugging with more and more power. The formation of a single one of these cosmos was so great that with a mere few million formed, nearly half of the conserved essence Noah had spread throughout his body from the nourishment of his infinite reality passages, and much more was already eaten up. The cost to build a single Kainos royal dream cosmos was ridiculous, as its boons had to be astounding. Outside of Noah's body, the seeds of reality, false Grottonakers, and genuine Grottonakers began to shine as Noah's will called upon them and pulled them towards his body. At the same time, his body and soul, which were undergoing transformations due to the dream-dimensional reality seed, began to buzz with activity. The mythical natural-born infinite dream physique continues its 11th cycle of refinement. Chapter 1849, Dream-Dimensional Reality Seed. Destiny flourished gloriously as the shackles that had bound him. What was termed absolute shackles that couldn't be exceeded after one already exceeded the limits once. Noah ripped all these apart as the source was his new origin. His body and soul were transforming into something wondrous as their past barriers faded. Noah's body once more having the space to continue refining his shocking physiques as this. Would also pave way for an even larger number of infinite realities passages, and at this moment, it wasn't just the mythical natural-born infinite dream physique that was undergoing refinement. When Noah had finished his 10th cycle and unlocked this physique, he was given the chance to refine all these other physiques once more, as he actually couldn't do this because his body had reached the absolute limit at that point. Now, as his very self resonated with the surrounding nature as his body and soul underwent shocking transformations due to his origin. All these physiques were free to move once more. The burgeoning limit-breaking extreme physique, the chassis, relegator. Arcadian, mana. Boundless ecratures of these physiques colorfully surrounded Noah's body as he illuminated everything around him. The changes occurring were too profound as they would take some time in the area covered by the authority of the dimensional Holy Land, while in the outside realities and in the tense situation in the Kuan-Peng's cataclysm nest. Barely an instant had even passed. Lavalier was utterly silent as she watched the profoundly shocking changes occurring around Noah. He had managed to do what everyone would consider the impossible, as when she gazed at it, she would normally brush it off and merely tell him that she stood corrected. But she couldn't do that at this moment. Yes, she was wrong. But she truly wished she hadn't been proven wrong. She wished Noah hadn't even attempted this dangerous risk, even though it now seemed to bloom into a terrific opportunity. The 9 dimensions and the vast realities were separate and yet interconnected in intricate ways. There were heavy restrictions on the 9 dimensions for a reason. Existences across the vast realities went into the 9 dimensions to establish hegemony for a reason. The existence who had ended the last era by doing what he did. Part of the reasons were the existence of the 9 dimensions. Thus, there were many intricacies to be mindful of when one did anything that linked itself with the 9 dimensions. For Noah to have his future reality be included with the dream dimension was already a serious enough matter. For Noah's infinite reality to have the capability to devour the lands of dimensions was already dreadful enough, but for him to replicate the concept of 9 dimensions for his realms of progression, this was a path of no return. It would undoubtedly draw them, and it would draw them in with certainty, the existences that these barren lands could not compare to. Lavalier felt like sighing, but at the same time, she couldn't even bring herself to. She remained silent. Even with her breadth and knowledge of history, she did not know how all of this would play out. The chains of karma, fate, fortune, and destiny bound her tightly, as when she felt these chains that seemed to be her deadliest enemies and her closest friends, she felt a sense of comfort as she only watched on. Noah's realm of progression was much different and distinct from the norms of cosmic filament realm to reality and then to Grotto Haven. This concept rose within his mind as he watched the flourishing Kainos royal dream cosmos be born in his origin. His body and soul that were undergoing somewhat less profound transformations proceeding smoothly as new prompts were bound to rise soon, but there were many wonders and questions for his new realm of progression. He didn't even know what stage he would be comparable to when he finished fully forging his first layer, the Paramount Kainos dream dimensional reality. What would his third fully forged Paramount Kainos dimensional reality be equivalent to? Alpha Strata? Above Alpha, everything one knew was turned upside down as he had to find the correlation between the stages of his realm of progression to the common realms of progression of reality. This was because intricate questions like him forging his second Paramount Kainos dimensional reality would mean he held 2-dimensional realities. Would that classify him among the ridiculous powerful existences in the Grotto Haven stage that was above all 4 stratas of reality? The answer was, of course, no. He couldn't define his stage of progression with the meaning of everyone else. He had to study, he had to learn, he had to understand this new path he had set himself on closely, as what it came with. Was boundless glory. As his false grotto nakers and genuine grotto nakers burned along with seeds of reality and the flourishing dream essence and other sorts of essence from the infinite reality passages came down, his origin was budding more and more Kainos royal dream cosmos as it reached a sufficient point with 100 billion of these glimmering cosmos formed. And prompts rose when this point was slowly passed. Mind you, Noah had only reached 100 billion cosmos while absorbing a portion of the quintupled nakers and seeds of reality, when in the past he had already formed 1,000 billion cosmos, but the new origin required so many more resources to move even a single step, as the Kainos royal dream cosmos were simply too dreadful. Their description was still being formed as Noah studied their birth and wonders, but their boosts overall when looking at Noah's new origin displayed themselves at this moment. Your reserves of the essence of reality have been elevated to the maximum of 5 million. all your sources of essences are undergoing complete refinement as they can soon be utilized to nurture selected abilities to become RAFIED. Your dream dimensional reality seed grants a base boost of 5,000 true dimensional dream damage values to all abilities. Your affinity to the natural laws of reality has risen greatly. Your affinity to the natural laws of reality has risen greatly. That wasn't a grammatical mistake where two sentences were repeated twice. The prompts came down one after another as rivers of the essence of reality were lovingly rushing towards Noah, this paradoxical relationship continuing where the more one broke the natural laws and exceeded limitations. The more affinity they attained to the natural laws of reality. Chapter 1850, A Path of Boundless Glory. Two prompts about Noah greatly increasing his affinity to the natural laws of reality came as this wasn't all. Your authority as an emperor of this age has risen greatly. Your authority as an emperor of this age has risen greatly. It was just the shocking tip of the iceberg as Noah's ecratures around his crown burned with sandy gold flames, shocking radiance erupting out as too many changes bloomed. First was the ridiculous reality of his doubling of the maximum reserves of the essence of reality, and then there was the base 5,000 true dimensional dream damage and defense values boost. This was much more than double the base values that he had prior to this, with the aim of reaching the golden number of 100 million damage values of peak primogenial strata legends. Being in the grasp of Noah's hands when he laid out his strongest attacks and forms. This was just from the proliferation of the dream dimensional reality seed. He had yet to even form his first layer and establish a genuine dimensional reality from this seed as the changes that would occur then. Would the untouchable beta strata with its oppression be that unreachable? Would Noah, who wasn't even following the realms of progression of all other beings, even face the oppression of stages? Too many thoughts and questions buzzed as Noah's eyes landed on his crown. The vibrant words of ethereal dimensional emperor floated serenely as brilliantly sandy gold flames blazed around them, the crown washing down sparkling lights of authority as Noah had attained a full distinction and title for himself. Where would the authority of the Kainos Emperor cluster in next? What would it do? The answer didn't take long to show itself as the feat Noah has achieved was too great this time around. In terms of distinguishing himself, he could be considered to have exceeded any possible peers with his actions, and the authority he gained was astounding as it now showed exactly what came after a vibrant solidified throne with one's distinction. BZZZT. The floating multicolored crown above Noah's head wondrously rose up even higher, and it then shockingly began to move behind him as it fixed itself into place a few meters away. Thereafter, it blazed with golden light as if it was anchored to a new space. The immense waves of authority that Noah had attained then weaved in a wondrous way as Noah's will saw one twinkling glow of lights appear near and below the anchored crown behind him as this crown retained the very peak spot, twinkling glow of lights that specifically anchored themselves into different positions that when one looked at it, they could see that these lights were forming the backbone of a throne. The boundless Kainos authority surging out formed points of light that formed the backbone and structure of a fantastical throne, a throne that would require immense achievements to complete in the future, as at this moment in time, Noah had already begun forming its backbone. And the point at the very peak of this unfinished throne was a glimmering crown that swirled with ethereal dimensional emperor. It was a wondrous sight to see, so wondrous when one realized that all the beings that Noah had come across so far had not displayed this level of authority. Even the four terrifying Alpha Strata legends outside of the Kuan Peng's cataclysm nest did not show it, as all four merely had emperor. Surpassing the distinction of a crown and into a throne is nearly impossible. For those with a single ecrature, their achievements required being too enormous, as many rarely achieve it. Someone like you with triple ecratures on your crown had a guaranteed chance of forming the authority of the throne. But not this quickly, and not with such progress. Lavalier spoke to Noah in a calm and mild tone compared to always, as this was the first time she spoke to him after she advised him not to do what he did. She didn't mention anything about Noah's ongoing breakthrough, as Noah didn't bring it up either. He knew that with what he was currently doing, there were unseen mysteries behind it all, as they would propel shocking events in the future. But he still did it as he expected to shoulder whatever else was coming due to this glorious path. Continuing to form the structure of the throne will be even harder, as taking the authorities of existences with mere solidified crowns or one or two word ecratures are negligible. Since eradicating them isn't really an astounding feat for you to achieve, Lavalier finished her words as Noah gave a light nod, gazing at the backbone of the throne that had gained a few points of lights on as his body surged with majestic waves of essence once more. Your primogenial stratus soul was affected by the authority of the dream dimensional reality seed, mutating to become a dimensional soul C. The strength of your soul has exceeded its shackles as the maximum number of ascendancy halos has been raised from 30 to 60. Noah's thoughts buzzed with wildness as his soul was the first to experience the transformation from a primogenial strata soul and into a dimensional soul sea. What should have been a blue liquefied mass turned into the grandeur of gold as his very being was illuminated by a celestial glow. A sea dense with the authority of the soul raged as it coiled with dimensional essence, its waves raging and constantly expanding as the breadth that Noah could reach far exceeded the primogenial soul. The power he could wield and the level of concepts that he could withstand had vastly increased as Noah felt like he could take in hundreds of taboo concepts with ease when he had such a soul, and that wasn't all that changed with his soul becoming a dimensional soul sea. You can now alter dimensional damage values to become dimensional soul damage values. Soul damage, the most abstruse type of damage that existences could barely grasp or defend against. And Noah could now utilize a unique type of dimensional soul damage. It was bolstering his strength greatly as soon after the last aspect of his existence took a step forward. Your primogenial strata body was affected by the authority of the dream dimensional reality seed, mutating to become a dream dimensional body, an innate dimensional barrier equivalent to the true dimensional defense values achievable in your strongest form wraps around you. A shimmering golden layer of light painted his skin as he seemed like a celestial king of a forgotten era, his eyes opening to release luminous rays of light as he gazed at himself and what he had just attained in preparation for surviving legions of primogenial and beta strata legends. A dream dimensional reality seed that was waiting to bloom into a paramount kainos dream dimensional reality, a dream dimensional sea, a dream dimensional body. His three aspects of existence had turned to become pure wonders after these actions as the moment Noah saturated his new origin and strengthened the soul and body to the limit that he would resonate them to achieve the first layer, the first dimension. Thereafter. What could his enemies do but despair? Author note, correction below. Your dream dimensional reality seed grants a base boost of 5,000 true dimensional dream damage values to all abilities. Corrected to 5000 true dimensional dream damage and defense values.